Hey folks, hey folks, hey folks. We're gonna talk about that money. But as per usual, in my pursuit to just to give you what I think is the truth, I always got to encounter a motherfucker that needs some attention, namely mine. Cause I swear for God, that's all they motherfucking do is run around this bitch campaigning for. They be in competition for my motherfucking attention. They be like, oh, girl, this is my time. She gave you all her attention. Wait a minute, girl. Wait a minute. I got to do something to get her attention next. God dang. By me, shit, y'all say I need the motherfucking money. Only thing you have to goddamn do is hit my goddamn cash app and I'll goddamn make sure you get my goddamn attention. Yeah. So listen, I was trying to sort out, and this ain't got shit to do with me. Okay, this ain't got shit to do with me. But I don't like it too tough when people are accused of some shit or lied on or whatever. I mean, that ain't no big deal or whatever. Shit, they can defend themselves or they can't. Whatever, it don't matter. I ain't trying to defend them up about it. But what I'm saying is, I'm just trying to make sense of certain things, and so therefore you have to go and pick through some things or whatever to try to put it, together. Okay, in my goddamn, and y'all, I might be being rude because uh I do have me some shrimp, you know. Okay, so y'all might be hearing the motherfucker crack in y'all ear. But listen, so y'all saw and heard all that shit that been going down the last couple of days about this here money and the files and shit Dana done um unleashed over there, you know, and y'all see how it's spinning and whatever, not done turned into a money thing. Because I told you, and of course, when the cross-side investigation get involved, okay, then you got a narrative going with that crazy motherfucker, and then you know how she do. She have to replay the shit over and over, play stuff over and over again to brainwash you motherfuckers or whatever. It's all a tactic. Okay, just crazy as hell. So I don't know, and I keep saying the reason why I don't have messy shit and all this bullshit going on offline in my real life because I avoid motherfuckers like some of these motherfuckers. Okay, I avoid them like honey. Listen, I can tell, I can look at them. But anyway, let me pop this little one shrimp in because Lord, this one shrimp looks so good and lonely. I just got to pop it in. I'm so hungry, y'all. Listen, I'm so hungry. Hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. I'm trying to get it. Oh, I'm sorry. Mm, 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 mm. Y'all know I can't fry no food. And when I run across some fried food, I got to eat it. So anyway, I done sat up here, and unfortunately, I have to go dumpster diving for the information. So I had to go and see if I can pick through um the cockeyed queen motherfucking live to see what she was really saying about the money. Because contrary to popular beliefs, I don't be watching no motherfucking lives, especially when they are going on and shit. I be sleeping through it because It's brainwashing tactics and shit. It's the same motherfucking bullshit. Only and then if you fuck up the narrative, they're gonna have to come tweak the narrative or remix it or whatever. It's the same shit. So all I have to do is peek here, I got it or whatever. You know what motherfucker who I'm listening for? The motherfucking golden child. My motherfucking child. That's what I'm listening for. All that other bullshit, I don't give a damn. So, anyway. So in listening, you got this motherfucking egghead cigarette throat having ass Shell B up there doing what? Telling more lies, selling more wolf tickets as per motherfucking usual. Ain't gonna do shit. And bitch, you calling people motherfucking names. You do know I got you, right? I put your motherfucking ass up here too, right? How you know think I know you got an egg head and you got a cigarette throat? Okay? Just because I don't. That's because I have a little bit more decorum than you motherfuckers. I did receive some kind of professional motherfucking training. But any motherfucking minute of the goddamn day, I will abandon that motherfucker and meet you where your motherfucking ass is, okay? Your stupid ass. Stop fucking lying. Bitch, let me tell you something about you motherfucking bitches. So, and I'm gonna say it just like that, because that's what you fucking are. A bunch of fucking bitches, okay? I would never operate in the motherfucking role of running back telling somebody something, bitch. That I ain't gonna tell your motherfucking ass first. Or you ain't gonna, I'm gonna tell you right then there on the motherfucking spot, bitch. I don't have to run back and tell JoJo, oh, somebody was talking about it, somebody was talking about you. Huh? For one, I got time for that. But bitch, let me tell you something, you was a fucking liar. You ain't at liar stage yet, but you do a lot of lying. Cause I ain't ran back and told him shit you motherfucking said is like I done told you, I'm telling him shit motherfucker said whatever. For what? You motherfuckers are trying to make sure he and I don't motherfucking goddamn be good. I ain't trying to do that. I don't give a fuck. I ain't threatened by you motherfuckers. You the motherfuckers got to work overtime and do goofy shit and whatever. I ain't got to do that. Never will. I don't care my motherfucking self as a motherfucker that's trying to get with the nigga, trying to motherfucking be the best friend of the nigga, whatever. I care my motherfucking self as the one motherfucker. The one that motherfucker that's trying to get with me or know that, hey, I'm the motherfucking goddamn best choice. What the fuck is wrong with you motherfuckers? See, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all foster a motherfucking mindset that I'm not goddamn used to. I don't understand it. I don't know people that get down like that. And I told you, the one motherfucker that I know get down like that, she know don't get down like that around me. Like I had to run back. Well, bitch, I told you on that motherfucking goddamn shit. And the only way that on that panel motherfucking Shell B, when we got into it that day on JoJo's channel, whatever I fucking said about you, I think I said you was in DJ's chat at 8 minutes what he said. That ain't me running back whatever. I said it right then. And what you was gonna do? Not a motherfucking thing. Smoke more cigarettes. Still have an egghead. Somebody forgot to shake. Shut your motherfucking ass up. You on this motherfucker every time YouTube open, bitch. Let somebody else get in the chat. Hell, fuck you. Now you the one sat up there. And I didn't even motherfucking hear it, bitch. So I didn't have to carry no motherfucking bone, no motherfucking well. You the one said that JoJo ain't dropped the link and all that bullshit. Then you got your motherfucking goddamn bitch ass up there try to smooth that out. Well, if you with your motherfucking city slicking bottom of the barrel motherfucking low belly ass caterpillar ass up there, I dropped the motherfucking link. I ain't one of those bitches. You up. I said, no, you got up there and said, if you took it some kind of way about wow, you might be saying, wow, you took it some kind of way about me saying you ain't dropped the, y'all, you misunderstood it or whatever. You the one said all of that. You the one had the problem with him for whatever fucking reason. Ain't nothing to do with that. I don't know why you think, y'all motherfuckers think that and here's the thing, right? This is the rules. Bitches that are basic and below, nobody focus on you motherfuckers. Like if I was a basic and below bitch, you motherfuckers wouldn't focus on me. Therefore, what I'm saying is, I'm not talking about no motherfuckers like y'all. Ever. I don't give a damn about who nobody talk to, who nobody this, that, and the third, whatever. Now, when you're talking about me, that's when we have a problem. Who somebody talk? That's not, I ain't out here with no control. Are you crazy? All I have to do is just come in that motherfucker. You motherfuckers be so uncomfortable, y'all won't even come in. So what the fuck? That's all I have to do. Just show up. You motherfuckers are scattered like goddamn roaches. So what? Me can something talking about? Bitch, I didn't even know you had done said the shit. I had to check it for you. Shut your ass up, liar. Yeah, I said your motherfucking name. Bitch, you motherfucking goddamn go with whatever the crowd says, ho. You fickle and flaky like a motherfucking goddamn biscuit, bitch. Shut your ass up. Got to take no shit back. You said it yourself. Got to talk about you motherfuckers. You motherfuckers show y'all shaded in a bunch of goddamn fucking pack of goddamn lying ass, goddamn ghetto ass fucking PR motherfucking firm. Nobody ain't hire you. There's a reason why ain't nobody hire you motherfuckers. Shit, you do more damage than good. Hell, y'all the PR people, and then back after fucking with y'all, then the people got to hire a crisis motherfucking goddamn manager. To undo what the fuck y'all slow motherfuckers undone. Stupid. Yeah, I said it. The fuck? Dumb assholes. And if you're blocked in this motherfucker, you can skip right past the block and just hit the link. Why eat this other goddamn shrimp? Wait a minute. So anyway. All I'm begging, please, and I am a friend of the female. I'm a strong person. I don't have all them insecurities and all that bullshit, and I ain't got all that going on. So when you motherfuckers take shots at me and say all this kind of shit, whatever, and I don't respond, I know where you are in your head, in your life, all this, that, and third. I know where you are. If I go off, I'm only making it worse. You're probably crying at night. You're putting affirmations all on them little post-it notes and got it posted all over the job. I am worthy and all that bullshit all through the house and shit like that and whatever. You got all that going on. Reading all the self, this, that, and the third books and shit like that you can motherfucking get. Just to try to raise yourself up your self-worth up to a level that may be equivalent or more to your network. I get it. But if you keep on, I'm going to embarrass you. And I keep saying that. Okay? You're going to look stupid. And ain't going to be shit nobody can say. But again, try to spin the proof and the truth. Because you know I will slap you with it. Now, whether you accept it or not, or go into some other kind of fancy land, that's on you. But I don't play all them games. I ain't got time for that. So find something else to motherfucking do. Ain't nobody checking for no basic motherfuckers. A bunch of fucking liars. I ain't got to tell a motherfucking shit about you motherfuckers. Everybody can see. Especially if they wear glasses. Got to say shit. Damn. Move on with your life. God damn. Ooh. Anyway. So I was trying to, trying to figure out this goddamn shit, right? Because this is kind of convoluted. And I don't know why the cockeyed queen give out all that good information and don't follow it. All that shit they was playing that whole that talk about and this, that, and the third, whatever. And she the motherfucker either raised her hand and say I'm a hypocrite, I don't follow my own advice, or whatever. But the child is just too easy. Y'all own words sink y'all. Y'all own action. Ain't nobody got to do shit. But anyway, so I was trying to figure some shit out, right? About this damn money and stuff, whatever. Because I didn't hear it. So I did have to go back and listen. I just listened a few minutes ago. So that girl did say that Trevin was the leader of this money raising situation. Not sure how that tied into whatever Dana was reading, but what I can kind of surmise is so it's the cross-eyed queen trying to cover something up. I don't know what it is. Who cares? So then, because just like that's the same motherfucker that said that I sent Sylvia pictures to send R. Kelly. Huh? And the two pictures I sent, why would R. Kelly want to see them? I mean, just shit like that. But this was what the cross-eyed queen does, right? And then she makes it real convincing. But I get it. So, but when I was looking at it, and so I'm just going, I'm just kind of when you look at the situation, why would Trevin all of a sudden want to be a person that raises money? Be the leader of the raising money. Be the leader of putting it in a bank account and all of that, along with Niecy Mo. And I see the people that was pinning the shit on Trevor. Now, yeah, I said it. Now, don't be no fool. I'm only repeating what you said. Don't take exception to it, because I will hurt your feelings. Okay. So why? So I understand why they would be the 1-2 boom boom to put up. Okay. I'm trying to figure out I haven't heard Trevin ever been one to be, like the one that, hey, we got to do a national record. This wasn't no couple of dollars. This wasn't no, we need $50 to pay to go on the party bus for people to get on the party bus. It's some amounts on that paper, baby. Shit. So I've never heard of Trevin being a person that spearhead no fundraising activities, for that type of fundraising, for motherfucking defense that they got to go into an account. Now they was over there hollering about putting it in a regular account, some Bank of America. Travis said I order account. And when you say that, that's legal shit. Bank of America, anybody can open that up. So I don't know where Trevin would get our order account from. Because here's the thing, right? That language, that's lawyer talk. When a lawyer is talking to like a regular client that comes in, whatever, we explain it that it's going into our trust, and then once it remains in the trust for X amount of days, because like just say for instance when it's dealing with um say for instance, when it's dealing with like workers comp or whatever, okay, I'll just say that part of the law. That part of the law, depending on what state you're in, it could be like you got to stay in that trust account for 30 or 60 days before it can be paid out or whatever, so on and so forth, okay? Because a lot of things have to transpire, clear, this, that, and third, whatever. You got some companies that have a bad track record of clearing checks, things of that nature. There's a lot of things that go on when you're talking about putting stuff in our auto account, right? But we usually don't use that term. Say, put in a trust, or sometimes some lawyers just don't even explain that process to you. They'll tell you, when we get the check, we'll deduct our fees and then we'll call you in and you can come sign for it and get your money. Okay. So, um, anyway, so that was kind of different, like I said. Of course, I don't know. I'm not saying that Trevin couldn't have taken the lead, but Trevin is a more reserved type of person. He's more of a, okay, if someone needs help, then he'll help. Not a person that's spearheading. And again, Trevin don't fuck with the law or lawyers. So that I don't know. I don't know. But I'm kind of I don't know about that story. Um then if Trevin is the spearhead of the motherfucker, whatever, then why he have to go and call and inquire to find out where the money is going and all this, that, and the third? If he the spearhead or whatever, he should already know that information. He the one is the director of the funds. That don't make sense. And this what y'all said. don't make sense to me. Don't make no kind of sense to me at all. I'm just saying. And then they were saying that Trevin had gave the information to Dana because Dana kept saying with a person name, whatever. If he keeps saying a person's name or whatever, that's who brought him back the information. Well, if you can go back to my live, you could see that Dana was clueless as far as what Trevin was talking about. Because Trevin was trying to get it out and Dana was interrupting him. So that's not a normal flow of a conversation that two people that would already have the information about. They would have already been talking about this. Dana would know the motherfucking whatever Trevin's got to say. And you know Dana, if Dana would have already known the information, you know Dana is going to come on here and put a little sauce on it. I'm just keeping it a buck. I'm just keeping it a motherfucking a buck. He gonna come and put a little sauce on what Trevin are, because he already know what Trevin had to say. And Dana would have done the live. He would have had the information. I was live and the information came on through. But if Dana, I mean, this, they're saying that Dana had the information prior to me going live. So Dana would have put it out there. Use your head, people. They ain't that smart. They ain't that clever. I don't give a fuck. Nobody that's okay in those stories, 8 minutes or whatever. No. We done already confirmed you motherfuckers have the propensity to tell lies, some more than others. And at this point, the shit ain't making sense. Now, also with that being said, they were saying, well, it's been said that Sylvia was scamming this money or whatever. Me, and this just me, I have a hard time buying that Sylvia scam money pertaining to R. Kelly. Let me tell you why. She sent too much on his behalf. She's had receipts of her collecting and sending money. And nobody, not per my knowledge, I don't know, have come back and said that they scammed, Sylvia scammed them of her money, of their money. I've never heard that. I've never heard that. Never heard it. By now, somebody been and said something. Cause she done, raise, raise a good considerable amount of money or asked that money to be raised. And we know the attorneys got the money that she sent. So it wasn't no scam that way because they told her to stop sending it. So just keep it 1,000. Keep it honest. Keep it straight up. See, cross-eyed queen, this is all you had to do. Hey, the girl don't have no track record of motherfucking stealing no money. But no, your crazy ass, because you are a systematic, methodical, built-in, brainwashing ass liar, you go and throw it Trevin in and whatever, this and whatever. Y'all find y'all number one boom boom. When I say boom boom, not boom boom, boom boom meaning Trevin and Nisimo boom, throw them in the face of this bullshit and make something up. Nah, I ain't never heard Sylvia somebody coming back and with receipts to show that she scammed some money with regards to some, some R kept. If she knew that some of the money was supposed to go to, with the investigations and stuff like that, I don't look at that as a scam. It ain't like she's getting a part of it or she's getting, and I mean, and that's not a scam depending on how you look at it because, investigations and shit like that has to be paid. There's a bill there. I mean, this shit ain't free. If somebody's saying, Sylvia ain't sending them their money back or whatever, I've never heard that. I'm just keeping it honest. Never heard it. Oh, let me speak to some of y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I started talking. Trying to people gets me to cussing and all of that, and I be forgetting. Hey, Sonya Davis. Hey, Shawty. Hey, Miss Lady T. Hey, Skylight. Hey, Crony. Did I say Sandra Love? Yeah. Oh, hey, Sandra Love. Hey, Dolores. Hey, Courtney Love. Hey, Mo. Lord, Mo, girl. This is. I've been on one. Hey, Passionate Fine. Um. Hey, DBY. Hey, Traven. No problem. Hey, I speak when need to. Hey, Miss June. Hey, Cookie. Hey, Open. Hey, 312. Who else? Who else we got going on in there? 312. But 312, but I'm just saying, I ain't never heard nobody say, you know,
Angie,
what's going on, Sky? What's going on, Skylight?
what you doing? Look, I had to come on here real quick because let me turn this off. It might be. I wanted to tell you, and I'm so proud of you because I missed that live, but you got that old greasy face, orangutan. Oh, I can't stand that old mealy mouth motherfucker. And you checked his ass. You ain't let him slide. See, most people be letting that motherfucker slide. You knew he was talking about you, the federal cocksucker, and you checked his ass. And I had to sit up there and laugh when she was like, you was like, yeah, people didn't want me to let you up on the channel, and I was one of them. Okay, I used to be like, oh, she know I don't like this motherfucker, and she let
Girl,
him
let
up
me
on the
tell
live.
you. Let me tell you, child. It was a miscommunication because when I was used to say I was defending letting him up, child, I had to just tell the people that is labeled as the snake squad. They thought I was talking about them. I like, child, it's a whole bunch of motherfuckers didn't want Debo up here before y'all had even said any goddamn thing. Y'all ain't really said nothing to me about not wanting him up here because I mean, I'm gonna do what I want to do. But
There you
I had
go.
a whole bunch of complaints way before.
There you go. It's nothing I can say. But guess what? When he was up on the live,
Yeah.
trust me, I'm sitting like this. That motherfucker better not say my name. I'm sitting there like talking to you. You know, we will both be up there. I'm like, I ain't getting down. He's not gonna run me off the channel. I'm sitting for just sit here. And that's what it was. I mean, you can't tell nobody who to have on their channel, but that's how it go. You know, you get up there and if you don't
Wow.
like the person, you hop your ass off.
But yeah, but I mean, it was just crazy to me for that motherfucker to take an opportunity to say all kind of crazy shit about me and JoJo and like, motherfucker, what
You
is you
was the
talking
main
about?
one
I ain't did
supporting
shit to
him.
your motherfucking ass.
You had his
Thank
back when
you.
nobody had his back. Okay?
And you gonna
So,
talk that motherfucking shit? Oh, nigga, please, baby, it's up and it's stuck. You
yep,
talking about an enemy?
yep,
Oh, bitch, please, I don't play that.
yep.
Don't ever, goddamn, we be cool and this, that, and the third, and whatever. And then for no motherfucking reason, and I done went to bat for your motherfucking ass.
No
You done
reason.
sat up there and yeah, cause you in your feelings, but I don't even know what nigga gonna tell me something. I can't talk to him like a woman. Nigga, you can't tell me what the fuck you got a problem with me about. Then
That
shit
part.
to you.
Me neither.
And
Because
then
that's
that
why
old
you
motherfucker over
say,
there talking
no, I'm sorry.
about Levi, talking about trying to say that I had something to do with him going to jail or saying, hey, let me tell you something. Levi is straight up, and he already knew how I felt. I ain't like the bullshit that was going on with him with Debo.
Mm-hmm.
Levi said, he said, Ms. Walker, I know you don't like, this shit, with Debo or whatever. I said, he said, and whatever. But he can tell you, I ain't never said, yeah, well, Levi, this, that, and the third, or you ever get him or whatever. And my famous words be, well, I ain't got nothing to do with it, whatever. I ain't even said that. Cause
Right.
Levi already knew I felt some kind of motherfucking way about it.
But see, that's the thing that I can't stand, Angie. People like, I still don't know why he wanted to strike it up with me. I still don't know why we fell out. Okay. But the thing is, it is what it is, and I'm okay with it. But don't sit up
Yeah,
there and act like you're gonna talk behind my back and I'm not. Somebody's gonna tell me. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time,
exactly.
I noticed, like when he was over there on Meth Mouth channel, he mentioned Levi, me, and you. So if he
Yeah,
must got a problem with me talking to Levi. But my thing is this: for everybody who got a problem with me talking to Levi, come up here and check him. He be on this channel all the time. He comes on my channel every now and then. Check him. You want me to be your spokesperson to check Levi? Because I
and
don't get
carry on they motherfucking madness. I ain't got
yes
nothing to do with that.
nothing.
Listen, I'm not unstable. I can't be mad, keep going back and forth with a motherfucker for 5 and 10 years and shit. That means you crazy. I don't give a
Yep.
damn what it's about. You either
We ain't
beat
got
their
nothing
ass,
to do
they
with
beat your ass, you cuss them out about 4 or 5 times, but that be it. Shit, kiss my ass. Ain't nobody finna troll a bitch until they goddamn die and shit to be mad. You
no.
crazy.
And then want you to come to their rescue and they barely loyal to you and barely got your back. I'm just
Thank you.
I'm sick
And,
of it. But
check
that,
this out. I don't know you motherfuckers.
yeah, we see them. And I'm just sitting there because I'm like, I've been watching, I've been paying attention. I've been because promise, you know what I'm saying? I'm like you call it profiling, I'm watching. I'm watching. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you motherfuckers.
I'm watching and listening. Okay. So I'm just like seeing people go to different channels saying different things and what. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. But my thing is this: whoever it is, come up on the channel and check them yourself. I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? You mad
Yeah.
because the person that said something about you when I talk to them, but like I said before, you up there talking to people I don't like, and I let it
Thank
be
you.
known. You know what I'm saying? But hey,
And I
whatever.
don't give a fuck.
Two dams. So I'm not
Yeah.
gonna be.
You
I'm
can talk
headed
to
to the
hell.
I'm headed to the doctors, but y'all probably still be on. I'm gonna come back when I get out of there. But hey, Chad,
Okay.
I ain't get a chance to say hi. All right, Angie,
All right, honey.
take care.
All right, Punkin, anytime. Yeah, hey, my friend. Hey, Sovereign. But yeah, that's just crazy as hell. That control shit y'all got, somebody gonna fuck one of y'all up. That's why you got service dogs and shit like that, because somebody gonna fuck one of y'all up in the real motherfucking world. Straight up. You can't tell nobody, motherfucker. I mean, huh? The fuck I look like? Ain't nobody invested in no shit like that. Ain't nobody invested in no YouTube motherfucking friends and shit. Unless y'all motherfuckers now form some shit that's and I'm not saying that just because you meet on YouTube and whatever you can't form. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're talking about me being invested in motherfuckers I don't even talk to offline. Motherfuckers I barely know exist. Motherfuckers that don't have a have never given me a piece of good advice ever. So I have no value in your ass. Got nothing to do with that. Are you fucking kidding me? Levi was straight with me. He told me, hey, Miss Walker, I know you don't like it. I know how you feel about Debo. That's what he said. That's what he said. And this motherfucker roaming around this motherfucker talking about he'll slap the shit out of me and JoJo. Are you crazy? Mm-mm. Nah, baby. That level of betrayal, you only get that once. And you be done with me. Mm-mm. Your ass motherfucking acting like you got a motherfucking death wish any motherfucking way. Up there talking crazy to them motherfucking cops. Yo, stupid ass. Your ass out of here. Mm-mm. Okay. Try to have no intelligent conversation now. No. Keep on having a dumb conversation wherever you are. Do that. Come fucking with me. When I be done, hell no. Some of you motherfuckers just lost. And I profile that motherfucker. I say it. And I definitely know I said it offline to somebody. I said that motherfucker going when that motherfucker get the all clear from the popo that he can be out here on these goddamn streets. He gonna act like he ain't nothing. He ain't done shit. It wasn't him. It this you know. He don't know what I'm talking about, Miss Walker. Miss Walker. I don't know what you're talking about. Miss Walker, my ass. Ain't no more soft titty for your ass, nigga. You got brick titty over here. Lord knows I don't say them type of words. Ooh. I can't. No 3-1. That's why because nobody can't tell me. I have to do it, go through it myself or whatever. And I ain't on no campaign to say no bad shit about him, whatever. But I'm just talking about the nerve of his ass yesterday. Just the nerve. You fucking crazy. I ain't finna group up with your enemies and shit. None of that. Nigga, that's some fuck shit you did. Hold on, let me see what this is. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Um, I had a stroke, so hold on. I just had a question. Um, do you think after all of this, do you think they had the lawyers and all this stuff, they would have nobody else in in the case and everything? Maybe if it was a new jury and all of that stuff would be different.
If
You
they
know what I
have a
mean?
Yeah, what you mean? Like if they didn't have, what you mean? Like if they did the case over with a new jury, would it be different?
Yes, with nobody else keeping um, us giving advice and stuff with the lawyers and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
I think, yeah, I think maybe the defense would have probably been a little more rigorous. Okay. But I don't think
Mhm.
that the results would have been any different. I mean, maybe, some because of the charges and the because of the ease to prove the elements. So that's what you have to look at. You can't just
Uh-huh.
look at, okay, well, we don't believe this story, we don't believe this story, whatever. The prosecution, they will tell you this. We only have to prove this, this, and this. That's it. We ain't
Uh-huh.
got to prove what you think. We ain't got to prove what you think the version of the story is. We just got to prove that he went over across state lines. The person was allegedly under the age of 18, and he could expose somebody to herpes. That's all we got to prove.
And he coerced and enticed.
Yeah, based
Okay.
on just based on yeah, based
Hold
upon
on.
the uh
Hold on, Miss Walker. Hold on. Listen now, you don't leave that out now. And he coerced and enticed.
right.
But we have read text messages
Oh
confirm.
God.
Come on now. Hold on. To coerce and entice, we've read text messages showing at least one parent, if not two, was the one doing the coercing and enticing when Jane Doe number five. And I'm sorry, young lady, I don't know who this is. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm not impolite like that. As a matter of
It's
fact,
Sandra Love.
say it again.
Sandra Love.
What did she say?
Sandra
Sandra
Love.
Love.
How you doing? Um,
Hi.
hi there, darling. What we have as proof is when a young lady said to her mom, "Why did you tell him I would meet him at a hotel? You should have said that we know music studio. You have is a music studio we can meet at." But the hotel meeting still went down because there was some coercing of this minor child, 17, and there was some enticement done by the parent or parents, convincing her, "You go meet this man, and whatever goes down, goes down." Now, what do I mean by that? Whatever he wants, you give it to him. Let me prove it. Anybody that's a man listening to me, not female, but male, we have sons, those who have sons, right? If your son's coach expressed to you, thinking that he's talking to your son, that he's interested in sex, and you say to your son, even though the coach thinks he's talking to your son, he's talking to you, and he expressed that, which we don't have those text messages or conversation. Let's say text messages. We don't have that. For her to say, "Girl, he's trying to fuck," that means there's some correspondence there where he's saying, "I'm trying to fuck." But you say to your male son, "Man, boy, this coach, this nigga's trying to fuck you." What father would send that male son to go to a hotel with that coach when the coach has already expressed he's trying to have sex with that boy? 99.9% of fathers would never imagine it. So when I say once he expressed he was interested in sex and you send your daughter there, there you have your coercing and enticing. You are the one who is committing the coercing and enticing. So when they charge R. Kelly for that, and you have text messages to prove uh, the opposite, that tells you that those attorneys were too busy on social media dealing with terrorists and interacting with terrorists
No,
that they didn't even. Oh yes, it does, because Miss Bonjean herself.
Oh my gosh. Listen here, I'm so confused. I just went in the restroom, y'all. And I put the soap back where the rag go and the rag back where the soap go. After that goddamn Levi. Lord help me, Jesus. Levi. I just said it's the elements. Okay? The coercion, this is what they had to prove. They ain't had to prove nothing about what no parents did. It had nothing to do with them. They had to prove that he was allegedly on the phone. That's the facilitator.
With who?
Okay. The phone is the facilitator. I don't
Who
want
was
them
he on the
answers.
phone with? Who was he on the phone with?
They were talking about when he was on the phone with the girl.
How about? Wait a minute. Hold on. Who laid the foundation? Who was he initially
That
on the
ain't got
phone with?
nothing to do with it. I just said
Oh, okay,
no,
okay.
no, 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 no. We're talking about what the prosecutors have to prove. The elements. You cannot get around. That is the nexus of getting a conviction or finding somebody not guilty. That's it. Got to be. It's there. It got to be there. So it ain't got nothing to do with what the parents did and didn't do. And no, 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 no. They said he was on the phone with somebody who was allegedly up under the age, and he whatever conversation he had caused her to go across state line, and subsequently this, that, and the third happened. That's all
You
they had to
you
prove.
you are totally mischaracterizing what actually took place. For one,
Oh my God! I
wait a
listen.
minute.
I did not. Wait a minute. You're not listening. You don't listen. You do not listen. I'm not talking about what you think happened. I'm not talking about what happened in them text messages. I'm telling you what they have to prove. What they have to prove. Get it in your head. That's what they have to prove. That's what the judge tells the jury. This is what they have to prove. And if you find that they've proven that, you must find this defendant guilty. It ain't that complicated.
However,
I'm talking
when
about no story. I'm not talking about what you think happened with I'm not talking about that shit. I'm telling you what they have to prove. That's when you confuse the people.
young lady, let me explain this to you in front of Ms. Walker so you will have a full picture. If I say to Ms. Walker around Christmas time, Ms. Walker, I'm going to send you some Christmas cards, but I got somebody where she's at that's gonna basically walk in her place and get those cards. Because in that box, they're not Christmas cards, it's cocaine. So I say to Ms. Walker, I'm gonna send you some Christmas cards via FedEx, and I send them to her. I just sent narcotics across state lines to Ms. Walker. But Ms. Walker's under the impression that I've sent Christmas cards. Well, a 17-year-old went across state lines to meet my cousin. But the sender of the 17-year-old gave him the impression that she was 18. You follow me? So
Yeah.
it was the sender who deceived what they were sending, which was their daughter. The same way I deceived Miss Walker. Well, I'm sending her what she thinks is Christmas cards. I'm sending her cocaine. So Robert thought it was an 18-year-old being transported, but she was really 17, which makes it illegal. So now Ms. Walker, when the person is charged with receiving cocaine and they don't have adequate legal representation to explain to the jury, hold on, so let's stop right here. The defendant thought he was receiving Christmas cards. The defendant, Ms. Walker, thought she was receiving Christmas cards, but she was actually receiving cocaine because she was deceived. If the jury is not privy to that information, why sure they're going to think that Ms. Walker was intentionally receiving cocaine. But Ms. Walker and certain others don't want to talk about that because that is a crucial area. It's a very crucial area.
Are
And Ms.
you
Walker,
serious? No,
what I
I
just
talk
described,
about it
yeah,
all the time.
but you just said
I
it doesn't make
talk
a
about
difference to you.
I didn't say it don't make a difference to me. It
You
don't
just
make a
said it.
difference in the law. I said it don't make a
What?
difference to the law. What are you
Wait a
talking
minute.
about?
It's Miss Walker. It's not about what makes a difference to the law. The prosecutors in the law can charge a person whatever, but what determines one's fate is what makes a difference to the jury. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that?
A little bit. Because listen, but listen, this is where we have a problem. You can't tell me I'm wrong when you don't understand the law. It's simple. You can't get it. Apparently you can't get it. Because we don't went over this I don't know how long. It ain't got nothing to do with all that extra shit you're talking about. That has nothing to do with a conviction. That has something to do with more of reasonable doubt. And the shit you're talking about, it ain't gonna be allowed because just because of the simple application of the law.
Absolutely not true.
No, you are wrong. I done showed you on Nicole Blank Becker. Is that if somebody, it don't matter if he thought if he thought she was 35, if she was under 18, it's on him. I done showed you that.
And I'm telling you, listen, Miss Walker, you just said it to the young lady when y'all started.
What you said?
Listen,
You have.
when
Let me
you
ask you this.
when you
Hold on. When you tell me I'm wrong, you're gonna have to counter me in black and white. Do you have the law in black and white to support what you're saying?
I
Do you
just
have
gave
it?
it to you in black
I
and
do.
white. You just
No.
you just
Show me.
I'm gonna
Show
give it
me.
to you in black
Show
and
me.
white. I'm gonna give it to you in
Show me.
black and white.
Show
You
me. Not
just said
black and white. I told Mal. Not
you
that. No.
listen.
No.
Here's your black and white. You just said, well, what you're talking about, Levi, is possibly reasonable, raises reasonable doubt. Then you said the law is the law. Well, how many defendants have been exonerated based on the presentation of a reasonable doubt being presented? Yes, reasonable doubt. But young lady, I want the young lady to understand this: that
Mhm.
Ms. Walker takes the position. Well, that's water under the bridge. That's no big deal because if you play this tape back when you get off of here later, Ms. Walker just said to you that it's really, this is what she said to you. She said, well, chances are the outcome would have been the same if certain things had been presented. Well, it just don't go like that under our system of jurisprudence in America. It doesn't go like that when it comes to our system. Our system is set up where the prosecutors, the defense, and the judge are supposed to do everything within their power to make sure that the jury or jurors are given as much pertinent information that is admissible. It doesn't go like that when you say, well, I think the outcome would have been the same when there are small, intricate events that occurred that the jury was not privy to. You can't think. You can't be a true proponent of
You mean
justice
you
in
can't think?
America.
Dude, how can I? And I'm
Listen,
sorry.
you
I have
cannot.
been very accurate. Hold on, I've been very accurate. How the hell I'm supposed to know? You cannot. I cannot know what I haven't not without having a record. What's all there in discovery? But here's the thing, right? It doesn't matter about what you're talking about because admissible evidence would be admitted, inadmissible evidence would not be admitted. So it doesn't matter. And what you're talking about is inadmissible. So we didn't even hear it. We don't
It's not
went through
true.
Okay.
this.
You just made another inaccurate statement. You
You
just made
are.
another
Oh
inaccurate
my
state. She just
God.
made another
You I
inaccurate
no
statement,
wait,
Miss
wait, wait.
Miss
No,
Lady. You made another. She just
I
listen.
no, I did not. Show me where I'm inaccurate. Show me. Show me. Break
You're
down who
inaccurate because you
what
just
you
told
told
this. You just told. Go ahead, young
Hello.
lady.
this is the
Okay.
problem when you don't
Yeah, you were gonna say
understand
something.
the law. And that there's no
Yeah.
way, there's nothing I can do with this. Because he don't understand law. And when I say that I done showed these people where the brothers Johnsons tried to get them text messages in. They
Um.
tried.
Absolutely not true.
Yes, they did. I showed it.
Absolutely not true. Absolutely, we gonna fight over this today. Well, look now,
Okay.
we gonna have a discussion about this. Go ahead, Miss Lady. Were you gonna say something, Miss Lady?
Yes. Um, I told you before I had a stroke, and um, it's hard, and I don't know if he knows that I can't read anymore, and I'm just wondering, how's his reading and his hurt. I mean his health right now.
Oh, with Robert.
Yes.
You talking about with Robert? Yeah, let me tell you. So what's so funny is that's funny you mentioned that. But to answer your question, um, his health is improving as best it
Mhm.
can. But as far as the reading, um, uh, that's funny you mentioned it. I was just
Mhm.
laughing yesterday because when I spoke with him, I said to him, I said, make sure you read what I sent. And he said,
Mhm.
okay. 2 or 3 minutes later, I said, make sure you read it very carefully.
Mhm.
And he said to me, he said, look, nigga, I, I
Mhm.
have trouble reading. I can, bear,
Yeah.
I can barely read, nigga. So I got to read it carefully. And we both busted out laughing. But to answer your question, he has people in there, at least two, who read for him and comprehend the things that are being sent. But as far as his health is concerned, thanks for asking. That is
Mhm.
that is what is paramount. That's what's most important. And it's improving, but it's not like when we were 21, 22 years old. As you get older, it takes time to recover from certain things and to bounce back. So to answer your question, he's doing as well as to be expected, as well as to be expected. Um, but to Miss Walker, let me quit raising my voice because you can understand me better when I don't.
You
Um,
can. You can. I'm back.
Here's the
I
deal.
done went through this. I done went through this.
I'm,
I done
I'm
showed it.
leaving.
I done
Okay.
seen, huh?
I'm
I'm
leaving.
sorry,
Okay.
dear.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Miss Sandra.
Bye
You're
bye.
welcome,
I
darling.
showed this, and also Sylvia also showed this as well. I done went through and showed it, and I showed what a judge answered, whatever they did, and I'm gonna put just one of the pages on the screen to show you that those attorneys they did address those text messages, and there you go, right there.
Please, please, please. Okay, read it, please. I can't see the screen.
So it's 1,000. I don't know why you
And a
keep missing
thousand
it.
times,
I
listen, and I ain't missing it. I know that I'm offering
you
clarity. And you can throw it. Listen, Ms. Wall, you show it 1,000 more times, and I'm gonna challenge it 1,000 times because I'm offering clarity to the people
But
because
don't
you
tell me
speak.
don't tell me I
I
didn't.
speak in
Don't tell.
generalities.
Okay, but you can't tell me what I didn't do, and I did it. And
You
I had people in the chat. The last
what?
time I told you, I brought this up, and I found out where they did try to get the text messages in, certain text messages in, and the people in chat said yes, she did, and even Sylvia did it too.
That don't mean nothing what those people say. What I'm saying to you is that you speak emphatically. And if you read it right now, I'll show the people
Yeah.
where Ms. Walker has given them the impression that it is emphatic, like this is what it is. But go ahead, Ms. Walker. If you could please read that part.
Listen, you know why? Because it has already happened. I'm not giving them something. And here's the
Uh,
thing. I give you so hold on. I tell you what's going to happen. And 9 out of 10 times, or 9.5 out of 10 times, it happens just that way. So I can speak emphatically about it because it has already happened. Well, you can't.
if
If
you
you can't,
don't
well, I don't.
put,
It don't matter. What are you talking about? It has already occurred. You can't
if a
rewrite
person
history.
doesn't put, if a person doesn't put oil in their car, yes, you can tell them what's going to happen. Your car is going to break down and you're going to blow your motor. You're going to blow your motor. That's not what we're discussing. Yes, you have caught it because the person didn't put the oil in. in the car. What I'm saying is, let's talk about why it broke down and why the car stopped, and the fact that all was. I'm giving you an analogy. What I'm saying to you is this:
But don't
this
tell
is
me
a
what I
crucial
need to
area when
do.
we talk about
I
those
ain't got
text
nothing to do
messages.
with. Listen,
You get
all of that is fine. Don't tell me
this
what
is what
I
you.
did not
This is
do, and don't tell me what I am doing when I know what I am
the
doing.
text
You don't know what you're
messages.
talking about. That's it.
I'm telling you. Okay,
It says it right here.
okay. Let's deal with the
Certain
paperwork. Can you please
let's
read that
read it.
part that you put up there?
Yes, I done read this and up three, I think two or three other things that address these text messages and other places that I found digging through the paperwork. But this is one that I just remember to go where to go to. Certain text messages by Jane Doe number 5 and relating to Jane Doe number 5 should be admitted. The defendant summarily asserts that from a plain reading of the text messages the government seeks to admit, the messages would open the door to the very same evidence that the government is attempting to preclude, and asks that the court allow the defense latitude in cross examination to explore the many topics included in the text messages, such as sexual behavior, psychological issues, and certain actions of witnesses' parents. In so saying, the government assumes that the defendant is referring to the text messages between Jane Doe number 5 and Jane Doe number 5's mother, and not other text messages the government seeks to admit. Even if so, the defendant has not explained and cannot explain how those text messages open any door to cross examination. Rather, the text messages show only that Jane Doe number 5 recounted to her mother nearly in real time statements of the defendant, as Jane Doe number 5 will testify. They did
Oh my, that was so
try.
telling.
They did try.
If you could, okay, if you can go back 2 lines, just 2 lines, them last 2 lines you read, just the 2 lines.
Even if so, the defendant has not explained and cannot explain how those text messages open any door to cross examination. Rather, the text messages show only that Jane Doe number 5 recounted to her mother nearly in real time statements of the defendant, as Jane Doe number 5 will testify. Now, what do you think it means? And I'm going to tell you what it means.
Okay, I'm gonna tell. I know exactly what it means.
No,
The
you don't.
judge is
Go
saying
ahead.
from what the
I know what
defense has.
you're
Nah, she didn't say I don't know what it means, and I done read it 1,000 times. I got the whole damn. Listen,
saying. You apparently you
what the
don't.
what the judge. Listen, people. What the judge just said was, according to what the defense has presented, and according to what this court has observed, the defense, if these text messages were read, all I understand from the defense is that it's only going to display and recount what Jane Doe number 5 was telling the mother what the defendant was saying. Listen, y'all, listen very closely because you take Miss Walker's credentials and you tend to try to supersede Levi's intelligence based on Miss Walker's credentials because this is what black people do. And I'm telling you what she just read validates and confirms my point. The judge did not say that the defense is arguing that it was not Jane Doe number 5 speaking to the defendant, it was her mother. The judge said, according to the way the defense have what they presented, is only going to recount what Jane Doe number 5 said to her mother, relaying what the defendant said to her. When the truth of the goddamn matter is that the crucial point and time and event that would have shedded a better, brighter light on this was that it is not about Jane Doe number 5 confirming what she said to the mother that was making the mother the third party of what the defendant said to her. No, it is about what the mother and the defendant were exchanging text messages about and making Jane Doe number 5 the third party, which we read where the mother was telling her what Robert was saying. Y'all better wake the hell up. Now, what I just said is 1,000% factual. And I'm not blaming Judge Ann Donnelly. And I'm not blaming the prosecutors. I'm blaming that inadequate jackleg attorney and attorneys who, once again, it confirms that they did not even know that the mother was the one relaying the messages to the daughter from Robert because they were so busy on social media interacting and co-oping and colluding with goddamn terrorists. So Miss Bonjean in her writing said, well, the text messages were there, but they made little use of it. Meaning what? They didn't even know. They didn't even know. They didn't even sit down and read those text messages and decipher and discern what really took place. Now, Miss Walker, everything I said when y'all play this video back is absolutely accurate. And Ms. Walker just read what the judge ruled and what she said. And she said, in addition to that, the defendant, which means the attorneys, have not adequately explained a man's life is on the line. And the judge herself is saying when it comes to these text messages, they have not really adequately explained shit. While Robert sat there facing life in goddamn prison. Now you're telling me that if they knew and if they had done their research and due diligence when they read those text messages and saw that it was the mother, the one talking to the daughter saying, this is what the defendant, this is what R. Kelly just said to me, that they wouldn't have prepared that motion and put that in there. They did not do it because they did not know, because they were inadequate, sleeping on the job, really not giving a damn. One attorney comes in 6 weeks before the trial. And for what I was told, 2 of those weeks he took a vacation. Come on, man. People quit disagreeing with truth because you dislike Levi. I just stated the truth and the facts using the document that Ms. Walker just put up there, confirming that what I said was true. Ms. Walker could never show where the judge said, well, even though these text messages confirm that Jane Doe number 5's mother was the one texting and defendant, she was the one setting up the meetings. She was the conduit or the mediator or go-between, and the defendant was under the impression that he was talking to Jane Doe number 5, who was 18, but he was talking to the adult grown-ass mother. Even though that has been presented by the defendant's defense or the defendant, I'm still going to say I don't want these text messages, the jury to be privy to that information. You'll never find that because they never one time explained to the court's people that it was the mother of Jane Doe number 5 coercing, enticing, and the one who was basically setting it up. She was the goddamn plug, people. She was the plug. And once Jane Doe number 5 got with my cousin, she ran out on the plug. And that should have been explained and articulated in court. And Robert would have had a hell of a chance of reasonable doubt where at least one of those jurors would have said, hold on, we didn't see this on Lifetime. Now, Miss Walker, where did I lie or where am I inaccurate?
Oh, God, Jesus,
Let
I
me
done went through
come
this
out from this.
1,000 times.
You
I
shut
got
up
to be,
and let
I
me be
got
quiet.
to be being punked. I got to be being punked.
Did I lie?
I got to be being punked. I went over, I don't know how many times, while all of that wasn't even admissible. But listen, y'all,
You
so let me go through. Let me finish? Let me finish because you're going to have to listen. You're going to have to get this. I don't know when you're going to get it. Maybe one day when we sitting, I don't know what to tell you at this point because I'm this is ridiculous at this point. God dang. Now, for one, this is the state's response. This is not the judge. This is, but I've read the judge's response as well to this whole thread of about these text messages, right? This is the state's response to the defense trying to address those text messages, trying to get them in. Okay, I'm going to give you the legal. I don't know what the fuck Levi's talking about. And here again, but let me get to the end. Let me address the end first. All of that about knowing about the mother and this, that, and the third, and whatever, that wasn't admissible. Okay, we already been through that. Why it wasn't? So it wasn't even played in court. So they wouldn't have known. Okay, evidence like that, one would only serve to confuse the jury. That's number one. Number two, it's not relevant, relatable, or reliable. Has nothing to do with the facts as it relates to the charges in the case. I'm not talking about the facts in the case. I'm not talking about what you would think the facts are. If we were talking about what you think the facts are, that would mean everything that happened since they've been together. I'm not talking about that. When I say the facts as it relates to the case and the charges, that's what I'm talking about. Not the facts overall. Levi think he can deal with the facts overall. No. Talking about what's relevant, relatable, and reliable. The facts that's dealing with the charges in the case. Okay. Let me tell you what this means. This is legal jargon in this document. Okay. Because they don't think that there are non legal beings trying to break it down or understand it. I'll understand it like y'all. Okay. And break it down and get it to where y'all can understand. So they're not going to put in words that lay on layman's term, right? They're talking to each other. Okay. They're talking to the judge and the other side. They say, even so, the defendant has not explained and cannot explain how those text messages open any door to cross examination, which means that those text messages cannot raise a particular topic or subject that opens the door for them, that like the prosecutor is not going to come up based on those text messages, is not going to speak on something which will allow the defense to come through the door and speak on that same thing, and that would be used as a line of questioning built for their defense, the defense
But
of their
just,
client,
I'm
right?
sorry, but
Can
you
I
did it
finish?
again. You did it
Can I
again.
finish?
You did it again. You just
What
read
are
it
you
to the
talking about?
people.
Even finish?
You read
I
it to the
haven't
people.
finished.
Then you interpret. You just see. It said, "Listen,
I
y'all.
interpreted.
It's what you
Excuse
just
me. Then
read.
you just
It's even
hold
though
on.
the
Then you
defense.
just interpreted. Then you just interpreted
No,
it
I
wrong.
no, no, I did not. No, I did not. No,
You
I did
didn't
not.
interpret it.
You just said to the people, when you read it, it says, even though the defense has not explained, this is what I'm telling y'all. It didn't say either way the text messages cannot be admitted. It says, even though
Oh
the
my
defense has not explained how this could fit under cross examination. That's what she just read.
Levi. Can
They
you
have not explained
Levi?
it.
Levi.
I'll be quiet.
I
I'll
just
be quiet.
said, Levi, let me finish. I just said,
Yes, ma'am.
not talking. And see, this is where is this going to sound condescending? They're not talking for you to understand. I'm just translating it. I'm telling you what they're saying legally.
You hear that, JoJo? They're not talking for me to understand, meaning they're just higher above our thinking. I'm sorry, Miss Walker, go ahead. But JoJo understands
Well,
this right here now. What you
if
just
they talking to you, would they use the term like open the door? No, you don't know that exactly what that means.
I know exactly what it means. I'm not
You
listen.
don't. No,
I'm
you
not a late.
don't. Not the full thing. No, you don't.
Miss
Let me
Walker,
finish what I was saying.
I'm sorry. Be quiet. Let me be
You
quiet.
just
Okay, I'm
tried
sorry.
to interpret it, and you're
So,
wrong. They're not talking about what you're
but
talking
go
about.
ahead.
They're not talking about that the attorneys didn't explain why, why they should use this or whatever. What they're saying is that these text messages will not open the door to any cross-examination, because they're not going to ask a question that would allow them to open the door to have a cross-examination that would be relevant, reliable, and relatable to the elements in the goddamn indictment. That is what they're talking about.
They didn't say that though. They said even though the defense
Oh my
has
God,
not
I didn't.
explained.
Oh my God. Did anybody just hear me say they're not going to put the language in here that will refer, that will have it
Oh,
plain language for a layman?
oh,
I just said they're talking to each other. They're not
okay.
talking to you. They ain't talking to your
Wow,
ass.
wow,
They're not talking
wow.
to you.
Well, I'm talking to them. Go ahead, Ms. Walker.
That's what I'm trying to say. They're not saying. I'm trying to break it down. They're not talking
Oh
to
yeah, they're
you.
so far above me.
Yes. Well,
You guys
especially
are
because you
way
ain't
above.
getting it. You ain't getting it. And I don't went
How
over this
dare
stuff.
we address it? Right.
Listen,
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna say, yes, please uninterrupted, because you gonna have them just as confused as you. Because I don't went over this again. I'm gonna break it down.
Well, I've never. I can't believe I has talked.
You were never then.
Go ahead.
Even if so, the defendant has not explained or cannot explain. So that's dealing with. Let me tell you, we're dealing with the federal rules of evidence. Okay, that's not plainly written there, but this is what they're saying. So 401, 42, 43, somewhere up in there. Okay, we're talking about admissibility. We're talking about them asking questions, because there's nothing in those text messages. That's what they're saying. I'm not saying whatever. There's nothing in those text messages that's going to give the prosecutors a line of question where the defense would then open the door to a cross examination, which would make those text messages that they're talking about, that they're seeking to admit, relevant, relatable, or reliable. So they're saying it shouldn't be admitted. This is dealing with, see what it says? Certain text messages by J number 5 relating to J number 5 should be admitted. So we're talking about admissibility here. So when we're talking about admissibility, this is what they're saying without actually saying it. Okay? Because they're not talking to you. They talking to each other. Okay? So now I'm going to give you the A, B, C, D form. They talking to each other. Okay? They say rather the text messages show only that Jane Doe number 5 recounted to her mother nearly in real-time statements of the defendant, as Jane Doe number 5 would testify. Meaning, the text messages, they purport that the text messages only show that Jane Doe number 5 told her mama what was going on every step of the way.
Is that true? Is that
Hold
true?
on.
Yes or no? Is that true?
Can
Yes or
I
no?
finish?
Is it
Can
true?
I finish?
Yes, ma'am.
No, she ain't telling every step of the goddamn way. The text message has been there, be goddamn 10 years long. No, let
No,
me finish
no,
what I'm
no. You try.
saying.
You deflecting. You're deflecting. You're deflecting. You're
I'm
deflecting.
not deflecting. I'm trying to finish.
Walker, I have to stop you here because you're doing it
No, you
again.
do,
You all
because
you do.
you
You
don't
funny.
get it.
How y'all
They
talk?
not
How y'all
talking to
talk?
you. They are talking to me.
If you're not,
They're not talking to you.
they said
They
what you just read. You
God
said they
damn it.
just said it's a one-way conversation between the daughter speaking to the mother, relaying what Robert was saying. Now, I asked you a question. They just
It ain't say
confirmed
what
from
Robert
their
was
vantage
saying.
point.
They didn't say
Well,
what
the text
Robert
messages
was
only show a
saying.
one-way street, and
They
that is
ain't saying what Robert was saying. They ain't saying
they
Leroy,
said
be
from
quiet.
relaying from
That's
the
why you
daughter
don't
of
get
the
it.
mother.
We ain't having this conversation no more because
Let me
you don't
be quiet.
get it. Just
Let me be
know
quiet.
they ain't talking to you. Just know that. They talking to me. Damn. They say rather the text messages show only that Jane Doe number 5 recounted to her mother nearly in real-time statements of the defendant as Jane Doe number 5 would testify. Meaning it it's more there. It's more there. We did read it was more there. More than what the what the defendant was saying. Okay? They're only talking about what the defendant said because that is the part that's relevant in this particular situation. And she's going to testify as far as the relevancy of whatever she said on the stand with regards to what the defendant said. That's it. That little pair and see that little pair, and you should know they ain't talking to y'all because that little paragraph is a microcosm of what we know was her testimony, the text messages, and all of that. They're not talking to y'all. They're talking amongst
Wow.
themselves. So they're leaving a lot out because they don't have to break it down to each other like that. They already know that they're talking about what's admissible. Well, what would be admissible? What's really relevant, relatable, and
Were they,
reliable? Okay. Based on what?
were they addressing the entire?
Huh?
Were they addressing the? Were they addressing in what you just read? Were they addressing the entire text messages?
They said certain text
And
messages by Jane Doe number 5. So the
they said, "Wait, hold
ones,
on.
hold on. So whatever the defense tried to get in, that's what they are responding to in this paper.
Okay." And if you could, for the benefit of your audience, start at the top and read it again.
It's for the benefit of you because we done already went through this several times with the other paperwork.
I'm trying to show y'all the
Because
sleight of hand tricks.
you act like this is foreign to you.
This is a sleight of hand trick you just used, and I'm trying to
This
show
ain't no
y'all
sleight of hand trick.
these attorneys are musicians. What are not musicians? But they are magicians. And I being a damn near magician myself, I could walk up and show y'all how they made the car disappear, how they cut the woman in half, and I'm trying to show it to y'all because I know these attorneys are magicians, man. Now, please, for the benefit of your audience, Larry, can you read it again, please, man?
Uh, Lord, look
Count,
at
count,
where's all the
count,
weed? Where's all the weed smokers? Y'all, please give me all the weed. Give me all the weed.
counselor, can you read it again, please?
Give me all the weed. I don't want none of that alcohol. That don't taste good. uh, okay. It says the defendant summarily asserts that from a plain reading of the text messages, and keep in mind that is in quotes, the
Oh,
government seeks to admit, okay, the messages would open the door to the very same evidence that the government is attempting to preclude, meaning not exclude, because if it's excluding the evidence, it's already there. They're trying to get it out. Preclude means they're trying to make sure it never see any daylight, right? And asks that the court allow the defense latitude in cross-examination to explore the many topics included in the text messages, such as sexual behavior, psychological issues, and certain actions of witnesses' parent, which means that the defense recognized that it was something in those text messages that could have possibly played to reasonable doubt, as Levi has asserted, even right here today. So, Actually, he's in lock and step with the brothers Johnsons. Okay, if we breaking it down all the way, because they're talking to each other. They ain't talking to Levi. But on this occasion, Levi is right. How about that, Levi? You're right with the brothers Johnson. The
Yeah.
brothers Johnson saw. No, yeah, thank the brothers Johnson. That's what I'm trying to get you to do. The brothers Johnson
No
saw
way.
that it was not that technical. Oh, whoa, my ass. The brothers Johnson saw in those text messages the same shit you saw, and they wanted to motherfucking use it. They wanted to get
Absolutely
permission.
not.
Yeah, absolutely. I just read it.
Absolutely. No, you just read something that was vague. She said
That
that the
wasn't
action,
bad.
certain action.
It's bad for you because
Hold
they're
on.
not talking to you.
Is okay. Okay.
They ain't talking to you. It's vague to you. I keep trying to tell you. That was only my thing, Lord. I came out here to try to help. I ain't come out here to do it. I know I got them in this shit. But listen, when it was something that, I'm like, I can explain this to him and move the hell on. I ain't never know I was going to go through all this shit. God damn. That shit. Hell, boy, somebody give me the key. I'll let his ass out right now. Like, fuck this shit. Just go home. Shit,
Because
fuck all
you
this.
attorneys are not,
I'm tired.
you, you attorneys are not used to people laypersons challenging you. You taking the
Yes,
same Miss
yes,
Esquire said, when Miss Esquire over there on Team True Coco, when I challenged her, she said, well, I've never, and you've offended me, and she got off the thing. Well, I've never. I'm an attorney. I have the credentials. I don't give a damn. Common sense when it comes to Levi. Hey, if a doctor tell you, look,
baby, she
you
wasn't
got
ready
this
for this
infection,
shit.
take all 60 of these pills. You got an infection. Take 60. Well, you want me to take the whole bottle? Yeah, at one time. Some of you damn take all 60 goddamn because the doctor has a medical degree. I wouldn't give a fuck if you a doctor, the surgeon. You tell me to take 60 goddamn pills at one time. Common sense must kick in. But you say you trying to kill me, doctor? What the fuck you mean? I'm gonna take 60 pills at one time. But a lot of y'all will take them. Well, the doctor said take the 60 pills. So listen, hey, Ms. Walker said expertise what he's about. So he's not talking to Levi. Hey, y'all, Levi, the co-professional. I'm gonna take the 60 pills, and that's the last time Levi will see you ever again. Fucking life. Unless you're resuscitated and your stomach is pumped, I'll never see you again. Don't let Miss Walker, none of these legal professionals fool you into thinking they telling you what it is, and you common sense will tell you what it is. The woman,
Nobody tell you
the
they
government
use
said,
common sense. I'm just simply telling you is that it's not going to be when they're talking to each other. We don't have to put A, B, C, D, E, F, G in there because we ain't talking to nobody but people that understand legal shorthand. We understand what we saying. We ain't got this. We ain't got the. We not. This not being presented to y'all motherfuckers. They talking to each other. So you get to leave shit out. That's like, oh, when I was a dental assistant, right? And you have, you like when you got extractions, you got certain dentists like to use different, different types of tools, right? Some might want to remove,
yes,
like you have some tools that remove like incisors and all that. And you got some that remove molars. You got some dentists that like to use the same one on all teeth. Even though in school they teach you to use this on these teeth and this one on these teeth. But some dentists like they so you have to set their tray up and you got the 45R sitting there. You got the probe, the mouth mirror, the explorer, the cotton swabs. If this the same tray, and I ain't did this in the years, but if this the same setup, You get the shit out the autoclave. I think some shit is disposable now. But y'all get the gist of it if y'all know what I'm talking about. If y'all surgical techs or whatever, it's a kind of the same thing. So, um, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like that, you know. So you don't have to. So and when they tell you what to get, they're gonna talk to you in those numbers. All right. If you charting the teeth, okay. Let me tell you, if you charting the teeth, you're gonna say we got an MOD on tooth number one. That means we got a cavity that's affecting the mesial, occlusal, and the distal surfaces of that tooth number one. And your teeth is you put your teeth is 1 through 16 at the top. It starts from the right. The molar in the back, that's number one, all the way over to the 16. That's on to the left side. Then you go to the bottom. That's where 17 all over to the right side. That's 32. So when somebody take the dentist take the chart the teeth, that is what you're doing. You got an MOD on chart on tooth number one. You got a OF on tooth number two. It's like that. It's on tooth number two. You got a cavity on the occlusal on the facial side. Like so, I mean, and they're gonna talk to you in just that shorthand, and you're gonna know what they talking about. Get the fuck on.
Okay, now as I
But
gotta leave, I'm gonna come back if you long.
okay,
People,
okay.
that sound nice what she said. Listen, people. Hopefully y'all can hear me. It sounds very nice what
This
you just said.
nigga
However,
said
if you're laid back in that dental chair and you hear the dentist tell the assistant, look, this is a hard tooth. Go get my pliers or goddamn vice grips out my car. I don't give a damn about what you saying. Listen, I'm not a dental technician or did it. You said what? Well, I'm going to you talking to me with the vice grips. Ain't sterilized the vice grips or nothing. You gonna lay there like a damn fool and let them pull your tooth with some vice grips that haven't been sterilized. This is what y'all have to learn. Like Miss Walker said, this is your language. This is our language. You listen, when your life is in the hands of those people, you better learn to speak their language. And I can speak their damn language. Miss Walker, Miss Esquire, those prosecutors, Judge Ann Donnelly, Leland Webber, can none of them tell
you
me
can speak
anything
it,
that
you just don't know what
supersedes
the fuck
common
is you talking
sense.
about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. I gotta go. But I'm listening to your show. And Miss Mo, I noticed another thing about Missy Mo. When I have Miss Walker and I've defeated, yes, where you at now, Miss Mo? You know I'm telling the truth, Miss Mo. Tell the truth and say and shame the devil, Miss Mo. She loved to jump in when y'all got me. Now, Miss Mo, if you're listening, you heard everything that I said was true. Come in and reprimand your friend, Miss Wise right. Come on, Miss Mo. Y'all gotta quit doing this gang playing side stuff, you know? Well, I gotta go. But I'm listening to you, Miss Walker, and hopefully you'll be able to come
Never
back in. All
seen
right, you got it.
shit like that. All right, ain't that some crazy stuff? I'm trying to tell him. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh my gosh. So yeah, so and it's just like that, right? Like so, and that's how you do. And y'all know, whatever y'all work at, whatever, y'all know y'all got shorthand. Y'all speaking. Sometimes y'all speaking shorthand. If you try and tell somebody to go get something, whatever, go this is whatever. I speak in a lot of shorthand with and a lot of my 100 jobs. Okay, I got to get it and I got to go. And I need you to get it because you got to go with me. I'll go in the opposite direction. What happened to Levi? You still there? So what I was trying to say, right, right, you niggas, it's not common sense. So what I was trying to say, they're not going to sit up there and write a fucking opinion. That's not their job. They're talking to each other. Judges will write their opinion and they'll express it. And that's where you'll have more common language used because they're putting out an explanation for legal profession for everybody in the courtroom to understand, and with contained in that courtroom when they give their opinion, who is normally sitting there? Legal professionals and motherfuckers that's filling them seats, like the families and friends and shit of that in that nature. If you think of it, if you conceptualize it that way, when the judge reads their opinion, read their whatever, they have written something in such a way that everybody in that courtroom could understand. I ain't gonna say should, they could. But when you see filings, again, motions is what you want the other side. Well, I mean, motions what you want the judge to do. Pleadings is what you want the other side to do. They're writing it in such a way where they understand because they're writing to each other. They're not talking to y'all. Okay? So now I'm not gonna put in, well, A, B, C, D, F, G, you know. And I don't know, Lord have mercy, where's Karen J and the others that know that I hadn't talked about this, and I want to. Do y'all want me to try to find the other paperwork that address these text messages? Because I'm so tired of these motherfucking text messages. When he telling me that I ain't read the paperwork, and then Sylvia did it too. She had read the paperwork where the brother Johnsons did try to address these goddamn text messages. And I don't understand, and I hope Sky don't revert back because sometimes at least if you if I give her a refresher, remember this, Sky will be refreshed at least to the next live. Then she act like she done forgot. But where we talked about them, addressing these text messages, and where we definitely talked about what is admissible. The whole story with regards to the text messages, the parents, and all that, the dog, the cat, and the motherfucking lizard isn't relevant, relatable, reliable. So it won't be admissible. It's just that simple. Therefore, it won't have anything to do with reasonable doubt because it would never even be in there to be motherfucking judged. The restitution lawsuit, Marquin, I don't know. I'm just gonna be honest. Let me find this other. Hold on. Let me see if I can find everything dealing with text me. If y'all give me a minute. I don't know if I saved it. Maybe I saved it under the text messages. I don't know. Can y'all give me a minute for me to try to pull it up? Y'all play musical chairs or something. Hey y'all, I'm still trying to find all of the thing that this man claimed, and I'm gonna have to start doing like the rest of these people because these people. Okay, so I was gonna go. Okay, wait, wait, okay, okay. So 23rd is one of them, and this is what I want y'all to understand, right? Um, I'm not ever trying to say that you guys don't understand because I know, hell, there's a lot of y'all, especially ones that have been over here since day one, damn near paralegals. We done played all kind of games. We done all kind of exercises. We've done all kinds of shit in efforts to get you to understand the law. We done gave out plenty of money. Well, I have, you know. So I know you understand stuff well. What really blows me was when Levi, who act like he can't remember shit from one goddamn month to the next, bring his bald headed ass on through the door again and undo what we done, covered. I was like, just because he done motherfucking forgot. Like, how does this work? Just because you don't forgot or whatever, don't come over here and confuse us. And then some of y'all aren't hitters, so y'all won't hit the link to tell me or type in the chat. Like, no, Miss Angela, we still on the same, but we remember that you've addressed this. We got it. Then I have to go back and say, hey, do y'all remember? Do y'all remember? So let me see. Let me see if this is. Okay, the following these events, Kelly communicated with certain of these women and girls by telephone, including the text messages, iMessages, 18. Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure I find all the little ones that addresses this shit. Because we have to, I guess, put it together again. I can't remember which live. And so what I might do is might rename this live so we can go right there. Okay, what is this motion limiting? Motion to miss certain evidence to preclude. Okay, maybe this is it. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going as fast as I can. Okay, so 136. I wish that I could have this moment in life. Let me play something. Um,
me snuggle off the top rope, super fly shit. I get in the tub with all my ice on some pop shit. Either way, you slice the bottom line on the top, bitch. You should know I rock it twisted, yet it even out yet. All the jewelry at the grocery store, I'm obnoxious. Brought a home and closing on another, I know I'm blessed. Everybody wanna be gang, ain't no spots left. Bad bitch contest, it wouldn't be a contest. Ooh, smoking dope. I'm connected. I don't know what's longer, man, my rock list on my checklist. I don't know what's colder, man, my heart on my necklace. Pretty when I wake up, I'm a bad bitch at breakfast. Still might slide on the op. Hating didn't work, so they lied, These bitches looking hurt and they fried. I know they wouldn't listen if they died. Tell them ooh, Chanel on my body, it's a boost. I'm so poppin', I don't ever gotta get you boost. One thing I never call a bitch for, it's a truth. Yeah, can't wait to put that bitch to use. Checks coming fast, I'm like swoosh. Give him to them straight, 100 proof. I thought I killed you hoes before, it must be deja vu. It's either that or I'm catching body number. This that pop music, this that drop location, drop a op music. Man, this ain't for them niggas in the house, this shit for Glock you. Man, don't talk down on trenches hoes who known to be a cock use. That pill talk, gotta bust his head, he cut on op music. Who said you gang? Who said you could come around this bitch and hang? And I fucked your baby mama, and I ain't say a thing. Just came outside in 2020, pull up in that 21. I pick my side, switches fully, and I'ma die for 21. I got plenty cars, I hit plenty stars, and then it come. I said it plenty times, I pay for bodies, I ain't pay for none. You think I'm finna leave my bitch for you? She fucked you too. I know that Vaughn hit her, she put up on my block and Jimmy Choo. Schmurk. Checks coming fast, I'm like swoosh. Give him to them straight, 100 proof. I thought I killed you hoes before, it must be deja vu. It's either that or I'm catching body number 2. Niggas swear you ain't scared when you heard yeah appear. I'ma hop about the bushes, me and push it.
I'm waiting, y'all.
I'm just saying I start to get used to the pain. Till one day I said, fuck it, brought mama suits on the plane. Why you playing? Reaching the game, lose a hand. Where you stand? Where was Jay at? Where was them at? Where you done that? Where you live at? Another headline.
Yeah, I'm
where
still
you
waiting for it.
Go home. Where your kids at? They be on my nerve. They be on my nerve. When we lost Verge, I was on the verge. I just hit the Louis store, had to splurge. We just made a silent movie with no words. Guess who topping now? God got me now. Guess who at Balenciaga? Guess who shopping now? They can stop me now. I've been popping now. Cardi, where your sister at? I need Henny now. I flew in and out, 150,000. Now even when they shout, gotta shout me out. So ahead, go ahead. Not even close. All of y'all is number 2. Checks coming fast, I'm like swoosh. Give him to them straight, 100 proof. I thought I killed you hoes before, it must be deja vu. It's either that or I'm catching body number 2.
Okay, y'all. So listen to this. Okay, I'm gonna put this other one up here. All right, this is, and again, please, y'all, please remind me to rename this so we can reference this. Cause I don't want that man saying that I ain't goddamn go over this no damn more. Okay. All right. So this is from the, okay, this is emotional limine from the prosecutor. Hold on. We got that one up. That's still up. Okay. Yeah, I apologize, honey. You got to, I mean, apparently they discussed these damn text messages more than we thought they had. So that was 36. That was 150. I'm coming. Okay. Tom Pernella. It's reclusion evidence. Okay. Let me see what Farinella said. See how he got y'all all goddamn confused? Then he hauls ass to mess around with the dog or be out there on the soccer field or whatever the hell it is he doing. That's what they do. Oh, what was that document? Wasn't the one where he talked about the mistake of fact? Wasn't that? Didn't they talk about those text messages on there as well? What's her order right here? Padar. Transcript request. Okay, challenges for cause. I'm sorry, y'all. This is what I have to do. People coming here with that full scape. Motion to dismiss. Oh, Farinella had did a motion to dismiss back in the day. Go ahead on, Farinella. Uncharged X. Uncharged X. Motion to dismiss. I'm coming, y'all. I'm sorry. I have to. That's how this is done. Well, let's see. Now, this is poorly written because it should tell me where what document you're addressing. When they tell you what document they are addressing, right, what they're responding to, then I can go right to it. But as it is, as stated here, I got to click on it. So that's the motion and limit to certain act. Okay, memorandum of opposition. Okay, and that's July 23rd. Okay, so that was July 23rd. Then it had to happen before. It had to happen after that. So that's motion eliminate. So is this it right here? Fair enough. Okay, no, maybe this is it. Hold on, hold on. Okay, so that's gender number 5. Her identity. Identity, witness test on that. Impermissibility. Okay, that's not it. Sorry, y'all. I'm coming. This is hey. We're gonna have to take a vote. We're gonna vote Levi off this goddamn island. We're gonna ban his ass. Hey, he got us doing rework and shit. Then he leave. Kind of shit. That's expert disclosures. Okay, this letter motion. What is this? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh no, it's under seal. Y'all, this goddamn sector here. I'm just, man, it never ceases to amaze me. How this under seal too? Ugh. Uncharged eggs. Free trial conference. Case called additional briefing. Sorry, y'all. I'm coming though. Okay. I'm not gonna go through all that. Let me just read what's up here. Y'all cool with that? Let me just read what's up here. I ain't seen no new dogs. You think it's? Hold on. Let me check my phone. Cause it's supposed to be by July something. So listen. Let's read what this says. It says, so this is the government. It says certain text messages by gender number 5 and relating to gender number 5 should be admitted. So this will probably give us some context to what I read earlier. Okay. Says at trial, the government seeks to admit certain text messages as recorded recollections, prior consistent statements, excited utterance, and present sense impressions, right? So that line I just read, you know what that deals with? And see, this is what I'm trying to explain to him. You know what most of that deals with? Hearsay. It deals with the rules and regulations and shit when it comes to hearsay. Or let me be more professional. The exceptions and the exclusions and shit like that when it comes to hearsay, okay? But it didn't say hearsay in there, okay, on that line. I know it because I'm supposed to know it, okay? So they're pretty much saying um, that some of the text messages or whatever could be considered hearsay. Okay, that would be admissible based on an exception. Okay, would be allowed. So it says first, the government seeks to admit certain text messages written by Jane Doe number 5 between April 2015 and December 2015, when Jane Doe number 5 was 17 years old and could not legally consent to sexual activity in Florida or California. Second, the government seeks to admit certain text messages written by Jane Doe number 5 and employees and associates of the defendant about several occasions where Jane Doe number 5 and other women with whom the defendant was living, including individuals identified in the government's motion to admit uncharged acts as Jane Doe number 16, 17, 18, were subjected to punishment by the defendant, including physical abuse, withholding of food, and isolation. The text messages the government seeks to admit, text messages of Jane Doe number 5, the government is in possession of a cellular telephone that Jane Doe number 5 used from the time that Jane Doe number 5 first interacted with the defendant at a concert on April 18, 2015 through June 21st, 2015, when Jane Doe number 5 left her phone in Florida and began to travel with the defendant full time. In text messages found on the telephone, Jane Doe number 5 recounted to her mother various interactions that she had with the defendant. For example, shortly after Jane Doe number 5 met the defendant and played some of her own music for the defendant, she recounted to her mother in text messages how the defendant was impressed by her musical talent and indicated that he was going to help her make it in the music business. Two of those text messages are below. I gotta read all that. Thereafter, the defendant invited Jane Doe number 5 to travel from her home in Florida to visit him in California, where he was then performing. All right. Remember earlier, I was saying like the telephone conversation and what he said qualified to as proving that element about the coercion and blah 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 blah. Facilitated. Remember, it was facilitated. They had the word interstate commerce in that paragraph that dealt with the elements and the some of the facts and the charge itself, right? This is kind of explaining to you what the government was seeking to prove at this time, right? So this is what they're talking about: the telephone call, the travel. See that word travel in there, so you know that's relating to the interstate commerce. And I'm just showing you how when I say that they're not going to put A, B, C, D, E, F, G, because they're not talking to y'all. All right. I'm just pointing out the hot words that you can link back into like the indictment or what have you, so you can see just what the prosecutors had to prove. They did not have to prove all of that shit Levi's talking about. Actually, none of it. They just had to prove what was in the indictment. Okay? The story about how it occurred and all that, this, then, the third, whatever. If the the parts and the pieces of that story does not relate to those elements and shit like that, then most likely it's not going to be admissible. That's why you didn't hear it recounted and stuff like that, right? So it says at the defendant's instruction. See, so this is where it starts talking. This is where it deals with the coercion, enticement, inducement, all that bullshit part of the charges. It says at the defendant's instruction, in text messages on April 28th, 2015. So Levi is giving you a date that they're saying that he induced, enticed, and all the other shit, right? On April 28th, 2015, Jada number 5 contacted one of the defendant's assistants, provided her birthday, showing that she was just 17 years old, and requested that the assistant arrange her travel to California. Since some mother by particular hotels were staying, this is during that first encounter, general account to her mother that saw the interactions. We talking about rules, but he referring to the defendant got me in sweats. He referring to the defendant. He ain't like my type showing my figure. He referring to the defendant. He just texted me. He said, although he isn't with me, this wasn't a wasted trip. He said, I should use this time to try to ease my mind and soak in everything he's been telling me. So when I actually go into this industry, I'll have a mature frame already. Um, so okay, talking about text message by friend one, friend two, employees text messages and physical abuse and all of that. Okay. So what is the defense response? If this is 136, then I need, what is this? What is this? Because I remember on the 23rd, they was putting out a whole bunch of shit. Let me see about this. This is identity. It's talking about testimony. Where is that one about that mistake of fact? Is it on that one? Oh, y'all, I'm sorry, y'all. This is what happens, honey. This is what happens. Levi come here and confuses and try to make like I'm the wrong one. And he hauls ass and he don't get the understanding that he need to get because there ain't no way in the hell. Oh, wait a minute. Karen is in here. Duh, I asked about her earlier. Let me come. Karen, do you remember? Because I think you were the one that said you do remember me, and I'm not on the screen right now, but me going over where they had to address them goddamn text messages where remember Levi kept saying that the brothers Johnsons never did. And remember I went and dug up where they did address them text messages because they were trying to, the government, they said that the defense was trying to use them to open the door, meaning probably was going to maybe not make the similar argument, Levi. Not maybe not make the exact same argument as you did, Levi, but probably something similar. Them people knew what they was talking about. And you cannot say that they ain't addressing text messages. Maybe ain't like address them like you may want wanted to. Oh, this is something else. Hold on. Indictment. Let me see what this is. I sure appreciate y'all. Okay, so what is this? Oh, this is the 22nd. It's Illinois. Damn. Somebody, please tell me what that damn document is. It's after 136. And it's after. But it's in between one. It's in between 136 and 150. I'm not on the screen, so I don't know what y'all doing. Why is this? What is this? We went over that. Did Farinella address it? That's uncharged. Let's see, was it Farinella? Could have been Farinella. Let me see. All this damn time. Hold on. Could be Farinella. Okay. No propensity purpose for requesting. Just motivated purpose to gather information for theories in a lengthy period of time. That should be granted equal amount of. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Expect the notes must be about trial. Rule 404. Any crimes of evidence prosecutor intends to operate trial, the notes to be in advance of the trial. Oh, timelessness. Okay. Jury question there. Okay. Introduction of other crimes. Oh, wait a minute. Parents. Hold on. Oh, this is crazy. I have no clue why I can't find the damn shit. It got to be in between 136 and 150. What is this? He's on uncharged X. It's not gonna be enough, but it shouldn't be enough. But let me look. And then I can't find that one where I pulled up before when he was talking about mistake of fact. Because wasn't something on that one as well that we were looking at that one on that particular letter motion? Y'all know the hell I'm talking about. Y'all be forgetting too. No, that's not it. Yeah, I can't find this shit. I'm about got time for this. Not changes to the video. Not challenge. Not this letter. It's not in no transcript request. Letter. Okay. Let me see what this is. I'm gonna abandon it because I ain't got time for this shit. Okay, what is this about? Okay, this is the changes to the jury when they wanted to add the questions about homosexuality, I believe. Oh, we don't bother with that. I'm sorry, y'all. Because I, listen, this is what happens when you deal with old folk. Motion to dismiss. Up on there. Reply. Opposition. I can't find it. Watch when I get off here, I'll be able to find it. Watch. But anyway, I'm gonna come right here with y'all that. So, yeah, um, yes, honey, he's talking about, you remember that live that I actually went and pulled up where the judge, the prosecution, and the defense all talked about them damn text messages. I read it. And then Sylvia did a live too. Girl. Sylvia did a live too, was addressing though that they had brought up those text messages in court. hmm So when you read, this ain't our case and shit. When you read so much stuff, or whatever, you can't be. I mean, I don't retain it like like this stuff. Cause one, I it doesn't mean shit to me, and it's nothing really sticks out that I know that we're gonna belabor the point over. I never thought that we would be. He don't know his mind bad too. But I never knew that we would be still like going back and forth as far as what we um what we read, what we've talked about, what we discussed, what we thought we had straight. It was straight when at the close of the live, and then you open it up again at a later date, you're acting like it's some foreign. Like, huh? And we go always go back, and this is the problem you have with people that understand something of the law, but not understand the application of it, the standards, and the whole 9 yards. You understand what I'm saying? And it's hard for them to to understand is that, like, hey, you may start. It's just like a maze. You may start at one point, but through rules and exceptions and exclusions and this, that, and the third, whatever, the shit, it changes. Different things, something that can be entered can change that particular rule. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to explain. I don't know how to break it down because I mean I do, but not in a way where because I'm not using an actual particular an example or anything. It's kind of hard to get you to see what I'm talking about without you just looking at what you what we're doing. And we done went over it so much that I think that we walk away. Well, most majority of us do, but there's a lot of people that just can't accept certain shit because we were right back. See, that's what I'm saying. If he's never, and I told him long months ago, you're not going to get it until you understand, read the federal rules of evidence. Okay, you're not going to understand it. Hold on, let me take this out. It's the several things that you're going to have to understand first because you thinking that the story of how the kid got there and all that shit, whatever, is admissible or whatever, and then there's going to be somehow, something that the prosecution would will use to show where it's not admissible, so it's not going to be heard. You know, I wish I had them other documents. So until you understand the FRE and the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, you're not gonna get it. That's just what it is. And until you understand FRE and FRCP, you ain't gonna get it. Like we say, let me see what uh, Rule 401. Rule 401 deals with relevant evidence, and I'm just gonna read to you what it means. Okay, right from what they wrote. It says relevant evidence means evidence having any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. I'll put that in the chat. He needs to start right there. He needs to start right here. Okay? Start right there. Then we go to rule 402. I'm showing you black and white. Rule 402, relevant evidence generally admissible, irrelevant evidence inadmissible. All relevant evidence is admissible except as otherwise provided by the Constitution of the United States, by act of Congress, by these rules, or by other rules prescribed by the Supreme Court pursuant to statutory authority. So remember, I just said it starts off like a maze. Then you have something that either includes or excludes it or precludes it, is something like that. Hold on. Hold on. Let me give you rule 403. And if y'all seriously read this, you can conceptualize this shit in your head. How I'm showing you how it builds. See, I'm giving you black and white. I'm not giving you what Levi does. Yeah, bullshit. And nothing even to support his bullshit. So you got 403. Y'all see how it builds? It says, although relevant evidence may be excluded if it if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury. Remember, I said this earlier. Or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence, meaning too much. That's going to make it prejudicial to your what? Client. And the rules, as you see the rules, it starts somewhere and it builds. Um, okay. Okay, so, all right. So let me show y'all something. Remember, I said, and see, this is facts, okay? It's not bullshit. Facts. Where was that? Not that. Okay, this 150, so I'm gonna go back to 136. So this is routine. This is very easy. Just to me though. I want to show y'all something. Remember when I said that this particular line had something? I want to show y'all what I mean When I said they're talking to each other, they're not talking to y'all. Show you example. And I'm using y'all best friend out here. I'm using Google. I'm using credible sources, okay? The shit that I know is right, that's what I'm using, okay? So let me do this. Okay, now I'm put this back on the screen. I'm show you something. Earlier, I said that this statement here, it says, at trial, the government seeks to admit certain text messages as recorded recollections, prior consistent statements, excited utterance, and present sense impressions, right? And I said that had something to do with hearsay, right? Now, although you don't see the word hearsay listed, has something to do with hearsay. Okay, let me show you this. And y'all gonna think, now y'all should say, well, damn, Miss Angie, you a goddamn genius. Okay? Now this is gonna be a long one. But this is coming straight off of, hell, I just got this off of Wikipedia. Check this out. I just said this statement that they placed in there had something to do with hearsay, although the word hearsay is absent. Look what I just copied and pasted with regards to hearsay. Okay? I'll put it up here. And you'll see how it coincides with that little sentence that I read. Although they didn't put the word hearsay in there, but just read what I show you. Okay? Now it says, it is called, and I'll just start from here. It is called double hearsay, and both layers of hearsay must where's the utterance? Hold on. Let me show you. Let me just get the parts. Okay. Here. Just deal with this part. I was just trying to show you that I'm taking it from the part. This is straight up from Wikipedia, the parts that is talking about hearsay. Okay. Take that off the screen. I'm sorry, y'all. My goddamn nose is stopped up and it's getting on my damn nerve. I'm going to read this again. It says, at trial, the government seeks to admit certain text messages as recorded recollections, prior consistent statements, excited utterance, and present sense impressions, right? Said nothing about hearsay. But I told you that's relating to hearsay. When we go over, it says there are several exceptions. Oh, let me put this up here. There are several exceptions to the rule against hearsay in United States law. Federal Rules of Evidence, remember that's the FRE, 803 lists the following. Now, these are exceptions to the rule against hearsay. FRE 803 lists the following is present sense impressions. I just read that in the document that's on the screen. and excited utterances. I just read that in the document on the screen. Then existing mental emotions, emotional or physical condition, statements for purposes of medical diagnosis or recorded recollection. I just read it on the screen. And voila, the shit I'm talking about is refers to hearsay, like I told you. So I was trying to get Levi to understand is that they're not talking to you. So they're not going to have to put hearsay in that little, in any of that I just read that's on the screen. Not what I'm sure. Okay? Because if you went to them people's school, you know when I say at trial, the government seeks to admit certain text messages as recorded recollections, prior consistent statements, excited utterances, and present sense impressions. I'm talking about hearsay or the exceptions to it. Okay? We're talking about hearsay. And that's all I was trying to show Levi is that they're not going to have to put A, B, C, D, E, F, G because they're not talking to your ass. Not saying whether you can understand or not. They're not caring about if you can understand or not because they're not talking to you. They're talking to motherfuckers that understand. So in this shit here, they don't have to mention the word hearsay, although we know, or those that supposed to know that this deals with hearsay. And I just showed you. Okay. I'm not making this up. I'm not grabbing it out my ass. What's good with it, Dana? What's good with it? I'm trying to hunt it. As you know, as always, Levi always leave a trail of goddamn confusion and goddamn misery when his ass um leave that you got to come and straighten it out. Oh, wait a minute. Uh-huh. Yeah, so just want to make sure y'all get it. Ooh. Y'all, I be hitting buttons and shit, y'all. I be hitting buttons. Hey, Purple, thank you so much, Purple, Purple. So sweet to me. See, Purple, Purple, uh, no, I be working hard to get to undo the travesty and the devastation that Hurricane Levi be leaving, honey. But as long as we understand, just know they ain't talking to us. All right? They talking to each other that has something to do with this case. Okay. And you also, so anyway, so so let me know if y'all understand this. Do y'all understand? Because I just want to make sure y'all get it. Because I'm not finna be fucking up. Levi ain't gonna have my already motherfucking goddamn got the dump down my goddamn head. But do y'all understand that you just cannot put any and everything in front of the jury in court? Y'all know that everything, every piece of evidence isn't allowed. I don't give a damn, how closely related you think it is, how you think it's a factor, it's important, whatever. It's just simply is not. He don't seem to grasp that. I don't know. That's a tell him. No. Oh, I was talking about no. Levi want to tell me, always tell me I'm wrong because he don't understand the application of the law. What I'm supposed to do about that? That ain't my fault. And although he feels some kind of way about the damn black attorneys, the brothers Johnsons and shit, they did try to get them damn text messages. And I was trying to find, they address, those text messages. They address um some type of scheme and stuff like that. They tried to address some of that stuff. And I knew after looking, I knew I was gonna find out that they wasn't that derelict in their goddamn duty. I knew I was gonna find it. I just can't find it right now when I need it. Well, they talked about them damn text messages. Oh, that pisses me off when I can't find the damn paper I need. Ugh. What was I gonna ask Dana? I was gonna ask something yesterday, but shit, I forgot. Oh, Dana, is it some more of the damn stuff? Is it some more of that conversation? Let me see what he say. Dana, is it some more of that conversation that you're gonna be? I thought you was putting it up yesterday. I thought you was putting this shit up yesterday. Oh, I was like, I think this is what we had already, what you had already put up. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. But y'all, let me get up off here. My nose is getting stopped up. And watch when I get off here. I'll go ahead and find the damn paperwork. I'm still looking. I can't find it. Mm-mm. I can't find it. I know damn well. Try. But anyway, leave. I don't know what the hell you talking about. Unless he got something to contradict me. Don't tell me I'm wrong about this shit. Cause ain't that something? And that they be killing me with that. Tell you that you wrong about some shit because they don't understand. Oh, okay. Thank you. They don't understand. Well, shit, if you don't understand, how you gonna tell me I'm wrong? You need to get out your head. You cannot just come. I'm glad Sky. I think Sky, Sky understands it. She just don't accept it all the time. That you just can't march everything in the damn courtroom and say, we're gonna use all this for reasonable doubt. No, it don't work that way. Just you can't do that on the prosecution side because when the prosecution does it, that called being what? Prejudice, right? It's overwhelming. It's too much. So it's a limit on both sides. There's a limit. Can't bring anything you want in there and say, hey, we don't use it. Can't do it. So and then that's a question we gonna ask the bald headed man from Detroit. Okay, if they can use anything on the defense side and turn it into a big old plate of reasonable doubt, then shouldn't the goddamn prosecution be able to do the same? And don't go looking at finding the language and the verbiage of the law then that tells you why this not allowed. I don't want to hear that. Can't do any. You can't do that. You just can't do it. But anyway, I'm gonna get on up off here, drink me some water, go to sleep. Y'all listen. We need to start talking about these goddamn reality shows. Y'all, I be so goddamn investing in that Martell and his life. He be just doing all kind of shit. And listen, y'all. Dana, do you know Martell? You ever met Martell? Listen, I think I shared with y'all. Martell was all on Steve Harvey. They did like a live strawberry letter. And sometimes I stop because I have an extra thought in my head. And my extra thought was I if I decide to keep this channel, whatever, I definitely want to turn it into stuff we dealing with, just everyday life type stuff, right? And have little live things go on, whatever. I think I can pull that off. But we dealing with just real life issues, you know what I'm saying? We judging those and talking about those and whatever. Not just, bullshit, whatever. Have a whole new different have if it's old people, have them have a different mindset. And if it's new people, they have a different concept. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about like stuff that's going on in this world and shit. But Martell was all on motherfucking Steve Harvey, trying to get a understanding, trying to get some sympathy or whatever. I don't know, whatever it is. He don't understand, or maybe he do, and he just it's just I don't know. Not saying Martell, you fucked up at the highest level of fucked upness. And I'm almost scared to say that I think that if he wouldn't have just kept on just doing shit and mellow whatever, she could have maybe stuck with him after he done had that baby on her. I want to hope not, cause that's a lot. A whole baby on me. Uh-uh. Ain't that much of trying to get along and be a class act. Fuck being a class act, whatever. I'm going to fuck off. Fuck all that. But he just be doing some manipulative ass shit. Yeah, Miss Cookie. Yeah, and talk about some real stuff, whatever. And hell, I'm scared to share any more stories or whatever. You see, I stop, whatever. But what I'm going to do is I am, since I know it triggers motherfuckers, I'm going to, oh Lord. Hold on, wait a minute. Make sure it's you. Yeah, that's him and that motherfucker looking crazy in that car. What's good with
That's good with it,
What's good with it?
man.
What's good with it?
Man,
You
I
coming in
missed
all
all
right? Don't come in
I
and
stay, I stay ready.
nobody likes the funny
I
guy.
stay,
Don't come in
I
antagonizing
stay
me.
ready now.
What's up?
Stay ready.
You don't
I got
stay
it on
that
me.
ready. Not, huh?
I said I got it on me. It's on safety
Well,
right now, though.
it's on safety.
It's
But with your
on
damn
safety
goof
right
ass,
now.
you been shot yourself in the foot wearing that little tight ass vest.
Man,
What's up?
man, I missed all the action. What the fuck? I can't never catch you when I be trying to come in on on this type. Then when I do come in, it's at the tail end. Now I gotta go through a
Yeah,
week before you get back.
question because they told me to ask you and I told them that your mind ain't as good as they think it is. It's pretty good on the transcript end of it, but the paperwork
Here
end.
you go.
So, do you recall maybe in the area where I can find during the paperwork, not and during PASA where they address all the areas where they address those text messages. I'm talking about prior to Bonjean, okay? Because I found two of them, but it's I can't find where the judge spoke about them same text messages. Spoke about the text messages. I put it like that. You know, relate certain text
I
messages
thought the
relate.
judge talked about. I thought the judge spoke on the parents,
You talking
not
about
necessarily
extortion?
the text messages.
Wait a minute, you talking about the extortion?
Right.
Okay, that's a pre-trial. That's a pre-trial transcript. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
During
the
trial?
actual paperwork. Yeah, they spoke on it. I actually found all the stuff before, went over it. Sylvia did found
Well,
it
they brought
too,
the text
but now
messages
I
up.
only found
They
two,
brought
huh?
they spoke on the text messages a little bit, but not in the extent uh that was dropped after the fact. They just spoke on it a little bit.
Well, it spoke on as far as you remember, it spoke on it house. I'm gonna see if we're talking about the same thing. Oh, he done dropped off. Yeah, the false reality. Yeah, it's a lot of that. Weird as shit. I call it weirdo shit. He gonna make me. Oh, see, they be encouraging me. Not that they tell me to, but they be encouraging me to look for it. 'Cause I need to find it. I hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what happened,
Okay,
but
where do
they
you
spoke.
call or what do
I,
you call them saying about it, so I can see if that's what I'm looking for.
it was definitely doing. I don't
You
remember,
hear
but it
me?
was definitely doing. I think. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so it was doing Jane Doe number 5 testimony. But I thought it was just to like refresh her memory. They did it wasn't like they got on and off of it.
Right. I'm looking for those those papers. I got two of them. I can't find the because it came out in motions. I can't find where the judge addressed it. Hold on, wait a minute. Where did she address
I
this
don't
shit?
remember I don't remember the judge addressing the text messages. I don't remember that.
Yeah, hold on. I put it all up on one of them live. After I left
During the
Levi's
trial.
live,
During the trial, you saying the
huh?
judge addressed the text message?
Yeah, she ruled on the motion. It came out on the motion, um,
So
dated
you talking about the motion or
August.
during the trial?
I'm talking about. Hold on, conduct prejudicial regarding the parents of certain victims. Okay, this is one of them. Okay, so this okay 150. Okay, document 150 is one of them. So that was before the trial. That was 8-2. That was on August 2nd. Okay, that was 8-2. That's 150. That 136 is no, it's 136 one document. When I say I'm talking about 136. Belief. What is that other one?
No, I don't.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute.
If it was doing the
Okay,
motion,
136. Go ahead. I'm sorry. What you say?
if it was doing the motion, I probably didn't see it, but I don't think during the actual trial she touched on it.
Mm, I'm
But if she did do it during the trial, I would imagine if you type in the keyword 233, um, it should come up somewhere.
I ain't talking about that. That's what I'm saying. I ain't talking about that. I ain't talking about dealing with
Uh,
233. I'm talking about the
but those are
before.
text messages.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that in that regard. I'm talking about when they were when the attorneys was going were trying to get it excluded, precluded, stuff like that. I'm talking about something else. But I had put it all up though. Certain text message about Jane Doe should be admitted. Okay, I got 136 up. 150 deals with it too. Um, Wait, 'cause I just read it to Levi. Good character. Okay, got that. I got 150. It's 136. So y'all write this down so we don't have to go this no more.
Uh, I
Dot
think if they
136.
gonna really focus on these text messages, they need to focus on what is really exposing, and that's the parents
Is who?
or the mother. I said if they gonna really talk about the text messages, they need to talk about it in the aspect of what is really exposing, which is really the mother. It's just showing her that it's so the text messages show that the mother is a piece of shit, but it's not gonna absolve him. I don't understand like how they think that these text
Well,
messages
it don't.
is what you say?
I said it don't, but you have and I can't get for the life of me. I can't get Levi to understand that the indictment
Right,
is
indictment.
only dealing with what he did. It's not when you're
The
talking about
indictment.
the word.
If we look
Go
at
ahead.
the indictment, if we look at the indictment, they start with the text messages on and around September and October, and the text messages that we have ended in June. So it's really a moot point because the charges that they are bringing towards for him is after those text messages, and the reason it's after the text messages because that's when he knew her age. Only time they the indictment is before September is when they talking about the herpes. But when they talking about any type of sexual act, it's on or about September and October, and that's because at that point he was well aware of her age. So when
Okay.
we look at the indictment, we need to look at it in the scope of what they actually that's in black and white. They don't say on or around the hotel and the Dolphin Hotel, but that's where they start.
Wrong, wrong, wrong. Let me catch
Oh
Right.
Levi
my,
Weaving.
oh my
I'm
God,
Let me catch Levi
oh my
Weaving.
God, oh my God.
Wrong,
Well,
wrong,
you could
and
at least,
wrong
hey,
again.
hey, listen, hey, you could at least put your ass over.
Let me put my glasses on so I can properly read your
Right,
ass.
you driving with no
I've been
glasses
waiting for
on and
you.
shit.
I've been waiting for you. Okay. Anyway, my
Now
thing is
you
this.
finna go off some shit that we ain't talking about.
No, you talk about the text messages. That's one of my
Okay.
topics. Okay.
In
So
light,
you
in light,
tried.
the text messages in light of the indictment. The text messages in light of.
Okay, and the point that you are missing because you keep saying I don't understand why. he can't, how some you said just a second ago, I don't understand why they don't understand that. This is the problem, is because Kels did not coerce and seduce what is it? Coerce and seduce the thought.
Listen to me.
He did not do
Listen
that.
to me.
So
Listen
this
to
is
me.
what you have to understand. With that being the case, even though you're saying the portion that they used was from the time that he knew that she was 17 years old, we have a problem with the fact that the information at hand, basically putting her at the place, was all done by her mother, and the girl was not coerced to get there. She wanted to be there with
So
Kels. She made the option to be there, and she got there. He didn't coerce that hoe. That's not what happened. She wanted to go, so she went, and her mother basically co-signed her check. Do you understand that?
okay, so let me ask you this: Is this do you consider this enticement or coercion? In order for you to do this and that, I need to bust a nut
You in the
first.
matrix. Is that me? You in the matrix. You
Uh,
sound like
uh, I'm asking you. I ask you a question. Do you consider that enticement or coercion? Yes
I
or
can't
no?
hear you saying. Your phone chopping up.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can. Hold on.
Hey chat. I forgot to say hey to the chat. Hey y'all. Y'all know I ain't going. Kelly be want to try and come in here and talk. Foot still on the
I'm not
gas.
on my Wi-Fi.
Gotta lay
I'm
low.
not on my Wi-Fi. I'm out and about, so that's why it's kind of choppy. Let me. Can you hear me now?
A little bit. Try again.
Hold on one second.
I
I'm
can
about to
hear.
pull
I
it.
can hear. I can
All
hear.
right. So, as I have a question. If someone says, in order for you to continue, I need to bust a nut first, do you consider that coercion and enticement?
In order for you to continue,
I need to bust a nut
I
first. Do you consider that coercion and enticement? Yeah.
know. No.
You said no? Oh, well,
No.
why not? Why not? In
You
order to do
already,
this, you got to do that.
because you're already there. Why are you there? See, this is the question you all can't answer. You all can't answer the question of why is she there? Why did her
You,
mother send her there knowing that he likes young girls and he has a childlike behavior? That's the question y'all can't get around. Why is she there? You like to fast forward to make your point, but you have to get to
well,
the
was
a sequence of events.
well,
How the hell does she get there?
she got there to do an audition,
What,
but she need in order to do
no,
the audition, he had to eat her ass out first.
you have to address the text messages, Kelly. You can't go past the text messages. Now, give me one
Oh,
second so I can my food, and I'll be right back. 1 second.
and, these damn text
Y'all keep
messages.
talking. I'm trying to find all the papers.
Um,
Judge Ann. Hold on. I think Judge Ann did it. Hold on.
I think I was in a bad spot. Do I still sound fucked up?
No country ass. No.
But yeah, man, them text messages is irrelevant for him. Shit, use it what it's for, and that's for goddamn mama. Shit. You want to use a text message, use the shit for what it is really exposing. Because if you look at the indictment, they don't start with a goddamn text message start, but for some reason, y'all want to start with well, in a Dolphin Hotel, even though the indictment don't. What the fuck? You got to start. Got to start in with Texas, but the indictment don't. Get the fuck out.
What? I hear you talking. What? You talking smack? What?
I ain't said nothing. I ain't said nothing.
What? You say we want to start? No, we want to start at the text messages. We want to start
The
at.
indictment don't start there. But well, you can start there.
Okay,
The indictment don't
that's
start there.
the point.
So it's a
The,
moot point. It's a moot point.
it's
If
not a
the
move
indictment don't start there, the indictment
about.
start
It,
September and October.
it's
You
about the
going?
what happened. It ain't got nothing to do about the
They ain't
falsification.
talking about what happened at that time. They
I
talking about what happened after that.
we don't give a
They ain't
damn
talking
about
about what happened. They not talking about what happened at that time. If you read the indictment, it says
it could be because you know
on.
why? Because if they don't start at that time, they have to address what I'm trying to get you to address.
No. Well, I'm gonna tell you why. The why is because at that time a petition was signed and he was aware of her age. That's why they started there. They started on when he knew her age.
They started when it's convenient for them because
And
at
then
that
they got
point,
hold on. Then you got and then you want to talk about text messages. Now here's a text message for your ass. In October, they got a text message saying he nutted in me after he knew how old she was.
she was trying to flex for
Now
her
that's
friend.
now that's a text message. That's a text message
But
for your
guess
ass.
what? Guess what she didn't
Now
say
you
though? Guess what she didn't say?
now,
She didn't say,
now let's talk about those text
let me
messages.
talk. No, no, let me talk. Well, guess what she
Cause
didn't
that
say?
text message,
Say
that
raped
text
me.
message,
She
and
didn't raped me. That's what she didn't say. And this what you gotta understand.
he,
The prosecution
he
started
didn't
at that
say what.
let me talk. No, let me talk.
I didn't
The
hear you. I didn't hear you. She didn't say
no,
what. I
no,
didn't hear you.
talk. Let me talk.
Repeat it.
The
Just
no,
repeat it. I didn't hear
no.
you.
I said the prosecution. I said what she didn't say was he raped me. That's the first thing I
He don't
said.
got a rape charge. So okay, she don't got a rape charge. So what? Next.
Let me
What
finish.
the fuck you bringing up some shit that he don't even you bringing up irrelevant
Hold
shit.
hold on. Let me talk. I
Fuck
said
you. Well, okay. Okay, what you bring up rape when he don't even have a rape charge?
let me
Explain that to me.
let me talk.
No, explain that shit to me.
Also what the prosecution started at that point because at that point they could ignore the fact that it was not coerced and induced and enticed to get there. That's what you're trying to not understand. They started at that
Okay.
point for a reason and they made it
Okay.
where we couldn't even use the rest of the text messages to fucking help our case. That's the bullshit in the
Okay.
game that y'all don't want us to talk
They,
about.
they started to prove their case. And the reason they started early in the Dolphin Hotel is because that's when she was initially exposed to motherfuckers with the part of their fucking case. But when it comes down to the penetration part, hold on, Scott. When it comes down to this when you read the indictment, when it comes down to any sexual act, it's September, on September and October. When it comes down to the herpes exposure, it's April or shit. So that's why they
Brother,
started there, because they are going in light of in black and white. You saying fuck the black and white. We're gonna make
you
our own
know
timeline. We're gonna bring up hold on, Scott. We're gonna bring up some shit that's
that's
irrelevant
you saying.
because
You got to get
huh?
your phone right. I can't understand what your argument is. You breaking up too bad. You in the
Now you can't hear
matrix.
me. Now you can't
I
hear
do.
me.
Even though you ain't talking about shit anyway, but I still can't hit it. You trying it, but
Mm-hmm. It's all good.
No, for real. I
Uh,
want to.
Yeah. I'm not at the crib. Wait, okay, here we go. Let me log into this Wi-Fi right here. Hold on 1 second.
I'm just saying, y'all be trying to overlook the facts that bottom line is he did not coerce and entice her to get there. She, by her own admission and her mama's permission, went to hook up with that man, knowing that he wanted to have sex, knowing that your daughter was a minor. You sent your daughter in harm's way, and now you want to try and act like you surprised that there is now a fucking crime. Get
But
that
let me ask you
straight.
this: is that based on the application of the law, or that based on just what you
Both.
read
That's
into
based
it?
on.
All right.
That's what
All right.
happened. That's
I
what
should be
happened.
good now.
That's what.
I said it's based on both of them because this is the thing.
But let me ask you
This is the
this.
thing.
Well,
So
okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Okay, I'm asking some basic questions. This is common sense questions. Okay, R. Kelly is being held by whom? What's holding him up? The law or the
yeah,
streets?
yeah, the law.
The law, right?
No, the
Yeah.
text messages.
No, hold on, no, don't be funny
What?
because I want them to because I'm trying to undo the Levi effect that he done did up in a day. So
Levi just
yeah,
got
he
to
don't
do.
want me out. So he's
And
been
this
held by the court of law, right?
hold on. This is what I want you because you said this is what you said, and we never got a chance to discuss this. You said that she has a right not to be harmed. Okay, that's your legal argument that you've been telling us over and over again.
Yeah,
This
you
is what
do
I
too. You got that right too.
Everybody, yeah,
huh? Okay, so this is
you got
what
a
I
right
want
not to be
you
harmed,
to do.
right?
Okay, so her mom knew she was putting her daughter in a harmful situation, but was
Okay,
willing to take the
Who
risk
harmed her?
because she shut up, Carla. I'm talking to Angie.
hold on,
So,
Kayla,
but
hold
she was
on.
willing to take the risk in order to reap the reward. That's what I'm trying to
Okay,
get
so
you
let
to
me ask you this
see.
question. Just assume all of that is correct. Then what does that mean?
Your mama go to jail too?
He need a new trial for them hoes is wrong.
No, no, Sky, no.
He need a
In
new
that
co-defendant.
case,
He
everybody
need a
that
new
harmed
co-defendant.
her,
Wait,
hold on,
Carla, be
Kayla.
quiet.
Everybody that harmed her is in. It should be on paper. That's what it means.
What you mean should be on paper? Okay,
Everybody that should
but
be
her
on it
mama lied
has
on
should
paper
name be on an indictment. That's what that
Hey,
Okay,
means. That
hey,
don't mean that
let me break it
you.
down to
I
you.
don't mean
Let
that
me
you
let
can
me.
go
shut
free.
up, Carla. Okay, I will go with that. But guess what? Everybody that harmed her is not on paper, and that's why we will continue to have a problem because that's the
Oh,
problem.
okay. Well, that's called prosecutorial discretion. That's the
Yes.
law.
And you know how I hate that shit. It's not fair.
Right. Well, I mean, that don't mean that the case got to be done over because you don't agree with the different parts of the law. That's just what it is.
No, but this the other part, Angie. He did not coerce her. Period. He did not
Based on,
invite
I'm gonna
her.
tell you how. Listen,
Having sex alone, of course.
hold on.
Shut up.
How they say they how he coerced her is not what you think it is. They
Okay, I'm
said
listening.
he got on the phone with her, and you don't have to prove every one of those four things. The inducing however. Well, let me change that. However they wrote it up. If either the based on if it's they use it as a I mean, if they say you got to prove all four or one of the four, whatever. So I forget how it is written up in the indictment or whatever. Okay, I forgot. I don't know. I forgot. But however it is, right? They just have to prove that. So if they're saying now, and keep in mind, she's supposed to be under 18. So You have that as a factor, meaning that you're under the control of an adult. All right?
Your mama. Okay.
Whatever. And wherever she going. She on the phone with him. They said that the government is in possession of a cellular telephone that Jane Doe number 5 used from the time that Jane Doe number 5 first interacted with the defendant at a concert on April 18, 2015 through June 21st, 2015, when Jane Doe number 5 left her telephone in Florida and began to travel with the defendant full time. Okay, wasn't the telephone a facilitator of her going cross state lines and all of that that's in that indictment, which are the elements and all that. All they have to prove, Sky, is the elements. That's all they have to
Mr.
prove.
Mr. Kelly said, "Can you get me here? Can
I
you
got.
get me to the
Hold
Mr.
on.
Ke-"
Hold on, Kevin. Hold on, because I got to hop off. Hold on. Let me just say this to Andrew. Okay. I understand that they only have to prove the elements. But this is the part where it comes moral. Okay. The
Is
law
he
will
held
show
in the
they
court
have
of
to prove the
moral?
elements. But understand the narrative, Angie, in court.
She said,
If,
"Fuck the
if
legal."
one shut up, Keller. In court, if one jury hears a narrative that he did not coerce this girl, she went by her own will, her mother co-signed her going, they might rule not guilty, regardless of what you guys are saying in regards to he proving the goddamn elements or not. One of those jurors might say this is some bullshit. The parents are involved, and it's we not getting the full story. Not guilty, and that's all we
Okay, well
need.
let me ask you this: how are they going to hear that? How were they going to hear it?
That's what I'm saying. They can't hear it if they won't let the evidence be admissible in court. If we can't get the
Okay,
text in, that's the problem.
and why you can't get it in?
Because the goddamn judge is biased and don't want to let it.
No. Why you can't get
Yeah,
it in?
Was the judge racist?
she is racist. She don't like him. Okay, why they couldn't get it in? They couldn't get it in. If no, because Angie, I don't care. It meets the 3 hours. I don't care. It meets the
It
three
does
hours.
not. It
It
does
does.
not.
I
How
think it
does the text messages have anything to do with the goddamn
Relatable,
know how.
reliable,
I'm
element?
gonna tell you how. Just like
The element.
if they met
relevant.
the 3 hours in order for the prosecution to use them to convict Tails, then they gotta meet the 3 hours to exonerate them. And I don't see how there's a way to break up both. I just don't. If they are relevant, if they meet the 3 hours to convict them, they gotta meet the 3 hours to
But
exonerate them.
Well, they
which is
didn't use
true.
that to
So
convict
I'm
him.
just wait a
What
minute,
they
which
they
is
didn't use
true.
that
So
to
I'm
convict
just
him.
Shut
hold
up,
on.
Kelly.
So I'm just trying to figure out how does those text messages have anything to do with the elements of the indictment? Just let
Because
me know.
they proved that he did not coerce her and entice her. It,
No,
huh?
no,
Yes, it proves that the mother was aware of who
no.
R. Kelly was. She was aware of the harm that she was putting her daughter in,
That is not
and and
that
it
does
proves
not
that.
those are not the
Okay, wait.
elements.
The element.
Those
The
are the
element is
facts that you want
coercion
in
and
the case.
enticing. He
Those
didn't
are the
coerce
facts
her.
you want in the case. The
Okay,
elements
he didn't
were
coerce her,
you got to
and he
pull up
didn't
the
entice.
indictment. You got to
Her.
look up the indictment.
Okay,
You
he
are
didn't
wrong.
coerce her, and he didn't entice her.
That is dealing with what you think the facts are in the case, which is also wrong. No, I'm talking about the elements.
Okay, what's the element then?
Yeah,
Because maybe
y'all not conceptualizing this. I got to be crazy. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking.
well,
I don't understand why y'all understand, why y'all don't get that you got to deal with what's on the indictment. All
how's
that
that?
shit you talking about is not for, ain't even make it where it made it. Did it make it?
Let's go to the indictment then. I gotta
It
pull.
ain't even made it after the trial. It ain't even
Uh,
made it.
oh Lord, it's a
Look,
food, Sky. It's a food.
they trying to say that she coerced him. I mean, he coerced her. Also with the Mann Act, I guess that would be underage. But still, she still wanted to go. She consented to that. It's just messed up. It's just all messed up. I still
Oh man.
No, it's not.
feel like if a jury heard our side of it, and you know how they would hear it? If one of the attorneys would have stood up and said, yes, Your Honor, but the mother was the one texting R. Kelly, and she was the one that, you see what I'm saying? We could have snuck it in like that. Get it on the record.
And she would have said, you know what? She would have tell them that she would have instruct the jury to ignore what the attorney
Uh,
said, and
But
also it's
you don't
also
think,
in the jury instructions.
you don't
What the
think that
attorney said is not a part of the evidence.
so you don't think that if it met the 3 R's in order to, oh, I got the dog on.
It don't meet the 3 R's. It don't meet shit.
It
But what y'all
does.
want?
I mean, no R's.
Y'all some haters. It
Ain't
means
no haters. I just don't
it's
understand how y'all think. Okay, well, let me ask you this, Scott. Let me ask you this. Okay, listen. And I said this early. Now I bet you don't have an answer for this.
what?
Fuck it.
Send
All
all
right, just say y'all can go in and march in whatever you want for as evidence, right? Okay? Just say the prosecution can do the same thing. Is it fair then? Or would it be if the prosecution got all those uncharged acts and all that shit and extra shit, they could have brought some more shit and whatever, and that been allowed, would it been fair then?
they brought him in anyway, so I don't see what y'all
No,
Because it
all
is
of them.
dealing
They
with
got to know some shit.
they brought him
no
in.
no 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 no. It could have been some more shit.
What you mean some
It
more?
could have been some more shit. It could have been anything. Hold on. It could have been anything the prosecution thought was relevant to the relationship of R. Kelly and the girl. It could have
What
been
if they could
anything.
bring up the OA trial?
The text messages. They allowed part of the text messages to be used and ban the rest of them. So I don't see the point. They
The
did it
ones
already.
that was oh my god, the ones that had fell into the 3 R's.
Yeah, for them, but not relevant to the 3 R's.
Okay, well I said let's throw all the rules out for both sides. Fuck the
Okay,
rules.
yeah, let's do
Fuck
it
the
then.
rules.
That's fair. That's fair. I'll go with
Okay.
that.
Okay.
That's fair. I'm
They
saying
they
how
can
y'all
mark.
just trying to tap. No, it's
They
just
would have 8 carts of shit.
thank
Only
you.
came
Yeah,
in
you
with one cart.
Them
They
fake,
have about 10 carts for
the fake they had the holes from the documentary up there.
and, and they would have only a printer.
They done dug up a
yeah.
lid.
Just say all them women. Just say all those women. Yeah, from the documentary could have got up there and testified and told their story and
Yeah,
all that shit
bring them
and
up.
just say surviving. They would have played surviving. They could play surviving in its entirety and
They
say,
was
yeah, put this in evidence.
they had jurors that watched it anyway. So what's the difference? See, everything you
No,
saying
no, no,
was
no, no,
already
no,
brought
no, no,
into the
no.
trial.
We
It
are
was
throwing
already in the
away,
trial.
listen, we are throwing away FRE and FRCP. Fuck it. Throw it out the window.
Throw that shit
Fuck it.
out
On both sides.
on both
And
sides.
see what happens.
And I want Bonjean as the attorney.
He gonna get charged. You talking about 13
They would
goddamn
have
counts.
right,
Shit.
No,
exactly.
he
We'll
would
still
have no
down.
because what y'all don't understand. People listen and they understand what we're saying. Okay. It only takes one juror that's gonna be like me, him, and any other Cal supporter to hear that their mama was involved in any
And
type of way and walk him. I promise you.
and
If
if
I
it
would
is,
have
they
Okay,
just
well,
do a new trial. They just
right.
do a
Do
new
it
trial.
now.
let me talk. If I would have
Go
heard
ahead.
anything about a mama, I was talking to Kelly Angie. If I would have heard anything about a mama being in a goddamn case, texting a grown ass man to send her daughter to him, I am not convicting him, and I don't care what it is. Go ahead.
Hold on. Okay, I'm glad you said that. Because guess what? And then you're going to have some jurors that say anything about a mama involved, meaning somebody was underage. And if you don't think that
You're right.
prosecution,
You're right. That's true.
hold on, which means that a minor can have sex with a fucking adult. It's not
No,
legal.
means that the goddamn
Huh?
mama is responsible for putting her goddamn
Okay,
minor in the
that's a
situation.
co-defendant. And
Okay, make her a Cody. We happy with that. See, that's what y'all don't understand. We
No, you
happy with
ain't.
the
No,
Cody.
no, you
no,
ain't.
I ain't got nothing to
No, you
do
ain't.
with it.
I'm
I
happy
think
with the
my
Cody.
thing is, if you think it's just because just how the defense prepare for what the prosecution put on, if the defense if the prosecution put no, I'm sorry, if the just like the prosecution, you don't think that the prosecution is going to prepare for what the defense put on. You think that they just get up there, oh, we're going to introduce this and whatever. You don't think they're going to sit up there and spend time to counter and spin those text messages. You don't think you think they're going to just say, we rest your honor? No, they ain't going to go
No,
like that.
what I'm saying. I'm saying this. I'm saying that what they got, okay, text messages, the documentary, whatever y'all bring, a good attorney can create enough reasonable doubt, okay? They will go in there and let them know that them hoes was paid actors. They will let them know that they went through training before they did that goddamn series. They would also have them text messages between the parents. They also would have had all these videos where this girl is running around driving his cars and happy to be with him. And Kels is my boyfriend. It would have been enough goddamn evidence to create reasonable doubt. Whatever they bring, I don't care. Whatever thought y'all pick,
More reasonable doubt, but don't think that
oh,
those prosecutors would have just sat up there and just said, let it ride. You don't think they were going to counter?
yeah, you can counter, but it's not more
Okay.
powerful than us having evidence that these women in the documentary was paid. How you people think that these are authentic women, these are authentic situations, and they believe them. They don't know what happened in the background. They
But
don't know.
but Sky, the prosecution is going to tell the jury that it was an illegal relationship. They're going to tell them that.
Fine, you can say it's an illegal relationship, but you also got to have a girl sitting up there saying, "Yeah, I wanted to go. Yeah, I wanted to
But
be
it's
marked."
still illegal. So they're going to tell her, no, regardless of what this motherfucker say up here, it's still
I
an
still
illegal
believe.
relationship.
I
And
believe.
but
I
Sky,
said
listen. And illegalities get what? Punished. It's
no.
that
Not
simple.
if you have a juror like me. I hear what you're saying, but sometimes morals supersede the law. Okay, and if I was a juror sitting there, I don't care if it was an illegal relationship. This is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. If I hear any type of hanky panky, y'all, this man asked you how old you are and you lied to him and set him up, I am not convicting him. I don't
Right,
care
but
if you got proof
you
that
should,
girl,
and you the very type of person that shouldn't be on a jury because
you
you're
damn
not
right.
supposed to convict nobody about your morals and your beliefs. You're
I
supposed to
mean, but a
convict them
setup is a
based
setup. I'm
on
not gonna
the
let
evidence
no innocent
and
man
the
go to jail
instructions.
and he was railroaded. I mean, the process to get him convicted got to be clean. You can't. You're not going. I can't sleep at night if I know you tricked the man into the jail cell and I'm
You
putting
wouldn't
the
make it
evidence
past
into
jury
it.
question.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I
Yeah,
won't do it.
I never agree in tricking nobody no crime. But I do know what the parameters and all that shit of
But
the law is, and I do
but check
know.
it out, Angie. Check it out,
Oh,
Angie. It's not
ain't gonna
tricking him into a crime. They not. It's not tricking him into a crime. And when you read the indictment, because they starting up when he knew her age.
Uh-uh.
So
You and
how you?
told
He's
her?
aware.
but I'm
Hold
talking
on.
about how she
I
how
ain't
she
talking about her. I'm talking about with the
Listen,
indictment.
Carla. No
You
camera on.
cannot charge
Hey, Miss
them.
Tyler.
I'm talking about the indictment. The indictment
I understand what you're
start.
saying, but
ho-
the
So
indictment,
hold on. So when you go off the indictment, they started on when he was well aware of her age. So he's not being tricked. If he know her true age, and they said September and October, at this time he knew her age.
okay,
But
now
no,
let's
That's
Taylor. What
let's
what we're saying is she wouldn't have
I
been in
get
that
that.
and he know
situation.
what we're saying.
She wouldn't have
I
even known
get that.
him.
He
I
I'm
I
knows.
talking
I
about when the
I,
indictment
I ain't
started. I'm not
talking
talking
about
about
that.
all that.
I'm talking about the indictment.
He
I ain't
know
talking
what
about
we.
no
Oh,
coulda,
we're not
woulda.
talking about the
I ain't,
indictment.
I ain't talking about no coulda, woulda, shoulda. I'm talking about what actually happened.
He know
I ain't
what
And
talking
we
about
that's
say.
no
fine.
hypothetical. I ain't talking about no hypotheticals.
But this is not a hypothetical. If but for the meeting for him and her, the encounter, she wouldn't have been in the situation. I don't care when the
Woo! She butt
indictment
for
starts.
Dwayne.
I'm talking
But
about
for
when she met
if
his
he
ass.
wouldn't have ate
All
her
right.
ass, but for if he wouldn't have ate her asshole out,
I like that.
he
But
wouldn't be in
for
the
if
situation.
the meeting didn't
But
occur,
for
she
but
never would
for
have situation. I
if he
like
wouldn't have stuck his dick in the
I'm still
motherfucking
in that. I'm still in that. But for uh-huh.
And when we say and when we refer to but for, what is but for refer to y'all when with regards to the law? I used to say it all the time. What's it called? Almost gave the word out. It's called causation. The
Oh, I was finna say
but
conjunction.
for is the
I'll
test
say
for causation.
yes, causation. I
Meaning
like
meaning
it. What
meaning
it
this
is.
is how meaning
Yeah, that's
Robert
what
okay,
it is.
okay.
You
Check this
can't
out.
go
Okay, Angie.
past
Check
that.
this out. Check this out, Angie. Check this out, Angie. We want to use this but for
No,
fucking
causation.
fit. Hold on, Angie. I mean, hold on, Sly. If we want to use this but for, his doctor told him fucking 15 years before he met Ash, to inform your partners that you got bumps on your goddamn dick. So, but for, if he would have informed her that I got fucking bumps, she probably wouldn't have touched his ass.
Nope. I but for
Right.
super
You can
no
use
but
that.
for.
What's up, caller? Let caller jump in. What's up, caller?
Well, I just came on to say that I love every time Skylight say the documentary and I can't I don't for some reason I can't comment in the chat, so that's all I came on for, and I'm gone.
You can't comment in the chat.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Right.
All
All
right. Let
right.
me see what's going on with
I mean,
that.
that's what it is, college shit. That's it. I'm saying.
Hey,
Look,
well, if them thoughts happen to be underage, then
no, no,
that's a problem.
our but for supersede. See, this is what you gotta
Motherfucker.
understand
But
this.
for if he
No,
went on his
no,
doctor's if but for if
look,
he would have went on his doctor's
no,
advice, he wouldn't be in this fucking
no.
situation. Fucking
But
20 years
for
ago, he
if he
told
went
him
in the
you
hole
got bumps in your
trying to
dick.
get, matter of fact, but for if her and her mama wasn't trying to be a hoe and to try and get a quick come up with a man who likes young girls, she wouldn't have been in the situation. See, that's the problem. You want to make an excuse for why she's there. You need to accept why she's there, accept how she got there, and that's it.
I'm making an excuse.
You
I'm
are
making an excuse.
trying to say the
No.
well,
I'm
the
not
damage was
making no
already
excuse.
done when she
Hold on,
went
hold on,
found
hold
out she
on,
was 17.
hold
It was
on.
too
Here,
late.
hold on. I'm not making an excuse because with the situation at the hotel, he need to before he did anything sexual with her, he should have warned her of he got fucking bumps on his dick.
No, no,
Regardless what mama said to hold on.
no.
Regardless if her mama said to her, regardless if she lied about her age is irrelevant when you got motherfucking bumps on your dick. Now if he
No,
told her,
it's
oh,
not. Uh-uh.
hold on,
You're
hold
about to
on,
make me come in
turn your
clutch.
camera back on. Turn your camera back
No,
on.
it is not. The fact
You,
that she is
you gotta fool
17
your mouth.
is
You gotta fool your
why.
mouth. You gotta fool your mouth. But
No,
for if you
the
swallow your motherfucking
the
food before you
fact
talk,
that she is 17 is why the reason why she's jammed up in this. Don't try and act like You gonna spin it around and act like you gonna go
It's
to
a whole
Starbucks
lot of it's a lot of contributing
oh,
factors that
but
could have
more.
prevented this from happening.
Hold
Hold
on,
on, Scott.
hold
It's a
on,
lot of
but
a
more.
month. Hold on.
If he
Okay,
would
I'll
have
give you
told him
that.
her
I'll
real
give you that.
age, hold on, let me just say this. If she would have told him her real age, she wouldn't have been there. Cause he would have rejected her out the gate. Now that's it.
It's a lot of contributing that could have prevented
Wait
this shit.
a minute. Now I got a realistic question. What now, Keller?
Uh-huh.
She could have seen bumps on his penis.
Say that again.
If he had bumps on his penis, she should have
Mhm.
seen that.
Yep.
No, 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 no. Here's I was being I was here's what I'm saying about that. His doctor informed him.
No, I understand. I understand, but what I'm
Oh yeah,
saying is,
I was
but I don't think none of that would have stopped her. It didn't stop her and her mom from devising no plan for her underage ass to sleep with a grown man.
Thank you.
so
So
are
I
you
don't think
saying
no
that
bumps would have made her worried
are
about
you
nothing.
are you saying that if he was to informed her that I got an uncurable disease, she would have still continued if he would have informed
No,
her?
they
Huh?
didn't.
Okay, how about this?
They
Check
didn't
this
care
out.
nothing about her
I'm not,
underage
no, no,
ass being there with
no, no,
him.
no, no. I'm not talking about her age because the herpes have nothing to do with her age. She could have been grown. I'm
Okay,
asking you.
Okay,
Hold on,
Keller,
Scott. Hold on, wait, Scott. Hold on,
you
Scott. Hold on, Scott. Scott, answer
most
this question.
most
Hold on.
most
Let me
listen
get my
listen
question out.
listen and this is coming from somebody who has worked in healthcare. Most people don't even care about them STDs. Some of them don't even care about AIDS no more because they feel they
Oh,
can just take a pill.
oh,
HIV, they can just take a pill and they'll be all right. So people
okay.
don't even care about that.
So,
So
so,
when
so,
you
are you
got a
saying?
mother willing to sell her underage daughter to this man in order for fame, do you think a few bumps is going to make her can put a condom on or whatever, or take your bowel tracks and you'll be all right? Just
So that's your
look at
answer.
how she
So
was
you
pushing her on him.
so, so, is it safe to say that your answer is that if he was to inform her, she still would have did it?
Yes,
Is that
yes.
okay?
Because most women do still do it. You
okay.
have women,
Answer this, fella.
you
Answer
have women
this.
who still
Well,
get
we'll
married
never
to
know.
men.
Well, we'll never know
You
because he
have
didn't inform her.
Hold on.
I'm gonna lie.
Once she contracted the herpes from him, which we still don't have proof of, once she contracted it, did she not stop having sex with him? Boom.
Exactly. And
She
then
had it already.
Boom.
she went home.
Thank you.
She
And she
went
came
home and
right
she could have
back.
stopped then.
Yeah, she
Wait,
came
wait, wait,
right
wait.
back.
She got it
Herpes and
already.
all.
The fuck?
Listen, Keller, listen to this because I don't know if people not living in reality. There are women who have sex with men
I ain't fucking nobody who got
who
bumps on
have
their coochie.
HIV and have babies with them, and they are detectable. They ain't even undetectable. They might not even be on their medication. So do
So,
you really think
Magic Johnson
that
and them.
so let me ask you this, guy. If R. Kelly told you he had bumps on his dick, you still knock him down?
who me?
Sky.
If
Oh,
I was a thirsty young hoe, I would. Well, it wasn't
So
nothing
that's
would
you,
stop
Keller,
me
you
Oh
can't
my
ask us what
God.
we would
from
do.
getting the money.
You can't, Keller, you can't ask us what we would do because we
why.
probably more than
Why can't?
likely neither one of us would send our underage daughter to go be with no grown man.
No, herpes don't have nothing to do with age.
Yeah,
Herpes don't have
what
nothing to
I'm
do with age.
saying is that when you consider what this mother already pushed
I
onto
get
her
that.
child,
Okay, I get all that. I get all
right?
that. I'm
So
saying
this
like,
that
hold on.
you gotta think about their ethics. You
So
have to think about
so
what kind
here,
of ethics they
here's
have.
so I understand that the mother is a piece of shit. Me and you on the same page with that. But when I go by the indictment, I'm going off what's in black and white. The indictment start
Most,
off. Hold on, Carla. The indictment start off of when he was aware of her age. It don't
I
have nothing to do with the mama.
I
Don't got
understand
nothing to
that.
do with the mother. He have knowledge now, and he
Only
still
thing I'm
continue.
disputing with you right now in this conversation is that
Mm,
you're insinuating that she wouldn't have still slept with that man if she didn't know he had herpes. I believe that she would have. I believe her mother
but
would have encouraged her to. That is their ethics. Their ethics is
okay,
already fucked up.
well that's you have the right to your opinion. I respect that,
Okay, now tell her we
but
gotta
we'll never
talk.
know because he
Okay,
never told it.
okay, hold
But we,
on. I'm gonna try not to smack. This is what you have to understand. Okay,
I need you to understand to close your
wait,
mouth while you talking, while you
wait,
eating. Shit,
wait,
understand that shit.
wait. Okay, you are talking about a young girl, and I'm gonna just say, put it out for an adult. Okay, The question is, ma'am, would you rather get herpes or would you want some good dick and several millions of dollars to your access? I want you to actually ask some people that and see what they
Okay.
say. Okay?
Well, I
Because
just
we're
asked you.
not talking about a hundred thousand
I,
there. We talking about
I
tails and
just asked you. You said hell.
wait. Let's add fame on there. Okay? He is the king of R&B. He has millions of dollars access and he has good dick. That's what's on the record.
And it's
Okay?
women
You know
doing the
what?
same thing for
For
bums.
Nah,
free! For
hell
free!
no. Let
Thank
me
you,
tell you
Carla. I'm
something.
done.
Let me tell you something. Hell no. I don't give a damn if that nigga can make me sing his song, put it on my mind, put it in my pocket, put If you got that situation, you ain't got Angie. Angie ain't that hard up. I have to go make. I'm like, let me tell you something, baby. I stop shaking your motherfucking hand. I don't play them games. No, Sky.
They ain't
Everybody
got
else.
to
Um,
either, but
Don't get
I
If
don't
you
don't
think it's
get
got
gonna
me
money
stop
though,
wrong.
her.
Some
Andrew, if you ain't had no
people,
money,
some people will
your
still
whole
get down with
situation
that.
will be different.
I'm not.
If you ain't got no money, you might think differently. Money changes things,
I
people.
would. I don't give a damn if I don't have no goddamn money. I'm still ain't giving up.
But
Hell no.
we aren't asking what you would do or Sky would do or I would. What would they do, considering
Yep.
what the evidence that we've already
but
seen from
we
them?
don't know because
But that girl,
he never told
that girl
them.
wasn't. That
But
girl
what we can
wasn't
do is
coming from.
assume.
Them girls weren't coming from. All of them come from no being hungry and out on the streets and shit like that. They weren't
All
coming
of
from
it
being
was, but we're talking
homeless or
about
nothing
one.
like that.
We're talking about one in particular. And look at what her mother was already encouraging her to do as a
That girl
child.
wasn't poor.
As a child, what her mother was encouraging her to do as a child. So I don't think that anything would have changed. If he would have told her, she would have been just as fine with then.
Yep.
She would have went through with it and it wouldn't have been no problem. Like I said, it is grown women doing that for bums. People, men that they paying for that's living up in their house.
Free
It
99.
is. It is.
Ain't
It
getting no
is.
more.
But
Dance off the gas.
So is that safe to say that's coercion and enticement?
That might be. But you know what it
What
is? It's at your own will, though. You might be coerced and enticed by that. Who's not? Who doesn't want a guy that has a lot of money and good dick and fame? I ain't gonna say
So his fame status alone could
but you do
consider.
know you can find one that ain't got no herpes. Cause here's the thing, right? Okay, I done made it up in this little circle. I done made it up in this little circle. Hell, I'm just gonna slide them in the hey, I'm backstage. Hey, let me find hey Drake, y'all on concert together. And I done moved on. Yeah, you ain't got herpes, do you, Drake? Shit. I'm trying to find people that ain't got no herpes. Oh, they're gonna mo. I'm trying to find somebody that ain't got no herpes. I gotta get out of this camp. Cause this camp is infected. I got to go.
Hell no.
they can go with me.
I'm thinking
Raise your
about my life.
and look,
Uh,
and one of them gonna raise their hand. That's gonna be the sad part about it. They all gonna be looking around like, who ain't got it?
No, see, no, baby, but you know what? Mo, come on back, cause I don't know what happened. But the thing about it is, see, testing and things of that nature, that's on my list. That's on my schedule. So of course that means, and that's been like that for me. So that means that is important to me.
Yep,
Hey, come
right.
on, we're gonna have to get that blood work up. Come on, that's important to me. Okay,
yep.
that and how you cut your mustache and your beard and shit. Okay. And y'all, let me tell you, did I tell you this other thing I don't like about a man's beard? Hey, listen, y'all see that thing is deep. That shit run deep with me. I don't like no man that finna get to have that Osama bin Laden beard, because I swear for God, they gonna plait it up and they gonna put beads on it like Tretch. Honey,
Yep, and
I'm be done.
it's gonna be nappy and looking homeless. That's what I call a homeless look. See, if men just
Mm.
understand, get a little beard oil. That's all you gotta have. Get a little beard oil and rub it on your beard, and you ain't gonna look homeless. That's it. I'm like, you
Now,
ain't
just
allowed.
make sure if you decide to, and see, I be real leery. That's why I be asking somebody now, when you do this, Osama bin Laden look, are you
Yeah,
gonna keep it up? Or do you plan to put plaits in it and shit and put
yeah,
beads in it? I swear
yeah.
for God, I look and I see you done did something like under your chin, like George Clinton. We gonna have a fit. I'm gonna have a fit. We done.
Looking
We
ghetto,
done.
unprofessional.
Get your ass out of here.
I
Yeah, and they be talking about I'm controlling. Let me stop. Well, I ain't mean to change the topic, but that shit, that Oh, I'm
No,
like,
that's important because guys need to hear that. You need to get your grooming, go to the barber, and get yourself lined up because that looks disgusting. I'm sorry, it does.
And they used to take me to the barbershop. Ain't like I, requested to go. They be like, come on. Now I be sitting up to the barbershop, and I just be in there too. I be at the park. One time, I went to the park, and you have to stand on the side. And if when they get ready to run games, and they pick the people they want to play in the as a half court or full court. And one time I got picked, sure did, to play in a little game. Kelly don't know nothing about that because he ain't in the sports. But this is what happens when you go to James. No, old ass James. No, he in here. When you go up to the park and you have to stand to the side, and then they pick who gonna be on the teams and shit. You run games.
Oh,
But y'all
pick
don't
up.
know shit else but about R. Kelly. What
You say all
y'all
we
know
know is
about sports.
Kelly.
Y'all, that's all y'all
All,
know is about R.
all,
Kelly. Y'all know
all I know is all I know is a text message.
Look,
he gonna
I'm
grow
just
a 20-inch beard. His country ass are probably platted.
Uh,
But yeah, so but listen, but see my thing is, Sky, you got to
talking
understand
big shit.
if they
I had to
relax
come
with
up here
the
and say
municipal,
something. Keep the
can
gas
you hear?
messages. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So you
Okay.
got to understand if you want them to relax what's admissible and inadmissible for the defense, that's the same rules apply for the what prosecution.
But
there's
Angie, it
there's
already seems like
a lot of things they didn't get in.
it's already lopsided in their favor. Like, well, how much more can they get? I mean,
Uh,
It's going to be consistent.
normally the fans,
That's
normally
what
the
I keep getting
fans,
is consistent on both sides.
I think he just had bad lawyers. Cause I mean, it's horrible. I mean, this is horrendous. The way
It
it's
no attorney could have got him out of that shit. There's too
oh
much
no,
evidence against
I disagree. I don't from what I see and what we've been learning,
him. I think
it's
Connick
only
was good.
beatable with the right attorney because you have to create the reasonable
I
doubt. That has to
Well,
be
you know what,
created.
Scott? I take that back. I take that back. Maybe the right attorney could have softened the blow
Yeah,
and got him less time, but I
exactly.
don't think he's going to beat that shit. Now they could have softened the blow,
No, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna
and
say this. I'm gonna
that
go on
mean
the
that he
record.
probably would have to admit to some of the shit that he did.
I'm gonna say this: if the documentary wasn't out there preceding this, I believe he would have walked this whole case. I believe that the damage that documentary created in the eyes of the public and the media
But
outrage that it
here's the
created,
thing.
I
Here's the
believe that
thing.
directly affected his case in a way that it was irreparable damage done.
It
But
shouldn't.
Scott, what about the evidence though?
The failure to expose the one man racketeering, that's to me that's beatable. I mean,
Bribery.
when
What
was
about
the
the
last
bribery?
time that have you heard of somebody getting brought in for having herpes?
Okay, you beat the bribery. How you
Wait,
beat the
let me
bribery?
talk. Hold on, let me
What
talk.
is the
Let me
crime
talk.
though?
Usher,
What are you talking about? You being brought in?
Usher.
It's a
Let's
crime.
go to
That's what they
Usher. Okay,
call it.
hold on. Usher admittedly gave his wife the herpes. That nigga ain't getting no jail time. I mean, let's talk about it.
No,
Because
they did it. No, he wasn't
What?
charged.
because they won in New
Oh
York or
well, okay,
California.
but that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. So
they
how
could have
come?
reduced that. They could have
If he
reduced
How
would,
that down.
come
They could have
prosecutorial
reduced that.
discretion? We gotta charge R. Kelly for some shit you ain't never charged
be-
nobody else
They
for
could
because
have,
we know
yeah,
other
that with
people
that
died.
herpes, they could have reduced that
because it
down
And
wasn't
even
in New
had
more.
York or
charged
California. That's why.
have charged other people.
Oh,
It listen, it's a lot that goes in deciding to charge somebody. Lord have mercy,
no, it don't.
Jesus.
And I ain't.
Yes,
They
it
don't like
does.
them, so they want to add that. What's the other one?
So here's the
The
problem with the
man,
herpes
come on
alone.
now, flying a
Okay,
hoe over the line,
But
and she
Sky,
wanted
check
to
this out.
go.
Sky. Okay, check this out. So they pick and choose who they decide to motherfucking charge, which is true. Okay, when that's the basic gist of prosecutorial misconduct. But when they have the evidence to support to prove on the elements,
And with this trial is the RICO. Okay, I have no problem with coming with the rest of the charges, but to try and make it a goddamn RICO is insane. You literally one man RICO'd his ass, found this girl, the star witness, who completely was a willing participant by herself and her mother. Okay, based on the text messages that y'all love so much, and they needed her for the timeline for the RICO. That's
Rico
but
was there
if
was
you
regardless.
look
overstated.
at it,
If it's a
if you look
Rico,
at it, if you want to say she was a willing participant, if you when you want to look at it, most all the victim witnesses were willing participants.
They were.
Because I don't remember, hold on, I don't remember any of them saying that they were raped. So they
right?
voluntarily shut their ass up there.
They did.
So what
But
that tells you,
I'm talking about
what that
particularly
tells
her.
you, huh?
That tells me that they ain't like R. Kelly and that they developed that RICO because they knew they needed to jam him up because they knew individually charging him with them charges, it wasn't going to be shit. That's how I feel. I feel like they created that RICO intentionally to jam his ass up. Because if that's the case, you could have been charged him with the failure to expose. You could have been charged him with the Man Act.
Right.
They're gonna charge them what they feel gonna be successful.
But
Man,
when you're talking about when it comes to charging, what you simply what you do is you look for what fits the circumstances and what you can prove on and the elements and whatever, and then you try to find the highest. Then a lesser if you want to include that and all of that, whatever. Then you create your indictment. But what I'm saying is, okay, you could be. I mean, just say y'all commit a crime and then they have, they get charged for, they get, maybe first and second degree or whatever. Okay, that means it fit both of them. It just depends on what the jury can substantiate, right? Or what the prosecutor, let me say, can substantiate the crime. So I mean, it's just that it's not like okay, well, we're gonna we if we want to, we can charge him with this little bit of charge. But if we want to, we can charge him with something. They can charge you with whatever fits. So
I,
you
I,
can't say, well, they had to charge him with the highest one.
but
They
check
didn't have to, but they did.
okay, but check this out. Okay, because with this case, and I'm gonna get on record with this, and then I'm gonna hop off. But this the thing. It's not even the charges, Angie. It is a conglomerate. This case is the perfect storm. Okay, and I'm gonna go on record saying this: the charges of the RICO. Okay, manufacturing it, remixing it to fit his ass. Okay, then you have a jury panel that was already tainted. You have a judge that was pushed by the Me Too feminist agenda and Time's Up agenda. You got the documentary that was out there doing damage on top of all of this. And then you have the fucked up defense team. Okay. It was a perfect storm. I believe if all of that shit was correct, even his lawyers and the jury was proper and in order, I believe he would have walked. I don't think they would have walked him out like that. I just don't.
So are you saying that Bojane would have did a much better
Yes.
job?
Yes.
So okay, so she's doing his appeal. So do you think she's
He's
gonna be
fighting from the back end. How you gotta understand what and see that's what Angie taught us too.
she
Whatever's not on the record, to my understanding, she can't get on the record. Okay. So she gotta
what she
use what is already in the case
uh,
in
right?
order
So
to
But
fight this
those
appeal.
things, Sky, those things wouldn't have never been on the record in the first place because it
Even if
was
she was on there, even if she,
it
all right.
wouldn't have been on there. Majority of it.
But where's the we
I don't
ain't
like
see
to speak in
text
absolutes. I don't
messages?
like to speak in absolutes, and I'm not thinking right now about each one. But if it's not admissible, Scott, the judge is still the same. If it's not admissible, it's
For
just not
some reason, she
admissible.
think her attorney could change it.
But I don't understand what am I missing here?
Say it again. Say it again. You said
If
if it
it's
was.
not admissible, if it's not admissible with the brothers Johnsons, it's not going to be admissible with Bonjean.
I'm saying this. Okay.
Well, do you understand that part though? What she just
Yes,
said?
I do understand that, but I believe that if there was a, did y'all hear what I said? I talked about the jury, the judge, the
I heard
prosecutor.
all of that.
Okay, so if you change, let's call them elements. If you get them elements to be correct and proper, we don't have any of this. The
What you
information
mean
is
the
not going
elements
to
to
be
be
blocked.
correct and proper?
Huh? I'm saying the text messages would have been in there because the judge wouldn't have been trying to push them down the route of extortion and let them run their own goddamn
The
defense.
text messages wouldn't have been in there because it's not relevant.
That's what you say, Angie, and I hear what you're saying.
Well, the
But
And
judge
what
said.
I said is already been decided on. It wasn't
What
just
the
me.
judge said.
by a
What the
biased
judge said.
judge and a biased
The judge
jury,
said it.
if you telling me
That's what
that
the racist
they
ass
were
judge said.
relevant to convict his ass, but they not relevant enough to
They
not
didn't
convict
use
his
the
ass,
text. No, they didn't use those text messages that they was
they
trying to
did.
put
You
in.
just said
Listen
it.
to me. Let me finish. The text message that they was trying to put in, they didn't use those strings to convict him. They used something completely different.
They used the
They use
goddamn
they
timeline
the
to
they.
show that she was 17 years old. Okay.
So if they use those text messages, that means it's in there.
No, that
If the,
part is they blocked the rest of the shit so we couldn't use it. What you mean?
what,
They
so
Why did they
banned it.
block
no,
it?
if the government use it, the
Sky,
defense could use it.
hold on.
What you talking
Sky,
about? If the
No,
government use whatever
no,
the government use, the
Keller,
defense can use too. What
Keller,
are you
it's
talking
a
about?
lot. They did something where we were
Whatever.
not able
Do
to.
you
what are you
understand this?
talking about?
Whatever the
They
government
ain't let me
use,
talk.
the defense can use.
They ain't let me
Also,
talk. That's not what happened, Keller. Go ahead, Angie.
What do you mean?
You said
See, this
we
is what
read
I'm
it.
talking about. See, this is what
What?
I'm talking. Hold on. This is what I'm talking about. When y'all tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. When I said what was gonna happen before it happened, didn't happen. Who don't know what the fuck is talking about? Y'all. Y'all the ones.
What you
Y'all
mean?
don't understand shit. And then when you
We
do
do
understand, you don't
understand
understand
it.
it. No, you don't.
We do, but you gotta understand
No, you don't.
so did
there
you say?
Because
is.
if you think that those text messages are relevant, relatable, and reliable to those elements, you don't understand.
I
Ain't
do.
nothing I can do about that.
We just have a different point of view on them.
No, we ain't got no different point of view. You
Understand?
are wrong.
Okay,
And I
I'll
hate
be
to do this, but
wrong.
I'm in the position to tell you that. And check
But
this out. The
you've
reason
been
why
telling me
I am,
I'm
and I
wrong.
have
But you
hold on, I
gotta
got proof that you're wrong. I'm gonna tell you, I got proof that you're wrong. I
but
got
you
proof
gotta
because
understand.
it has already played out. They've
I
already
see,
did
but
this.
see, you know why it played out? Because of the tampered ass judge, the tampered ass
Oh
jury,
my
and the
God.
process. There's no way
What
of getting around that.
Girl,
was the evidence
girl,
tampered to?
You had a jury that didn't like
girl.
it from the rip. I
Listen,
don't care if we could have brought the most evidence in there to free his ass, they still was locking him up. Kels, the moment
listen,
they locked him up and that documentary came on that goddamn screen, he was not walking free. If anybody in this world thought he was
listen,
gonna get a just trial, you're crazy. It wasn't gonna happen.
listen. He could have had, listen, he could have had God as his head counsel
You're right.
and Jesus
And he
as
was
his
going to prison.
co-counsel, and with the
Yes.
same text messages, they wouldn't have been admissible.
Because
Because
he's
inadmissible evidence is still inadmissible. It ain't
with
no way you can get them in.
this the thing. And
Even the judge,
I
the
don't even know
judge,
why I'm
hold on.
excited. Because I just said it. With or without the text messages, God and the disciples could have been the judge and the jury. Kels was going to prison because they wanted him there. Okay, and that's just the bottom line.
He's going to prison
It
because
was
he's guilty.
no, he ain't. It's a political agenda, and they were sending him there, whether we like it or not. We can sit up here and argue all day.
What senator led the agenda? What senator?
I
What
said
senator led it?
I said political.
Okay, you said political. I'm just saying. I'm asking you what senator. That's
Oh,
what
I
they
don't know
are.
what goddamn senator.
What House of
I feel
Representatives?
like
Like,
all the
come on.
feminists,
I'm trying to get you to understand.
the
You can't
feminists, the
do what the fuck
LGBTQ
you want to
community,
do
Oh,
in
you
the
just
course
said.
of law.
all
It
of them.
can't happen.
That's what
Oh
It just
happened.
can't
man,
Y'all,
happen.
that's what
I
happened.
love it.
Y'all cannot change that. It was Me Too out there in Time's Up. Why don't y'all go ask them
Yeah, me too,
what
right.
politician is
Hold on.
backing y'all up?
So let me know which one of the Me Too people authored
Answer public.
FRE and FRCP. Let me know which one that authored that shit.
That's not
Who wrote
acting
that?
like the judges don't get
Who
paid under
knows,
the
sir? We're
table.
not gonna keep
That's
going
not
to
acting
another
like
point.
political
Answer my
agendas
shit.
don't
Because
exist.
if I'm
Let's
wrong, then you should be
let's
able to
be
give me the
real.
answer. Give me the
Okay.
answers.
If I
Which
knew,
one of
if
the
I
feminist
knew,
movement,
I would
the
already sent the
senators,
shit in and told on
and
them.
all of
So
that
you just saying
wrote
stuff
the
you already know.
FRE
No,
and FRCP? Let
are
me
you
tell you.
stupid? The writing is on the wall. Like, okay, because understand
Let
this.
me tell you, let me
Why?
answer it for you. Let me
Why?
answer it for you.
Tell me
FRE
why.
and FRCP was long in existence before the fucking
This
M2
ain't okay.
YouTube
Okay.
what then
Miss
got
This
going.
ain't got nothing to do with that.
Miss Angie.
Why do they need the
Dude,
documentary to be in the atmosphere right before his trial? Answer me that. If you
That
trying to tell me
documentary.
that was not a fucking political agenda, then we can't talk. There's no reason for them to have made that shit right before his goddamn trial and put it out there to tamper all the goddamn the jurors possible in the whole goddamn world. He can't get a trial nowhere. Everybody saw that shit.
Miss
Bullshit.
Miss
let me
Angie.
ask you this. I'm just hold on, Carl. Let me ask you
Okay.
one question. Then let me ask you this question. Okay, you said it's a surviving thing, whatever. It was created, right? Then why? Then answer this. Then why the fuck were there women that could create the surviving? This question can go back. We can keep going.
What do you mean? Why
Right.
were there women?
It didn't stop. It didn't.
You gonna
Who
Why do
always
they
say
created the
exist?
hoes? I
women?
mean, what
How was the
we
women
gonna say
actors?
hoes don't exist? What's
No,
the
was the
question?
women actors? Was the women actors? Was the women actors, or was they jumping up and down on the penis?
To my understanding, they was paid actors. They paid them.
They fucked them. That's what they did. They fucked them.
But
They
even if
fucked them.
they didn't,
Yes, they
let's say
did.
they did.
They fucked him,
Let's
and
say
he
they
fucked
did
them.
let Kels jump off. You
They
mad
fucked
because you
him
mad because he ain't
exactly.
marry
So,
you. What's the purpose? That you
so
still a
you
hoe?
telling me? So if it wasn't for the women,
Hey,
it wouldn't have been
but
no
them hoes have to be
documentary.
under the
Wait, Kevin,
age.
let me hear what Angie's
That.
saying. Let me hear what she's saying.
Now
Say
come
that
on,
again.
Carla. Carla, what you supposed to say? Because she
I
don't
just
want my
want I
line to
want to
talk. What
know
you
I
supposed to
want to
say?
know based on what we've read, what's been read and everything. If you as a juror would have been okay with convicting him of the RICO.
Are you asking me? Okay, hold on. So
I'm
yes,
asking you.
as a juror,
Right, if you were
not
a
as
juror
somebody that
and based on what was read, what they presented, would you be okay with convicting him with the RICO?
I asked that,
I would
Carla.
be.
She
Hold
said
on.
yeah.
I would be cool. I would be okay, simply because based on the jury instructions, it would allow me to say he qualifies as someone that violated the RICO law.
And the RICO was established based on Faith and Azriel's testimonies, right?
No, it was more than that. It was Aaliyah.
I I
Uh,
thought
no, they was in it too, but it wasn't just them. It was a lot. It was 13 different.
Carla, into it like this. The way that the RICO
no,
is
I know, yeah, I know
the
it was more charges,
timeline,
but I thought that the RICO was determined based on Faith,
Not
the
just them
time in
alone.
between Faith and Azriel
Not them
situation.
alone. Not
no,
them alone.
everybody was meeting a portion of the timeline. That's why Azrael is critical, because she picks up the closest dates to now. Like prior to that, you have like 5, 6, 7 year gaps, but Azrael makes it more current. You see what I'm saying? Because her issue was what, 2015 or something like that. So she makes the Rico more powerful. So is the Rico
Well,
is dangerous because of the timeline, not really I ain't gonna say that because Angie gonna flip. The elements true, but the timeline more.
the RICO is dangerous because all you need is two predicate acts to find them guilty,
Who's
and
that gonna
and they had a lot of them.
I'm sorry, that's my grandbaby. I'm sorry.
That's your grand. Oh, you got a
Yeah,
grandbaby.
yeah, I got
Oh, I
a
like
few of them.
grandbabies.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Girl, you look way too young to have some
Yep,
grandbabies.
I got
But
them.
listen,
Right.
but here's the thing, like when you read the jury instruction, it's a very simple, straightforward instruction. Okay.
Hmm.
And so it tells you what you can consider. That's why if I'm saying this is what the judge has charged me with, this is a jury charge, this is what he charged me with. And he said you convict based on the evidence you that has been presented in this case, not based on what the attorneys has said. And this, that, and the third, whatever. They give um direct instructions. It doesn't say, okay, well, this RICO's typically was reserved for mobsters, was reserved for financial crime, blah, 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 blah. Mm-mm. It's going to say, based on these, pretty much, I'm paraphrasing this, based on this criteria, these instructions, this is the only thing they had to prove. They didn't, and see what people get get hummed up on. They don't have to prove the entire story
RICO,
and timeline from
it's
from
just
day
two of them.
one to the end and all that. They only have to prove those three elements. That and to make sure that the facts of the case are understood. And the facts of the case, not all the facts of the case, the facts that was presented.
Okay, hold
That's
on.
it.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you this. And I'm not even gonna say me and you. I'm gonna say, do you believe the jury panel, even though it was tainted, a proper panel, would have more people that are legally astute or morally astute?
Morally.
That's what I wanted. That's the point why I was asking Miss
Morally.
Angie, Scott Life, because I
Wait,
think
wait, wait. Let
that,
her answer though, Carl. Let me hear
okay,
what you say.
okay, yeah.
I said morally. It would be a panel of morally astute
Okay.
people. Right.
Okay. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's hard for me to argue with you
But
because
Scott,
you not looking
also
at the
but you do know morally would encompass following the instructions the judge gave you.
right, but understand this, Angie. Morally, like I'm a lay person. Okay, I will be in there listening, and I'm trying to tell you if I heard anything about he asked you the age and you said you lied to him, anything that's a moral. Okay, it's legal and moral. Okay, let me take that back. It's both. That's a legal and moral person sitting there to say, do I follow the law at this point and lock him up because the law says that she federal charges, she 18 and she was 17, or do I go by my moral understanding to know that it is wrong to trick this man into this prison sentence? Okay, that's what I'm trying to get you. And that right there, Angie, is the cusp of this all.
Well,
Trying,
you go
you
morally.
are a
Well,
legal
Listen,
professional, and we are arguing legal also, but you have to understand from the moral jury
I'm
standpoint.
under,
I know
but
you
you're
do. I
talking
take that
about
back. I don't mean to say
somebody.
that.
But just because you're a professional of anything, that doesn't mean that you lack the a human side, because you're human before you was any goddamn thing. But what I'm
That's
saying
true.
is, even though, listen, although, and this is a prime example, although you have people, and the selection process is supposed to rule out people that will have a problem, that would lean more on the moral side than follow the legal instruction. So the process is supposed to rule those people out. Okay. However, not all the time, as we see. Sometimes it is a juror that is hung up that will um 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 ignore the instructions and just go on their humanistic shit, whatever they feel, their
Boom.
morals, what they
That's it.
think,
That's it.
whatever. We do understand that, but that is not how what the process is intended
And that's
to.
all we
That's not
needed you
what
to
it's
say,
intended to
Andrew.
do.
And you just
But
said $1 million worth of game
even
right
if
there.
it was
But
one, let's say if
wait,
it
wait, wait,
was
wait,
one,
wait, wait. Let's absorb what she just said. What absorb what she just said. The
I
process
heard her.
is not meant to do that. Okay. Now
Right.
Carla was gonna talk first, and then I interrupted her. So I'm about
Go
to
ahead,
go back
Miss
in the chat
Carla.
and listen, but we'll come back. But thank you for saying that, Angie. And and
Yes,
and
ma'am.
and 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 me and you talk. Okay. All right, y'all.
All
Bye,
right.
Carla. Bye, Keller.
Uh,
Go ahead, Miss Carla.
No, the reason I was asking is because I'm of the other persuasion where sometimes I think like a legal mind is better to be a juror than lay people because it's just my sometimes lay people don't understand all of their instructions,
Right.
how they are given. And I tend to think that lay people do a lot of times lead off of emotion. And I
Yeah.
think that somebody who is skilled in the technicality of law would make better decisions. So that's why I was just interested in what you would have decided based on what was presented. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. I would have listened to because the instructions are pretty clear and they make it very listen. This is what you are to consider. And see another thing, they tell you what you are to consider. You can't consider. Oh well, but man, even though you sit up and say, man, he got a raw deal. Even if you know and you feel like he got a raw deal, you are still supposed to consider what they told you to consider only. Not that he got a raw deal, man. I'm gonna have to because that is that gets that gets into weeds with something else. So I'm just saying. Still trying to find this damn document though while y'all up here.
so so they
Go
say
ahead.
all you need is one, right? So let's say
Mm,
you get a hundred. What happens if you get 100?
get another trial.
Another
Right,
they
right. For
decide
some
whether you
reason,
get another
and
one,
it's
right?
and it's a rhetorical question because they can't believe that would free the motherfucker. They start over with a new set of jurors.
It couldn't it because it the prosecution has to decide whether they're gonna move forward with another trial, right? After a hung jury, it's just not automatic, right?
I mean,
Yeah, the
they
problem. Yeah, no, it's not automatic because no, it's not automatic because there are several things that may happen. You may get caught up on a statute of limitations. You may get caught up on a double jeopardy. Okay, so yeah, it's not an automatic. It's not an automatic situation.
right. I'm talking about his situation. I'm not. I'm talking about
Yeah,
his situation.
his
Um,
situation will still apply.
Situation they
I
could
mean, you
it
know.
right,
still
right, right,
apply.
right. But right. But we still have things that's fresh to to for as far as the statute. Then you're dealing with minors as well. So with the statute of
Right,
limitations, that's going to be hard.
but
Now
sometimes
double
it's not
jeopardy.
even sometimes I don't think it's just even about that.
Hey,
Sometimes it's
Mo.
about whether or not um like the cost to do another trial, all of those things.
Man, I
Yeah,
saw.
what they usually do is try to get a deal,
Trial.
get a
Yeah.
deal. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And then if not, then they'll really start thinking real hard whether or not they'll go ahead. What's up, Mo? You up here?
I saw a trial go to trial 4 times. It was a Netflix special on it,
You
and
up here,
it wasn't
Mo?
even to the magnitude of R. Kelly.
Yeah, this is Mo.
Is she on mute?
Uh-uh. Mo, your communication device is okay, but see, you can't you can't sit up there and do what, have the
So
jury fall, or
I see.
fall under jury notification and shit like that. You can't, you're supposed to follow
So
the instructions. Go ahead, though.
I can't think of this name of this documentary. It was on Netflix. I think I told you about it a while ago. Where this guy um went to court, kept getting a hung jury. The fourth time, he didn't get a hung jury, and they was like, "Okay, what happened?" And it was one witness that they didn't bring in, that they always brought in. So it was this one witness that I guess was hanging the jury, and this fourth time they didn't bring that witness in. I don't know if they couldn't show up or what happened. Um,
Mm.
but I say that to say this: let's say they get a retrial, will they be able to bring in witnesses that they haven't brought in before and not bring in witness that they brought in the past?
Well, I think that's the thing.
Yeah.
See, some of them didn't want to even testify in the other trial. So
Right.
imagine them having to go through another trial from a hung jury. That could also be a reason that they couldn't move forward with the prosecution the second time, because if the witnesses didn't want to, like Geronda has been public about saying she did not want to testify ever again.
Right. And that's the risk you run by trying by losing your appeal and shit like that. That's the risk you run. And no prosecutor wants to go through that stuff. They don't got time for that. You understand what I'm saying? That they don't have time for that. Because, you know, especially, and here's the thing, right? And if if your appeal, you win your appeal based on certain prosecutorial misconduct, they are barred from retrying you again anyway. So certain things play out when it comes to this shit. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Because I'm thinking, so I don't know what's Mo keep losing connection and stuff like that. So it's like what I don't have no I don't really have a problem with nobody think what they think. That's fine. But my thing is, don't tell me I'm wrong because I'm trying to tell you that the law is applicable here. I'm not wrong. I'm telling you that the law is applicable here. You want to tell me about your Wild Bill story that you think can play out in the courtroom.
Well,
I'm
Well,
I
telling you
think
that the law is applicable.
but
I
she
think
I'm
what
telling
already
you I'm
they
admitted that
wrong.
she don't that she rejects the law.
I think what they
Yeah.
are thinking is that if is there a way that those, I know that the judge determined that the emails were inadmissible, but is there a way that they could have been? That's what they hung up.
Extortion,
Yeah.
extortion. If they
Well,
argue extortion,
right. So base.
If
So
now if they argued extortion and they had direct evidence
to
with
support it,
regards
yeah.
to support.
right.
Yeah,
So
go
I
ahead, Carl.
think.
I'm sorry.
So I think what that side is saying is that they
They have to
don't
finesse
feel
it.
like that the defense attorneys did enough investigation to come up with other evidence
Now,
that would support those ideas, that those, see, because you keep hearing them say those emails were just the beginning,
text message.
like that it's more.
Mm,
And so I think what they keep getting hung up on is that um they're trying to get a hypothetical off of
you're in the matrix too.
I
Mo.
thought it
Yes,
was just me.
that's they trying to get a hypothetical off of other, there being some other evidence,
Yeah.
and feeling like that the prosecution may have withheld this additional evidence because they knew that it would be damaging to the case. And so that's why they opted not to even introduce it.
Well, you
You
can't
look
do
it
that
up.
because that means that would be a Brady violation. So you can't do that. What's up, Miss Moon?
Hey, I know it
Hey.
has. Oh, I think is that my feedback?
Uh-uh.
Oh, okay. So I know I was in and out. I was trying to connect. I was having device issues. And y'all might have already touched on this, but I came on, of course, whenever Skylights leave, here I come. So,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
the only thing, and y'all might have already addressed it, but part of the conversation that they were having was about if someone has herpes, for instance, that it should have been on the girl or the woman or whatever you want to call them to see that and to know that that's the case. I just come with the education to make it clear that is not how it works. Now, of course, when we look in our old PE health books, it shows, or even if you Google online, they're going to show you an active outbreak. And quite frankly, most likely it's going to be a worst case scenario of what an outbreak will look like. But it is extremely common for those outbreaks to be nestled in cracks and crevices, which means you do have an active outbreak, but it would be
Hmm.
very hard to see unless you are really giving somebody a full on exam to know that that is there. Also, at the very early stages, which is when it tends to be most contagious, is just starting to arise. So you might not be seeing a full on, what we all think of when we think of someone having an active STI of that nature. It's not fair, especially
Hmm.
for someone who might be in their teens. But in general, it's not always fair to say, well, if they were doing something, they should have looked down and seen what they needed to see in order to know that there was a problem. The other piece of that from an education end is, everybody engages in their activities however they want to, but unless they really freaking sneaky, it's very often that some people will engage in that sort of behavior and never actually even get a chance to look down there to see what's going on. So there are multiple situations that have to be taken into consideration. And again, Sky and some of the other people tend to put so much additional responsibility on a female or on and in this case, someone who might even be underage, that you have to know all of these, things, or that you should have done all of this in-depth checking of someone, and it would have just been easy to avoid. It would not have been quite as easy in a lot of cases, and in most cases, it would not. And especially based upon what we know here, he was taking medication on and off, that sort of thing, that can also suppress the severity of outbreaks when you have them and all kinds of other things. So that's just something to consider.
Yeah, I don't. Well, when I
I think somebody breaking up.
Y'all in the matrix.
Okay, I'm back for
Oh,
2 seconds. I,
okay.
Miss Mo knows how to pull me out.
And I was just playing with you, Sky. I was being serious when I said, but that's how it always paying out. I'm just playing with you.
No, but this the thing, Miss Mo. I respect your knowledge, okay? But
Mm-hmm.
we have to be real, okay? In the early grammar school ages, they teach us about sexual
Mm-hmm.
awareness. Okay, let's just say having sex, you might have a baby and you might get an STD. Very basic. So it's hard for me to understand when you say we're adding something extra to the women when you are responsible for your own health and well-being. When you engage in sex, having a baby and an STD is possible. I don't understand why that's nothing new. You said that's nothing that is not known to everyone, men and women alike. That's just a known factor. And if you fail, and I mean, it's a risk. Sex is a risk with anybody. So if you take the risk to come out with STD, I don't see why somebody is shocked. Like, because we had the conversation. Who really has a man take a test prior to having sex? It rarely happens. That's what Carla was just saying, and she's
Me.
also in that profession. So it's something that they just rolled the dice and they just crapped out. I mean, I'm not giving them any extra responsibilities other than you are You have to be aware of your own health and safety. That's it.
Yeah,
Well,
and people
can I
do.
hold on? Can I let me say something though? Because let's have Clash of the Titans right now. Okay, so the same, so the same way though, Sky, that you are clearly knowledgeable of and accepting of, there's certain levels of responsibility that we all carry. And be clear, I agree with you. We are taught, like you said, you should be, asking questions. You should be checking for this. You should be getting tested together. All these different things should be happening, right? In that same way, that same responsibility is there on the other side. So
Correct.
if you're willing to say that it was her responsibility, or it's all of our mutual responsibility to check in on STDs and how many partners have you had and that sort of thing, that same responsibility is one that we are also taught about age, consent, exposing people to. We are taught those same responsibilities, and
No.
what you all are doing at times when you make these arguments is that you are putting more weight on one responsibility or one person than you are the other, the same way that he was responsible for knowing his own status, which he was informed of according to the testimony. He was responsible for not exposing people to that without their consent. Those are things that has to happen. He's responsible for checking age the same way that they were responsible for these same things. So what's good for the goose has to be good
Okay,
for the
but
gander.
they did check the age, and I have to disagree. We are not taught about the ages of consent and having sex with different people. I learned this information during this case. Okay, and I'm decades old. Okay, so that's something that is not in, and I must say, other people that aren't in the profession aren't aware of that as well. Okay, now in regards to the sexual, being aware, making sure that if you have STD, you say something. That's kind of new too in regards to making sure you don't expose. I learned that in the usher
And
that he was supposed to tell them that he had herpes and didn't. The second time was this case. So I have to disagree with you with that. But on both sides, they are both responsible. Agree with you with that. But I'm not putting any weight on either party. But I'm not exonerating the women, and that's what you all just cannot handle. Y'all just
right, and this is the thing. So there are a lot of people who are working on decriminalizing disclosure of HIV status, because there have been cases where people have been incarcerated for having HIV and not disclosing. And so there are new laws that are being shaped around that as a result of U equals U, which is undetectable means untransmittable. And so as a result of that, they're saying that no, these people do not need to disclose their status. So I'm trying to figure out how are people, if with HIV, which is something that impacts the immune system and could kill someone, if they are saying that um they are working in order to decriminalize that, um and not use that in order to charge someone, and say that people need to be, and these people don't need to disclose, how these laws, something needs to be done with some of these other laws that are on the books in relation to some of these other things, and how these practitioners are using the law in order to prosecute people. Because sometimes the thing that prevents people from disclosing is because it can be criminalized, and secondly, because they can R. Kelly is a mega star. Like, and I'm not saying that he's not responsible at all, but him disclosing to someone is also another thing that somebody could use in order to extort him, or his, I don't know if he just didn't say it because he didn't feel like he had an outbreak at the time. And so maybe he didn't feel like that he could transmit to them, because in Javonda's testimony, it says that he did tell her. What was the reason of him telling her? In the book, she admitted that, and she was cross-examined on that.
Okay, but he told her after the first exposure had already taken place. So
But
let me just hold on. Let me just address what you're saying, because I like where you're going with this. But I have a counter to that, and my counter is this: one, since biblical days. Let's take it back to leprosy. Do you all remember, leprosy being,
Yes.
a still a
Mm-hmm.
condition, right? Even back
Right.
then, it was pretty much what we would have the equivalent of a crime to knowingly expose someone. If you accidentally encounter, or someone, again, like you're talking about the undetectable status, that's very different than you potentially taking someone else's health and making a decision about their health without their knowledge and consent. I personally know
Mhm.
of multiple people, because of my prior work, that have various STIs or disorders or what have you. They disclose that to the partner, and the partner says, "Okay, I'm willing to take prep, for HIV, or I'm willing to do X,
Mhm.
Y, and Z because I still want to be with you despite of that, and I still now get to
Right.
consent of what risks
But
I do with my life." What's not appropriate, and the reason why there is, I can't give you that. Okay, because people could have blackmailed him because he told his status, that is then more important than him putting other
but
people's health and their livelihood,
but
their ability to have children at risk, their ability to live healthy
but
life, their
but
ability to live
well,
pain free. Hold on, all of these different things.
right.
You can't. That's the reason why it is criminalized right now. And the only thing that currently that I'm
Well,
aware of on the book, hold on, Carla. The only thing I'm aware of that's on the books is those people who are in an undetectable, non-transmittable status. It's not on the books for people who know
exactly.
that they have active HIV, you have, or you're HIV positive, or you have full-blown AIDS. You still cannot actively expose somebody to something like that, because that
And
person
so,
has the right to live without that, and to live without these sorts of negative health risks, and sometimes it can be life or death. That's the reason why it's an issue, and it's not enough to say, well, they could have, the public could have done this to him, or he could have been ostracized, or whatever.
well,
That's not enough, because we view
well,
life and health differently.
Miss Mo, these are things that are discussed when policy is being discussed around these issues. And the reason that I'm saying that is because you have to understand
Carla went out. Let me say one thing real quick.
he
Okay, and then I'm a stab out. Also, in and I don't care if it's a man or a woman, in your pursuit of picking a partner to have sex with, you fail to acknowledge that this is a high risk man. Okay, when you are out here dating, you have, we talked about this on, I think it's on JoJo channel, but you have somebody who was very attractive. When you add money to the situation, that makes them more attractive. And then this guy has prestige and fame. Okay, they failed to identify this man as a high risk man. Not to say that a regular JoJo on the street is not gonna have it. Okay, but I'm saying while they were assessing, and basically they were
swapping vaginal
miscalculating the
fluids
risk.
because they were having sex with multiple women at the same time with
Yeah,
this
but
man.
they miscalculated the risk of dating him, and they came up with something more than what they expected. Okay, but that goes for anybody. But I'm saying we cannot say that because he's R. Kelly, and he's famous, that these women should not have had the knowledge and did their proper preparation before engaging with him.
Okay, and let me just say this then. He miscalculated his risk of picking up women at his concerts that he does not know, has no background information on, no ID, no nothing,
And
no
I can
non-disclosure,
agree
none
with
of that.
that.
He miscalculated that, and these times, at least the ones that he's been now convicted of, which are the ones in question now, he is now serving time for that because he didn't calculate
I
his
agree with
No,
risk
you.
he is serving.
appropriately. He was responsible for doing so.
They
Here's the thing.
he
But
Anybody
can I get back to just,
okay,
I just want to
okay.
address one thing while it's still here. So when you mentioned that he might not have had an outbreak, so when they went down, they might not have seen anything. That could have been his calculation. Is the same way as somebody is you equals you, that he's in treatment, and when you're in treatment and you're undetectable, you do not have to disclose. And so that is the point that I am making when it comes to him. He was under treatment, and he may have been under the assumption that him being under treatment meant that he did not need to disclose to certain women at certain times about what was going on with him, because there was something that had him disclosed to Geronda. We don't really know what the circumstance was. Maybe he had an outbreak, and that's what made him disclose to her at that time. But then he didn't to anyone else. And maybe it is because he thought he was in treatment. And the same way someone who has HIV, who is in treatment and undetectable, maybe he thought that there was no risk. So there was no need to disclose, because a person with HIV who is undetectable does not have to disclose to their partner. And I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm saying that that is the law. And that if it's the law around that, then we need to look at some of these other STD laws, because bigger than these women being concerned about herpes or any of these, they could have got chlamydia, they could have been asymptomatic, they could have got gonorrhea, they could have been asymptomatic, and they would have caused them fertility problems the same way herpes would have, and they would
Okay,
have never known.
but
Okay,
Carla, hold on. Let me just say that, and then I'm gonna definitely let you say this, Sky. So
wait.
here, they're two different. There's those you're comparing two different things, because when it comes to HIV, if you are undetectable, you cannot transmit. The science supports that. That's not the case for herpes. That's not the case for chlamydia. It's not that if it's not active in your body. What we know about herpes, and I was taught that when I was in high school. So, and Mr. James was saying some things were also known even back in his day. The fact of the matter is that we should be addressing these situations contingent upon what the science tells us about these disorders. This is not one of those disorders. What we know and we have always known about herpes is that even when you do not have an active outbreak, you can spread it. Therefore, your
Right, without
disclosures,
treatment.
hold on,
Okay,
but
but
your
let's
disclosures
say
should
this.
align with that. What do you got to say, Sky?
Without treatment, but he was
Carla, give me
constantly on treatment.
Carla,
No,
Carla,
ma'am.
1 second. Let me just say this and I'm gone. There
Mhm.
was no miscalculation. Okay. He did not expect these women to lie to him, because that's the facts that are on the table. He asked them their age and they lied about it, Geronda and Azriel. Okay, so
Skylight, I gotta go with Miss Mo on this one. And I'm gonna say this: the
okay,
thing that got R. Kelly in the mess that he is in is
What
all of
they got
these
to
women
do with passing herpes?
that he chose to be involved with. I'm sorry, it is. It's all these women. Like, if the more women, the more problems he
What
gonna
the
have.
age got to do with passing herpes? You
No.
supposed to disclose it. Hold on,
You have
let
to
me look at
disclose
the
it regardless
exact
of
language.
age. And what I said the miscalculation was is that the same way that you're saying, hey, you went and got a celebrity and you happen to pull the whammy and come up with more than what you went down for. Well, he did the same thing. He miscalculated. He thought it was cool to say, as many celebrities do. Let's
Yeah,
be clear on that.
yeah,
They
it's not
think,
just him.
okay, I got all these women out here who want me. I'm gonna pick the
Mhm.
prettiest one or the cutest one that I want out of the
The
crowd,
dumbest
take her
one.
back home and knock her off. Well, guess what? You can miscalculate that too. And you miscalculated this time because you are assuming that this person is honest about who they are, they're honest about their age, they're honest about their status, so on and so forth. And he pulled the whammy. He found someone who was dishonest to him. And even as Keller said earlier today, even after he realized, okay, I pulled the whammy, I got caught up, that's where the indictment starts. That's where he should have said, then I pulled the whammy. I got this whole situation messed up. However, now I am responsible for what the outcomes of that are.
And sometimes they think they picking the dumbest ones, and then it be a joke on them. And I'm sorry, but that is what happened to him. I'm sorry. It's like I said, it's very unfortunate in some regards, but
And the truth of the matter still remains. Regardless, you are. I don't know the incubation stages, all that stuff. Y'all in the. I swear, every time we talk about them herpes, I swear I got it. I don't know about the end treatment. I don't know about all that. I know that they said it's against the law to expose somebody to incurable disease, right? And here's the thing, right? It still goes back to being legally responsible. You have a right to expect not to be in jeopardy when life, limb, so on and so forth. So that means if If somebody does not tell you that they have an incurable disease and they exposes you to it,
You're not even on her neck.
you don't even have to get it. They expose
Mhm.
you to it.
Thank
That
you.
means that they can be held criminally liable. It's
And
very
they
cut
can
and
be
dry.
and they're held criminally liable because they are being reckless with your life without you knowing
Right.
it. It's
Whether
one
you
thing if
give it
I go out here, if I'm a
uh,
daredevil and I just want, some people, it's weird, but to me, but there are some people who their kink is they want to be, have this risk. That's something that they like. If that's something that you want to do, or even if that's somebody that you love or care about and you're willing to expose yourself to that risk, that's you taking your own risk with your life. But someone else, without your knowledge, taking risks with your life and your health is not acceptable. It's irresponsible. It's unethical. It's morally inappropriate. And that is the basis for the law. Am I correct, Angie?
right, you're right. Because what I say, our laws
So I think a lot of
have
I think a
been
lot of
created
I
and
think
derived from
I
our
think
human rights and our natural rights. That will give us our legal rights.
Mm-hmm.
well I think a lot of laws are
Jennifer.
being different STDs, STIs as regards to because treatment has evolved since some of these laws have been designed. And the laws are different depending on where you go. These are not federal laws. These laws are determined based on where you are. And so I don't know that if in a few years from now if that will stand, but I know that most of the cases that I've seen in relation to herpes have been civil. They have not been criminal.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
yeah, it's civil because somebody. Well, here's the thing, right? You can be hit both ways. It depends
yeah,
on who
right.
you fucking with.
But
So,
most
you
of the
know,
ones being incarcerated, most of the people who were being incarcerated based on some of these laws around STD, STI was due to HIV when there was no valuable viable treatment. It was when it came to other STDs being exposed, they were civil suits and they a lot of times they may have been awarded lots of money, but it was never to the point where the person did some jail time because regardless of how damaging we think herpes is to the and it is, I'm not saying it's not, but it's not going to kill someone. It's going to kill somebody who has a damaged immune system. It could possibly, but it's not going to kill someone. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that that's what some of the law in relation to those things discussed. And I think that was in Bonjean's appeal
No,
is
I think
how life.
not to cut you off, but I just want to make something very clear. Herpes is a human a strand of the human papilloma virus, which is
Right,
HPV. And
right.
just for those who might be listening, I don't think, and again, this is the reason why the law, the laws are what they are, and some of what you're saying, I agree with. For instance, if the science has said you're totally unable to transmit that sort of thing, I think we should look at policy. But what I do
Okay.
think we need to walk light on is saying, well, you can't die from herpes. HPV is absolutely what can cause cervical cancer, and cervical cancer is absolutely something that can take your life. So it definitely, and again,
Yeah.
even if you are taking your Valtrex on a regular basis, according to what the testimony says, the science says, and even if you go to the Valtrex website, it will say it reduces.
Cervical.
Hold on. It reduces the risk of transmission. It does not say it eliminates the risk of transmission, which is
Right,
very
but
different
but
from what we
Miss
know about HIV.
Miss Mo, this is the point that I'm making. As technology is advancing, when they have these immunizations for human papilloma, I've taken my teenage daughters to get those things done. It's it's in the thing, Taraya. Jesus. When they when they have created these other measures to deal with HPV, that's the point that I'm making is that you have to look at what the risk factors are. Some things are risk according to what the new technology is. And so a lot of these girls that he messing with, they should have got a shot because they're young enough. They should have something in place. Is what I'm saying. I know that HPV can be, but so can chlamydia, so can gonorrhea. That's what I'm saying. None of these, and I think that's Skylight's point is that sexual responsibility is important for everybody. And the person who should have been, and more so impressing sexual responsibility, is her mother. And her mother didn't do it. And so you can, in essence, can you blame it on the mother?
No.
Because she put her in a place to be with a grown man, not caring what he had going on.
No, but she also, Angie has brought this up multiple times, and then I'll circle back to what you just were saying about getting the immunization and that sort of thing. Is her mother also told her multiple times in the text messages that we have seen has been the point of much contention here. The mother told her, "What are you doing? Don't be, dressing like this. Don't be doing," which again suggests that at some level, at least, and again, y'all know I've even said on
She
the record
told her
that
to dress like.
I think that some of what the mom said was inappropriate. I think of some of what may have taken place should not have happened. But the fact of the matter is that she said tease him. She didn't say have sex with him. And that's just all we can go off of is that. Now,
she said that she was going to have a son-in-law that
this was after they already gotten together.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
But Carla,
no, it does not.
Well, it does matter. But listen. When it comes, and this is another thing, right? And this is so hard to explain. I swear it's so hard to explain because this stuff is just in you when you get the training for it. Okay. The wording. Okay. Those words, even though the law is up for interpretation. I'm talking, but that's the law. I'm talking about the evidence. It could be up for interpretation or whatever, but it's based on how it's the context it's used in and what we're trying to decide. You're trying to decide whether or not you're not trying to decide whether or not somebody shot somebody and and what's the factors around it. Well, we didn't see somebody shoot him, but we saw somebody run from the scene, and they had a gun that matched the same caliber. We found out later, so we could say it's more than likely that person was the shooter. Okay, we're trying to say from some text messages that she said we're trying to determine the mood. What's the actual? Were they playing? Was it was it some kind of coded secret? Say, hey, I don't want you to sleep with them, but if you sleep with them, I'm okay with it. We're trying to what are we trying to read into it? What we trying to extract from it? What we trying to it's a lot of that going on. So we cannot use those text messages to say as a matter of law, hey, this is what happened. We can't use that because just based on the wording and all the stuff that we don't know that surrounded it. It's not like determining something circumstantial, like a circumstantial case, like what I just explained. Okay, we didn't see him shoot him, but he had the gun. We saw somebody run away from him, the caliber match. Somebody say they seen a 6-foot person running away, and that's what I'm saying. And they had on the same kind of clothing. That's something totally different than trying to look at some text messages and say just because she put her in the situation, she seemed to be talking about joking and shit back, having grandkids and shit like that, whatever. We can't say, hey, she gave her permission to have sex. We can't say that in this situation.
We can't. And I'm not implying that we can use them in any kind of legal way. They wouldn't even matter in a legal way because they determined that they couldn't even be used. What I'm saying is just us on this side of the road where we can see what happened and what took place. That I don't. There is explicit and implicit things. And implicitly, she was fine with everything that Azriel was doing. I don't to try to suggest that she was not okay. It would be like Stevie Wonder could see that.
You can't do that because she has the. If you can't discount this stuff when she said you up here trying to fuck the man. This about business. What you gonna throw that out?
But then
You
when
gonna
this,
throw?
when what? But wait a minute. But when did she? But then she comes back and says, that man just want to have sex. He don't want to do nothing with your music. So she knew that. Then she tells
Okay,
her, why you dress so grown? You know he like little girls. Like
but
there's
that
some
don't mean
there's
that when does that
implicitness.
say have sex? That means have sex. That don't mean that.
Because she asked them, was they even sleeping in the same room? Why would he be sleeping in the same room with her? Unless that's what they.
As crazy as this sounds, and I don't know how y'all done got down. I done slept beside a whole bunch of men and gave up my ass in the same room overnight. This, that, and the third. That, and I understand this is archaic. I understand this. I get it. But we can't just imply. We can't say, boom, her mama set her up to have sex with the man, and that's what happened. And therefore, the mama bears X amount of responsibility. The R. Kelly shouldn't have any responsibility. That's absolutely absurd. That's crazy. If you gonna say the mama goddamn guilty for suggesting it or saying some words or whatever that could allude in your head that she's that have sex, of course the motherfucker having sex with her got to be guilty.
Exactly.
There's no way around it.
Yeah.
I can't play with y'all no more. We got to get
Yeah.
beyond this here. I understand
We
what
do.
y'all thinking about.
We do.
We can't say that just because the mama, even though we don't say nowhere in the text messages that the mama say, hey, when you jump up and down on, you better bounce, 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 bounce. I'm talking about if she over 18, because I don't want to think about nobody under 18. I'm thinking about over 18. I'm saying I'm gonna give you these instructions. Let me take her out of that. I'm gonna put my child in because my child is over 30. Girl, when you get on there, you better bounce, baby, bounce it up and down and what flip it up and whatever. Because the ultimate goddamn, I'm finna put a little scheme in there. The ultimate goal is to get him moving to that big old ass house on the water and get that
Mm-hmm.
rock on your goddamn finger and be set for life. You better do that. Okay? That that language isn't there. That mama ain't said nothing like that. We can't read that into that. I can't say that. And then when my child ends up getting some, a disease and this, that, and the third, whatever, or abuse or whatever, I can't say that, well, um, you know, or somebody can't come to me and say, well, he's not guilty because you done told her to jump up and down on it. You
Yeah,
can't
and
tell
I'm
me
not
that.
suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that he's not guilty. I don't think that he's guilty to the degree of the crime that they charged him with. But I know I'm not. I know that he's guilty. I'm not disputing that. What I'm not even saying that. Like I said, we can't use these from a legal perspective. But from a moral perspective, you cannot tell me that you don't see the implicitness inside of her text messages if you looked at all of them, not just handpicking. You look at
I
them in a series.
what I look at and what I'm saying is I'm not even giving a damn about when on time I'm discussing his guilt when y'all say that he is innocent because the parents is guilty.
It's not
That don't
going
make
because
no
like
sense
I
to
said, I'm
me.
not saying he's innocent. I'm not.
Now
I'm not
not
saying
you,
that.
but I'm just saying people
Yeah,
they
yeah,
do.
yeah,
There's no way
yeah.
one can happen without the other. There's no way.
Right. That's what.
What
Right.
y'all's
And
averages
that's
don't
where
support it. None of
and
that.
that's where everybody's hang up is. Everybody's hang up, I guess, is that he is being charged and being accountable, and then no one else is being accountable. And that I mean, that's the way the world goes. I mean, I
I
don't
can
know.
understand that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can understand that. But and it's not that I'm giving and when I say these things, I'm not giving excuses. I'm just telling you what it is. When I tell you they got prosecutorial discretion, that's just what it
Mm-hmm.
is. They
Yep.
don't have to prosecute everybody for everything because there would be nobody on the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody be locked up. It's just how it is. I don't know, I mean, I mean, do you want everybody locked up off the streets? I don't know. You want to march for it? I don't know what to tell you. Only thing I can tell you is that you cannot say that this when you can or anybody can. I'm saying I'm not unless I see. I can't unless I see it says if I see something saying yeah I'm gonna have grandbabies, I'm gonna have this that and third whatever. I see in all type of verbiage that suggests hey, get down to it, whatever. Absent,
But
absent.
she's
Wait
giving
a minute,
her
wait a minute, wait a minute.
advice.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Absent. She's saying, girl, you supposed to be there on business. You trying to date the man. Or girl, you supposed to be you need to focus. You need to do this. You need when I see the mama steering her to get off the penis, not touch the penis, and then I see and when the post conviction phase come and I have the attorney that takes over from that point saying the mama never encouraged her daughter to have sex, then I have to consider it all, not just the part that support my what narrative. I have to consider it all. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
All
Well,
of it
well,
is there.
and I think it could just comes with the age old adage that when just like when you look at when these men, I think they think all should be forgiven. That's the whole thing. If nobody's been if everybody's not being accountable, nobody should be accountable. I think that is where the argument gets hung up at. And
I get it.
based on what was done on the other side and then what was done to him, they feel like that one hand should wash the other. And I'm not saying that that's the case because I think that he should be held accountable for what he did to minors. Um, but I do think that the charges were a lot for what he did. Um, and that's what I don't agree with. But I don't. I just think, like I said, Azriel kind of should have been left out of this case altogether because I think that it did a disservice to the other women by the stuff that's coming out with her.
Well, no one, and this is something that's standard in law, and that we all know this. No one makes a perfect witness or a perfect victim witness. No one makes a perfect. You got to deal with the cards that you're dealt. And just because, I mean, you have prostitutes that are victims of something. They are victims of their lifestyle. That don't mean that the person who victimized them shouldn't be held legally responsible if they, you know, inflict some kind of harm. That's just how the legal system is set up. It doesn't mean just because you walk in the street, you you sell your ass voluntarily, you should expect to get raped. And if you were raped, well, you should understand that comes with that's the insurance that comes with the job.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be in no kind of harm. If I'm walking by your, now here's the thing, right? And check this out right here, right? The laws have changed. It's gotten a lot better now. But even with married couples and men who are abusive, who rape their wives, years ago, they prosecute like, know about this. I don't know. Y'all are married. No, he raped me because I mean, it was a rape because I did not consent to have sex with him. And just because we're married, I'm in the bed butt naked next to his butt naked ass. And I said no that night. He want to jump up and down on me like we're in the color purple. No,
And I
that's
agree with
no,
that. But
yeah.
I agree with that. But in that same breath, when I say about Azriel, it's you have married women who will just people in general. I don't need to say men and women lie, but because we're talking in this case about women, you have some women who lie about those things. And then
Yeah,
they create it and make it bad for the women who are telling the truth. And
yeah,
my point is that I think that a lot of what happened with Azriel, I'm not saying no crime was done to her. I'm saying I think that she should have been left out because I think that there's these discoveries, and I just think it's going to be more and more over time that is going to continue to make people believe that R. Kelly just didn't do anything. And it makes it worse for the women that he did do things to. That he really did it, and it was no support from the parents. It was no ulterior motive from other people outside, third parties involved. And so sometimes a witness, I think, can be so bad that you just don't call them. And I feel like a lot of that case of what they was trying to prove did hinge upon her. And so that's why they took that risk. But this is why I because of a lot of this, I'm not saying some of the people wouldn't still be jaded, but this is jading some of what, because these messages didn't just come out. They had been out before, way before they came out this time. It's just that more people paid attention to them this time because the people who was actually against R. Kelly, now then they was pushing them out there too.
right.
So these messages have been talked about long ago. So it kind of jades what the women who actually went through it and didn't have their parents, who parents didn't know what they were doing, didn't have any pushing from the parents. It jaded the whole thing. Who he knew how old they really were, and he did these things anyway. It kind of messes it up for them, and that's my point. It's the same thing with women who lie and say that their husbands did something, and it makes it worse for the other women. I just feel like she just made this whole case worse for the other women and muddied the waters, kind of.
If I may, again, whenever this sort of idea comes up, I have to always chime in and say I take extreme exception to that premise, and here is why. I don't. A child does not get to choose their parents. They don't get to choose their parents' character. They do not get to choose their parents' decisions that they make. They get the parents they get, and they get put in the situation that they are in. Once they become an adult and realize, even if we believe that her mother or father put her in that position, she still, quite frankly, would have then been disenfranchised by her parents as well as her abuser. Point blank, period. And that does not in any way make her any less of a victim. What that would be doing is holding the child accountable for the parents' poor judgment or decision making. She still was with a grown man. She still was spanked and hit and exposed to different sorts of diseases and all kinds of other things, even if her parent put her out there. A negligent parent does not put us in a situation where that child is then not able to get justice once they are of age enough to determine for themselves that they have been mistreated or abused. I take great exception to people making those suggestions that because her parents in some way wronged her or negatively influenced her or contributed to the situation, that makes her automatically not a victim of any way, shape, or form. And that means that hold on, Carla.
The,
And that means that she then he should have been able to abuse her in peace, is essentially what we're saying when we make
no.
those sorts of claims. Because a victim is a victim of the crimes as they are alleged. And the things that they say and the things that she testified to and the evidence that suggests that she did indeed contract herpes. She did indeed have letters that she wrote about being abused and no longer wanting to. There's all kinds of other things. There's text messages, all kinds of other things, that she was starved, that she was, left in rooms for long periods of time, just because her mother may have originally given some allowance for that to happen. does not mean that she is not a victim. She is absolutely a victim. She has every right to tell her story. She has every right, especially now that she's older than 18, to say, I want to take the stand because I feel I have been wronged. And that's what she did. And I will always say, regardless of her circumstances, regardless of everything, to everyone who took that stand, kudos to you. If you felt like you were wrong and you felt like you wanted to speak out about it, they have every right, and you are a victim of a crime according to the law and according to morality.
I was
Yeah.
going to make a picture run. Y'all still up here?
Yeah, I'm still there. Got
Okay.
quiet.
All
I don't
right.
know. I think Carla might have dropped off or something.
Oh, I see her still up here. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so the parents are no one just because of the situation that they place themselves in, their kids, whatever. They cannot sanction. I don't know. I guess I could say it this way. Maybe I can understand it. Y'all can. They can't sanction, can't authorize, can't
Mm-hmm.
okay, can't you know consent to somebody being abused just because of the situation that they found themselves in, or if they was placed in it. That doesn't mean that you will, even though it is likely that you will be abused.
Mm-hmm.
It's that still means that the person who put you in that situation can't say, hey, it's okay for you to be abused, and the person that's abusing you can't abuse you. That's why when you have that's why they say a parent can't consent for their minor to have sex with an adult. That
Mm-hmm.
means both of y'all, both the parent and the adult is going to jail,
Mm-hmm.
unless in
And
some
that's
states,
and that
unless
and I
you're married.
think that's where that's the point I think that I'm trying to make from an ethical standpoint, that ethically him and the parent should have been charged.
I get that. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
But
so
see,
that's what I'm saying, Nisi. Well, I didn't say she wasn't a victim because I said that in my statement. But her as a victim, anybody involved in what happened to her should have been charged.
right. So let me tell you this. So my ex, right? My ex is one of the people that handle that prosecutes high crimes, right? And they prosecute a lot of human trafficking, sex trafficking, and all of that. That falls on the line of all of that, right? So, along with some other stuff. But that's their number one focus. Okay. And when it comes to just their area, right now, he wants to lock up. Their team wants to lock up everybody for everything for the longest possible time you can get. Okay. You fuck with them, you going to jail like a motherfucker for a long time. They're gonna try to get every minute they can with your ass behind bars. So they don't have a lot of. So y'all would love that area. Y'all would love them because they don't have a lot of prosecutorial discretion going on. Meaning they are trying, unless it's a big ring and it's somebody really cutting the deal. I'm talking about they really got to be cutting the deal. They telling on every goddamn body. Okay? That's the only way they gonna get, see some relief. Other than that, they prosecuting the driver,
Yep.
the motherfucker who
Hmm.
transport them.
Hmm.
The people who setting the accounts up online, the people out there at the dock, whoever driving the boat, they getting everybody. Okay, I mean, when I tell you it be look like SWAT. They moved in. You be like,
And
God
and
damn,
and
they
that's the
getting
best
everybody.
way. That's the best way because, and if you're gonna call her as a witness and you want to get real justice, her parents were involved in that injustice. And so I think that I'm not saying, that's why I'm saying that
They
I
getting
think
the
it was bad.
crackhead parents. Yeah,
Yeah,
they done had they did a lot of them where they
yeah.
got these
That's why I'm
crackheads.
saying I think it was
They
bad.
put the kids. They live out these hotels, and they send the kids out there on the whole
Yep.
stroll or whatever. They putting the crackhead parents in the jail.
Right. And
Everybody's going.
so and
Okay,
so that's where the
that's
hang
how
up
they do.
is. That's where the hang up is. And I know that they had prosecutorial discretion, but that's where the hang up is to call her as a witness and him be only charged after knowing with the parents' involvement. It muddied the waters for the other women, and if the prosecution was running a clean case, just like what they do, with what Miss Angie's ex-husband does, then you pull everybody. I'm not saying that they had to charge everybody that they thought was involved in the RICO, but certainly her parents, her parents in particular, her mother should have been investigated and brought up on something, based off of that investigation.
How do we
Because
know that? How do we know that they did not investigate it? And what they found were those text messages. And based upon her testimony, she didn't take the stand and say, hey, so why did you have, engage in intercourse with him? And she said, my parents told me to. That never happened. So
the
how do
text
we know?
messages,
Hold on. How do we know that that did not indeed happen? How do we know that it might not still happen? We don't know that to be the fact. We know that they can go whatever order they want to go in to take people down if they wanted to, but also it can be insufficient
Right.
evidence. I don't mean no harm. We just had that situation. We were rejoicing some people over the Carlisha Hood situation because their charges were dropped, but then we had the other
the face of
situation
the
where the
woman.
racist hold on, but then the racist lady, who shot the lady who came to her door just to get an iPad, that her charges, because they said it was insufficient evidence. Now this lady done flat out said that she was calling the children the N-word and all these other sorts of things that suggest a hate crime. I still wonder if there will be federal charges related to this matter. But her state charges were dropped because they're insufficient evidence. It could have been that they tried to investigate that, or maybe they wanted to take that angle as well, but the evidence was not sufficient. Because how convenient would it have been if I truly sent my child out there? Angie used her example for her daughter. I'm not speaking on you, but I'm just using that same example, Angie. Okay. So if she told her daughter, go on out there and do everything you can do, because we about to go to a house on the hill with R. Kelly. Do you know that those text messages, naturally, the natural thing that we should have seen in those text messages all throughout, do it again, go longer, go stay along, do this and do that. We should have seen text messages that were pretty much flooded with directives to do more, to be more engaged, to encourage the behavior further. What we saw was stuff that we had to debate and parse through at certain parts because that is not there. So that could also suggest that there might have been insufficient evidence, even if the prosecutors did suspect that the parents had some involvement.
Well, and that is very well possible. And I think we played around with the idea. And you remember when we did that, we on that one live, and we saw the spot in the text messages where Azriel was referring to her mother talking to her on other devices so that other people in the family didn't see things. The only device that was taken and placed into evidence was Azriel's Android phone. That's what makes that's what makes everybody, I guess, all of these great areas create all this ambiguity. And these ambiguous spots create a lot of doubt for people or what happened and why they are saying that the prosecutors are participating in some things that are not kosher. And I don't know. Like I said, it does seem strange that it was only one phone, and that after you saw these messages on that phone, that the mother's phone wasn't ever, nothing was ever introduced to see make from both sides, or where these other devices. Why were they talking on other devices? It's strange. It, and that's those cases of ambiguity is what gives people doubt.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have to think about the fact that's what was entered into evidence for this case. That doesn't mean that they didn't look at. That doesn't mean that there isn't other evidence or other things. It just wasn't relevant to this case. It doesn't mean that they didn't look into certain things. We know that they pulled a whole lot of iClouds and all these other sorts of things. They pulled a lot of data from a lot of different places. But again, if that evidence, and Angie, you might need to speak to this more than me because I don't know as much about it, based upon what has been described to me and what I know, is that there are rules of evidence as to what can be brought in, what cannot be brought in. And just because something is looked at, it may or may not be actually relevant to be allowed into evidence. So I think sometimes we look at this case, or people assume, well, because we didn't see it come out in the trial, that mean it didn't exist. They carted so much stuff in on that cart. You're not gonna sit there and tell me, even in the amount of time that they went through, that literally every single thing was brought in. It's brought, you know what I'm saying? There's strategy to it, and just because it was seen, if it's not going to be relevant to the charges, either in defense of or against, it may not be brought in. So I think we have to leave some room for, there's a lot of unknown, even as much as we have been
Right.
able to break this thing down.
Right. And those spaces, some of those spaces create, like I said, some doubt about what really happened and transpired. And I can't agree, because it's even with them allowing someone else to testify as to what they saw happen with Aaliyah. And Aaliyah's mother was never called. She was never forced to come into court. Rashonda's mother was forced to come into court in another case. Like it. It just, all of those, and different people being given certain immunity to not go forward with the parents, because it was acknowledged that some of these parents did have some hand in it, and the judge even said from the bench about the text messages that these parents are who they are. So the text messages, apparently to her, had some kind of moral issue, but it just didn't hold any legal weight based on what was presented. And like I said, I think that not having the whole picture and knowing what, this is why the supporters have doubt about what what really transpired, and if he's being charged, the parent should be charged. And I really think in Azriel's case, that yes, if it's just my opinion, that if she was going to be called to be a witness, her parents should have been charged. Her mother at the least, because I don't know what the dad knew, but her mother at the least. And because I think that it did create put a shadow on everything that transpired.
Here's the thing, though, when you talk about the some of the comparisons you're making, and again, Angie will probably have to speak to this, because I will tell, I don't know nothing about evidence besides what the little I know from this. But based upon what we know of or what was presented about the Leah situation in testimony and so on and so forth, her mother was not present at the alleged wedding and all that. Her mother was not with her at that time. So what direct evidence would her mother have been able to present or share on the stand? A lot of what she would have been saying, would it not have been considered to be hearsay in some way, shape, or form? Because based upon what the preacher said and everybody else, the mother was not there, and then they actively went about it to hide it from the parents or something of that nature, based upon what we know. So I don't know, Angie, maybe you could speak to that. In that situation like that, can you just bring up a parent and say, well, what did you hear happen, and what happened after the fact, as opposed to, in this case, wouldn't they have wanted to bring the people forward who were actually there, participated, or had direct insight into what might have taken place? Can you maybe?
Yeah, I just came in here and put some in my damn mouth.
Too much. I'm sorry.
No, you good. So with the parent, with any witness, but just say with the parents, okay? Just you have to have direct, be considered direct evidence. Your testimony has to be considered direct evidence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or it can be circumstantial if it supports the elements and the facts in the case. Again,
Okay. Okay.
so if they charged him with bribery. The
Mm-hmm.
parents, it was nowhere near anything with
Mm-hmm.
regards to the bribery. I don't even know if they even had any knowledge about it. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
knowledge after the fact has no bearing on it because they're not they're not being he's not being charged with crimes after the fact or whatever that would involve the parents or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about um you know we're talking about bribery. So who's there? Okay, the person
Mm-hmm.
that's supposed to have set it up, the person the allegedly the defendant, allegedly the deceased, the person who got bribed, the person that
Mm-hmm.
married, So these are all this is those people are considered to be direct evidence because
Mm-hmm.
they are have an eyewitness. They were eyewitness to the crime or they participated in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's something, yeah. So, a lot of people I have yeah, and I get it. They'd be like common sense, say, well, the parents should be, it's not witnesses and things of that nature. You can't even just because you got somebody want to attest to your character. It's that still goes through a process whether or not they'll be allowed to do that because depending on what they are testifying to. So it's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not as cut and dry as people think it
Mm-hmm.
should be. So
Mm-hmm.
the parents, so if the parents getting up there, I guess people want the parents say, well, he ain't never, he ain't married her, whatever. Just say if she was, admitted to get on the stand, right? Okay, so all the prosecutor would do, but man, we got this, that, and the third. Same, just put the same evidence in front of her and say, and then just verify she wasn't there anyway. So how in the hell can she be a credible witness? And then next, that's
Mm-hmm.
all. So that
Mm-hmm.
parent wouldn't serve to help, his case. It wouldn't. That's all that would happen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's what is something else as I was walking away. About the I want to go back to the clarity real quick. So I didn't know so maybe I should have explained. So I just assumed that everybody knew this part of it. So when I'm pretty sure, and I don't like speaking absolute because I wasn't there, so I don't know who all did their job, but I'm pretty sure that the Clarys had to sit down and talk to the authorities about the situation. We know that
Mm-hmm.
just based on some of the things that we already said out here. But just rest assured they spoke to them. They gave their story. Their story was looked into, investigated. If the authorities would have found something that rises to something illegal, then they most likely would have been addressed in one form or the other. Okay, but it's not necessary that they found something illegal. And what I'm going to use is this: look at the different interviews they gave, right? Even though it has changed from here and there, whatever. The things that they talk about, they don't say nothing that they did illegally. They don't say in nothing in those interviews that that said they broke the law too. They give different accounts of what happened and when they talked to them. How the interviews slightly
Mm-hmm.
changed from time to time. Okay, that's it. They might be not. They may not be consistent in the public, but were they consistent when it mattered? And when they gave a statement that was under the what? The penalty of perjury. And they checked it out. and we might not know what became of the investigation of their story, but I guarantee it was one, and apparently nothing illegal, came from it, because as you notice, they have from time to time, especially the daddy said that, you know, I'm paraphrasing that, they were told that they didn't break no law. So that means that their story was satisfactory to the motherfuckers that matter.
Mm-hmm.
So that so you have to look at that as well. So those text messages were in existence
Mm-hmm.
either before or after definitely after they gave they story. Matter of fact, then aren't they the ones that gave the phone up? I don't know,
Yeah,
but
I thought so. I thought so.
Well,
yeah. So
they gave it was Azriel's Android phone, and then every time Angelo, and this is where I noticed, like when I would listen to Angelo give interviews, and where sparked me, because at first I didn't even know it was the Android till I went back and looked at the testimony. But the Android was the only phone that was placed into evidence. But Angelo kept referring to an iCloud, but Azriel's Android refers to an iPhone, an iPad, an iPod, and her Android phone that she had. So there, where when people were looking at the messages and they were saying that it looked like it was some spaces with some things, and then Azriel was messaging her mother and said, "Why are you messaging me on this phone? Why aren't you using your iPad, or message me from the iPod?" Or so those are the spaces where a lot of the supporters, R. Kelly supporters, are saying, where is that information? Because why would they need to be talking on all of these different devices? And then the mother telling Azriel that she didn't want her to communicate inside of the chat that had the sister and the father in the communication with them, and what is it that was being left out that they couldn't know, like all of those kind of things. So yeah, they gave up the Android phone, but that's I don't it, Angelo never even mentioned anything about an Android when he was doing the interviews. He kept saying the iCloud. He kept referring to iCloud. And I think that was because that was what he was communicating with them through, thinking that the family messages was going through that. But as Rial says in the messages that they were communicating, the mother was communicating from other devices.
okay, every phone and everything on the phone does not get turned over to the popo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
let me explain something. All right. First of all, I don't know. We got to still stick with the 3 R's. 3 R's is going to be prevalent through just about every part of the process of this case, right? So, just say when it comes to text messages and things of that nature, whatever. Just in this case, most likely when you look at it, it would tend to be exculpatory, which means that it may serve to help the defense. It might serve to say that the defendant is not guilty. So that means that the prosecutor has to turn that over. Okay. But if it's something that, I mean, the prosecutor has to turn it over anyway. But there's also text messages or whatever that the prosecutor, is going to extract from that bucket or whatever, as we saw, and use that they're going to use to support their case, and the defense get to question question that evidence of or if they put it on with what they witness as a a mechanism to rehabilitate the witness, or what have you. You know what I'm saying? Then the defense get to speak on whatever it is they extract from those text messages. Everything that that's in the phones and everything, whatever, that doesn't get put into discovery. It doesn't become evidence. You have to be relevant, relatable, and reliable to what? The facts in the case and the what? The elements. Not just R. Kelly's name was mentioned, that goes in evidence. Uh-uh.
Mhm.
It don't
And
work that
that's
way.
the same. And that's the same thing that even happened with some of Doug's charges. Young Thug, if y'all recall, what happened is they had his cell phone of his, and they had gotten whatever the initial issue was that they were trying to find. They sent the phone off to be, to extract whatever information they could, and it had to be within the certain time. The information had to be within a certain time period about the certain things and certain information. Well, what the prosecution actually got caught doing is they looked through that time period, they found nothing. Then they held on to it as well as a number of other items, and then when new stuff came out, they sent the phone off again and said, well, expand it out and look at pretty much everything on the phone. And the judge came back and said, you can't do that. And they actually had to drop some of those charges because you can't just hold on to his property, go looking for the stuff that you had relevant evidence to, and then when you didn't find it, you then hold on to it even longer and then send it off later on. And then once you finally find something within there that you go, aha, there's something, now you use that to file charges. You can't do that sort of stuff.
Right. Right. Because
And
I was
that's
just
kind
gonna
of what
say,
y'all are looking for here.
Right, but that's
right,
what
but
the supporters want them to do. They want them to,
yeah, so what, yeah,
yeah,
exactly. So
right, and
what,
that's where the hang up is. Yeah.
so I'm glad you gave that example, Mo, because I didn't even know that happened. And I was just
Mm-hmm.
speaking generally on how it worked. I'm glad you had an example to back it up so that y'all can know I ain't making this up. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works. So, and so when what would happen, and just say if that was allowed, that means now you're going to have an amendment to an indictment. Well, you can't do that. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that pretty much renders that indictment, void. So it's so you understand what I'm saying. So the game with this legal shit, it's just what it is, and that's what we have. And we have certain rules and regulations. Not rule, Lord have mercy, I'm crazy. A certain process and procedures that is put in place to make it fair for both sides to ensure that both sides get justice. Now, do it always work out that way? Nope. But you got the different variables that play a part. The game of strategy. Who's gonna have the best strategy? Which side gonna have the best strategy? Which side gonna have the best counterpunch? All of that. All of that plays a part. So, just the life of the parents and everything that's dealing with the parents and all that and the time period, all of that is not relevant. Just not
Mm-hmm.
relevant. You understand what I'm saying? It's just not. So therefore, you want that none of that will see the light of day in court. It
Mm-hmm.
just will not. And just because and an attorney, especially that specializes in criminal prosecutions and things of that nature, knows what's allowed and what's not allowed. And just because you don't adhere to them even trying, that means they already know. And they're not going to sit up there and look crazy and lose their license. But they cause they got some wild Billy Cat damn fans that think they can go in there and tear the damn courtroom up and put all the evidence on the screen. And we're going to put this on him. Call it, no, you can't do that. That
Mm-hmm.
just ain't going to work out.
Well, I wanted to ask you because each time they keep referring to his lawyers not being prepared or what have you, um doesn't R. Kelly bear some of the burden for that? Because it wasn't like he had a public defender. He had these lawyers that he selected, and he like so
Yeah.
when everybody is saying that like they don't think they were prepared or that they were adequate or that they were good, or that's not, those arguments are not even good arguments because he selected these lawyers. Like,
Mm-hmm.
He selected them. And here's the thing, right? there were lawyers that were still on the case. It wasn't like the whole team was new. It was that them two brothers Johnsons was new. So in 6 weeks, and I know y'all say 6 weeks, even though you could always benefit by having more time, 6 weeks or 8 weeks is enough time to try 13 counts, basically pretty much of the same nature. Um, all the evidence is there, whatever. You got to you know kind of formulate your defense. Look at what you have based on what you have to work with and whatever. So you got a team. You come in there with your team that's going to do the research and all of that. All you doing is just compiling it and getting it, putting it together for a presentation. Or when trying to figure out which way you're gonna go. You know, I mean,
Mhm.
it wasn't enough. A change at the top wasn't enough to warrant like 3 additional months or whatever. No, you have um it's just it's kind of sometimes it's hard to explain because y'all a lot of people on either side look at the practical look at the case as just being practical everyday, skip to the loo, whatever. And I can tell that, or common sense to y'all, or morally, or and all of that. And I can tell because, like I said, y'all don't even have y'all don't give a shit about the process, what is allowed, what's not. You think anything is allowed or whatever. It just don't work that way. Because if that was the case, you do understand what it don't depend. Don't matter what side you're on, the other side gets the same allowances. So if you think that you could play loose and lack with what's admissible on one side, that same shit applies to the other.
Mhm.
So you could be saying, well, hey, it could be more evidence that could be, allowed in. It could be more uncharged acts. It could be more of this, more of that, more of this, more of that. So you have to be, you know, um, I don't know. I don't know what Levi be thinking about. I don't. Especially when I done went, I don't know how many times I done went and found where the man, the, um, the attorneys did address them goddamn text messages. And he go back to the same thing. Then, but this, and I'm like, Levi, you don't understand the federal rules of evidence. You don't understand the federal rules of criminal procedure. You don't understand none of that. So you can't tell me I'm wrong when I'm the one that understands it.
Mhm.
If you don't understand what they're saying, you can't look at the paper and see that. Listen, you're gonna have to know how to read what's there and what's not there. You can't do that.
Because
Or you
I
gonna tell
think
me
people,
my breakdown is wrong. What are you talking
yeah,
about? No, it's not.
well, because as human beings, sometimes I think we get caught up on what's moral versus what's legal, and everything that's legal ain't moral, and everything that's moral ain't legal, and
But how you gonna
they,
tell me I'm wrong when you don't
yeah,
understand? When you
right,
don't
yeah, that's what I'm,
understand. You can't tell
because
me I'm
they are
wrong about some shit you don't understand.
right, because they are leading with the emotion and not applying the what you're trained to do. It's hard. It's hard for somebody who. That's why I was asking you the question about if you were a juror, what would you have concluded based on that charge? Because I think the way that lay people see things sometimes might not be the because we a lot of times we do the I know when I look at things But that's what I'm trained to do because I'm a social scientist. So it's a little different. I'm trained to look at things and look at them from a moral standpoint versus always looking at it from a legal standpoint. So it sometimes it's hard. It's just like when they say people who are who are sociologists don't do good with psychology, and people who are psychologists don't do good with sociology. It's applying two different, and so it depends on how the person is wired, how they seeing it, and they're never going to see it. It's going to be very hard for him to see it the way you see it, and he's going to constantly try to persuade you to look at it from the way that he sees it.
But don't tell me I'm wrong when you can't break down the basics. You can't do
Mm-hmm.
that. That
Mm-hmm.
don't make no sense to me. Carla, have you ever worked for the government?
Yes.
Carla,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Carla, you ever worked for the
Can you hear
government?
me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear
Yeah, you
you.
said
Can you
yeah.
hear me? Uh-huh. Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You
I do now.
used to work for the government?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay. So, yeah, I hear you. I got you. I got
Okay.
you. So,
Uh-huh.
um, huh?
I'm here. I'm
So,
listening.
anyway, so when you so if like let me see what I was reading. I don't know if Mo was in here, but I don't know if Carl was in here. I was trying to tell him. Let him read. I let him tell me what I just read first
Mm-hmm.
to see exactly. Hold on, let me put this up here to tell him exactly what they was saying, and I was trying to illustrate that, trying to tell him that they're not talking to you, they're talking to each other. They're not talking to
Mm-hmm.
you, so they're not going to put it so that they're not writing this with Levi in mind. They're not writing this with Levi
Mm-hmm.
in mind. Okay, so when I say, so I explain, so it says, even if you look at the the last sentences, it says, even if so, the defendant has not explained and cannot explain how those text messages open any door to cross examination. Now, a layperson might say, well, what goddamn door? What are you talking about? Open what door? What you talking about doors for? Now, I know what they mean. And because I told you, share what that means, y'all know what it means. But they wrote that in there. They ain't write that in there for no layperson to understand. They talking to each other. They talking to y'all. So what I was trying to tell him that meant, now he gave, y'all gonna wind it back and see what he gave. It says, even so, the defendant has not explained and cannot explain how those text messages open any door to cross examination, meaning the text messages that the prosecution may or may not use when they extract their questions from it based on what they read and apply it to the facts in this case, the facts in the case that's presented, not the facts overall what you think it is, facts that's presented with the evidence in court and the elements. They don't know how those text messages will open the door to cross examination, meaning, so the questions that they ask, they don't know how the cross examination, when the defense begin to cross examine, how is it going to talk about what they refer to at the top, meaning the sexual behavior, psychological issues, and certain actions of the witness's parent? How will the cross examination refer to anything about those things I just read? Because the prosecution is not going to ask questions regarding any of those things, meaning the the um, the sexual behavior, psychological issues, and certain actions of the witness parents, because one is legally not even applicable. That's number one. Okay, because the elements has nothing to do with the actions of the parents, and psychological issues and sexual behavior, you can't ask those questions based on a act that victims of sexual abuse is protected from, right? So you can't. So that's what they meaning, because it's legally, it doesn't have any room to play out in court, meaning you won't have a cross examination. That's what they're trying to say. You can't even explain how you're going to do it. Okay. Then it says, rather, the text messages show only that Jane Doe number 5 recounted to her mother nearly in real time statements of the defendant, as Jane Doe number 5 would testify, which means that those text messages is just pretty much showing Jane Doe telling her mama what's going on every step of the way. The prosecution is going to ask Jane Doe number 5 pretty much something, with regards to what happened, some of the things that she told her mother, what happened, like, when she told her mother, just say she told her mama, well, we went to Burger King, and we got into an argument. And then the prosecutor may ask, if they're not going to ask, they can, or this can be an option. What, well, did you tell your mama that you went to Burger King and got into a fight? Or they may ask her, well, what happened when you went to a Burger King, after you went to Burger King or whatever? And then may say, I got into a fight or something like that. And that's what it meant. He done gave some other kind of explanation, which is, decent, but that's not what this meant. Because they're not talking to Levi. They're talking to me. Okay. So, and pretty much, and that's what I was trying to get him to understand. So he's thinking that, oh, this is how he tried to put it. He tried to put it that the prosecutor is saying that the defense can't even explain how the text messages and stuff. He tried to say that the prosecutor was talking like the defense can't even explain nothing about the text message stuff. That's not what they're talking about. That's not what they mean.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's not what they mean. They
Oh,
can't
I know he was
explain.
saying that they didn't even read it.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah,
Yeah.
they didn't even read it or whatever. That's not what they're saying there. They're saying that they cannot explain how it opens the door to talk about what I just read: the sexual behavior, psychological issues, and certain actions of the witness's parents, which tells you that the defense either have indicated to the prosecution that those are the things that they want to try to touch upon, or the prosecution saw something that the defense done put in there that suggests that they may try to go that route. And because this is coming off of a motion coming, I think as a result of a motion in limine, which is the process in which you either are excluding, trying to knock out the defense, try to knock out the prosecutor's case, or try to, to keep the defense down or try to keep some of their shit out. If this coming off of a motion to limit, which I think it is, right? See right there. Okay, you see motion in limine, right? I'm not making this up. It's coming off a motion to limit, meaning that's the whole process in which they try to tailor, try to keep the defense, in a box, lock them in a box. I mean, it's a strategy. They try to, make sure that the defense is weak as possible, by all means necessary. And the defense try to make sure that the prosecutor's case, that they don't get to, allow certain things as the evidence to be used against their client. For an example. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? So, and he gonna tell me I'm wrong. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
so, and that's how so I can read into that. He all the time, oh, they talk about the defense can't explain it. That ain't what they mean. They mean that they can't explain what I just said.
And I think too, I think sometimes we get into uh, an issue because we're reading it as lay people and thinking that the same way the words are being used in the street are the same way that they're being used in those legal documents, and they're not.
Right.
Many times we have words or terms and things like that that hold a different weight, hold a different interpretation, and sometimes just mean something totally different in that field than it does in the street. So they read it and they go, aha, see, it means this, or look, it should have been interpreted this way because that's how we would interpret it as lay people, but that's not actually what was said or intended from a legal perspective. And then that
Right.
creates undue frustration, but that's never really what was said or done legally. That's why
Right.
if you whatever
Exactly.
you said the interpretation is or what they're trying to say, that's what I'm going to lean on more than I'm going to lean on my own thoughts, and opinions because it could be more to it as far as how it's being legally presented. The lead attorney talks about the same thing whenever he gets another attorney on his panel and he's talking to them. He said, we're talking a different language right here because they both have that same understanding of the law as opposed to when he's talking to
Right.
somebody else, he's really trying to get them to understand the law.
Yep.
Right.
And then and lay people lead with emotion on the law. They do not look at the technical pieces of the law, how the technicalities. They are very
Yeah.
emotional when it comes to the law, and so that's what a lot of the, like I said, a lot of this is coming. It's emotion. It's emotion based on them feeling like that there was an injustice done because of moral things, but it's not about moral. It's about, like you said, what's legal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It's what's legal, and then there's no way to get around it. I don't know. I mean, hell, it's just it is what it is. I mean, there's no way to get around it. You can blame it on this. You can blame it on that. You could do whatever. There's no way. And Levi seemed to think he can goddamn, you know, undo it, penetrate it, rip it up, whatever. No, dude, that ain't that. But if you think it was that easy, shoot,
I
Mm-hmm.
hell,
think the
I
thing I
can
find
listen. My lazy ass, I still be not at the easiest job, but it's just not it's hard to sometimes get people to understand what you're reading. What now? Like I try to give illustrate the difference. Now, when those judges, make a judgment, give an order, write an opinion. When they write those opinions have more wording that lay people understand. You know why? Because she's reading them to who? The legal minds on both sides and the people that's in the courtroom. You got lay people in the courtroom. So the opinions are a little bit more lengthy. If you go back and look at Judge Ann Donnelly's opinion that she gave the morning of her judgment, her order that she gave the morning of the sentencing, and you read that 103-page response she gave, decision she gave, you'll see where she explained it almost as she was going over the case in review. You know why? Because that's for the benefit of the legal people that's in there and the non-legal people that's in there. All right, the people that's the family, so they can get understand on. Lady, why you said no to both of them? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, when you talking about three legal minds talking to amongst each other, you gonna get that little paragraph right there. You're gonna move on to the next. You're not gonna get a whole bunch of, you know, um, verbiage that they already know and understand. They ain't gonna get do all that. They know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't never seen one of them come back like, what? Can you explain what you mean? And then the other action, the other side. Can you explain what you mean? No, they already know what you meant.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Look at Angela Jackson be killing me with her desperation question. There's nothing be done at this point. So he just pack it up. No, that is what I'm saying. He be killing me with the question. I'll be laughing. He like, so what you saying? Shit, just keep it a buck. What I'm saying is, hey, strange things have happened. I don't know.
Now,
I don't
Angie,
see all kind of.
I came in a little late. What even stirred all of this conversation up again? Is it some more documents out of something I need to catch up on, or did they just go back down the rabbit hole like normal?
No, no. What happened was I was saying that. Oh God, I think I was saying that I had. Oh, God. I know I talked about addressing. God, was you here?
I was here. Somebody came on. Somebody hopped on and asked this question. Asked the question about, does she think that things would have turned out different? Because you started off talking about the money situation with all of these money entanglements that's going on.
Yeah.
And somebody hopped on and just asked the question like, did she think that things would have turned out differently if other players, outside players, like YouTubers, didn't get so involved and do this and do that and do that? Did she think that? And then
Right.
Levi
Right.
hops onto the yeah, Levi hopped onto the panel from there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. And then
goodness.
you know where it went. It went up.
Yeah.
It went up, y'all. That Levi. I love me some Levi.
I'll have to
Levi
go
works
back.
my goddamn nerves.
He will. He'll work you right up before you know it. But I really got to go back and listen. I'll go back after I get off of here. I'm about to get off in a minute. But when I get off of here, I'm gonna go back and see what kind of trouble he started up.
Yes, child. Yes, honey. Gonna tell me. I was like, dude, I read about the people addressing them damn text messages on your channel several times on my channel, and then Sylvia did it too. Like we all done did it. You see, Levi uh, don't understand. Uh, I can, it's always, you could always say, well, more could have been done. This, that,
Well,
there. You can always.
what I thought was funny about it was that what the drastic change from watching yesterday's live and then the one for today. Because when he's on the other side of the law, everything makes so much technical sense. And then when and then when it comes to Rob, his cousin, it just all goes, he throws all of it out.
Yeah, he does.
Right? They're gonna lock everybody up. Everybody gets
Right.
locked up. Well, baby, like, wait a minute.
But when he
This
need,
is really
but
hard to tell.
when he need the law to mitigate his situation,
Yes,
then
honey.
He'll do
yeah,
that, and he'll do it in any situation. Because just last night, I wasn't able to connect too much because I was doing other stuff. But I think just not last night or the night before, he was on there, and somebody had said something. I think it was I don't know his name, Trevin. I think it was. He was saying like, I don't talk to the police. I ain't gonna give a
yes, Jay's night.
and here's the thing: how did Mr. Levi go from Mr. I'm up top? You know how it is out in the streets, and then came and tried to give Trevin what for? Tell me some. See, you don't know what snitching really is.
Girl,
I
when,
said, Mr.
listen,
Levi, you know
honey,
good and well that
I,
that's how it's seen in the street. It's seen in the street. If you talk to the police, you sit for a deposition, you do any of that, it's all seen as you are involving yourself
it's
in
just,
police sort of stuff. Then he tells us to see y'all don't understand what ratting really is. But I'm saying, how you gonna be up top, and then once it's something that because you
honey,
want him to take the stand,
But
now all of a sudden you saying you just don't understand.
but this is the funny
yeah,
thing,
girl,
though. He
let me
is doing
say,
the same thing that
knowing
he is accusing
Trevin,
these women
girl,
of.
knowing Trevin, child, when it starts slipping out of Levi's mouth, I started, y'all ain't, I don't
I
know if y'all
know it.
heard me, I started laughing. I was trying to be quiet because I already knew. Yeah, what?
And see, I never really, I've heard, seen Trevin on panels here or there, but I don't really know how he is. But I can tell you right now, based, I could just tell by the way he was talking. I said, "Oh no,
Wait
Levi,
a
you
minute.
ain't gonna get that one. You ain't gonna get that. You're not getting no." As soon as Levi said, "Would you be willing?" I could hear
Yeah,
Trevin take a deep
I
breath.
follow. I laughed so hard, girl. I was
I said, I don't even know why he even came out of his mouth with it. He tried to talk him down. Travis said, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not
uh-uh.
doing it.
And
Levi
Trevor is
couldn't
a
didn't
R.
know what to
Kelly
do.
supporter. But baby, Trevor done put some miles on them cars all over. But baby, you talk about some baby, what? I ain't going down.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, I started laughing. I tried to be quiet because it was a serious moment. So I tried to hold it back. I couldn't. I laughed. I was like,
I was like, how, like, when he's talking about his cousin, he, like, these same kind of rules should apply. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It was, that's the weird part. But he know it when it apply to him, when he need to utilize it.
Yeah, when it's on his side, he want everything to shake out that way. But when it's against him, he's gonna say, see what they just did? See how they
Right. Right. Like, they not flawed when it's
I
benefiting
love it.
him.
It tickles me so much. It tickles me so much.
It's no flaw in the system when it's a benefit for him.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. He's
But
a pure,
the system is,
he's a purist then. He's a pure
yeah, right.
yeah.
he'll,
He
he'll
want it
argue
all
that.
done in order. But baby, I yeah, I don't know if y'all heard. I tried to be quiet, but baby, as soon as I heard it roll out of Levi's mouth, he said, "Now would you be?"
I, I
would
was
you
laughing. I knew it was gonna go there. I put it in the chat. I said, Mr. Lee Van, you know good and well that that's how it's gonna work. He was
Miss
not gonna
Angie
let
said,
up. He did not let up off.
Levi.
Yeah, he didn't let up off
yeah,
Trevin. He had him
no.
every which way but loose, and Trevin didn't care nothing about it.
she, he thought he was gonna get some reinforcement from Miss Angie. Miss,
Oh, he didn't get it.
Yeah, he come like, baby, me and Trevor already talked about them principles. Listen, I understand. You think, yes, I tried to tell him, but I tried to tell you, I Levi, know how the people feel about them snitches. I'm like, we used to say, listen here, we don't like them snitches, boy, but we still sure need them. Ah, damn, baby,
Yes, indeed.
God. Baby, like, baby, it's a I don't know if it's a southern thing. I don't know what it is, but baby, we ain't doing all that.
I could tell by the way Trevor was talking, and I'm down from the south too. I said before he even said it, Trevor is willing to do whatever it takes for R. Kelly, based upon what I heard. He'll get the money, he'll do the time, he'll do whatever. But he is not gonna go and talk to them police and do no
Them folks.
deposition, and he don't care what the reason is. You better. I said as soon as he said it, Trevor said, get somebody else to do it.
Okay. You better take this video and let that be that, baby. Baby, no. You better give what you overheard of,
Mhm.
Um, but baby, that was so damn funny. I thought I was gonna roll.
Oh, it tickles
Yeah,
me. The best
that
Mr.
was
Leave was funny.
hard.
I'm telling you.
That was so funny. And Levi wanted then Levi got to re-ask it. Baby, this
Yeah.
answer is the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah. He said, hold on. You might have misheard. He
You
said,
might have heard me.
you're not you're not
We all
understanding what
heard
I'm
you.
asking. He said, you're not understanding what I want. But Trevor
Yeah,
definitely had his
okay.
number.
Yes, I laughed so hard. I laughed so hard. I said, it's always something gonna
I
make
was
me
too.
laugh with these people.
Mm-hmm.
That's why sometimes it be hard to cuss y'all out, cause baby, y'all make me laugh so hard sometimes, honey. I be like, Lord have mercy. I be giggling my ass off.
I do too. I do
Uh-uh.
too. I
I
just
be
love it
giggling.
though, because he really is so passionate about it. You can't help but
Yeah.
if you really you can't help but be tickled by it. But at the same time, you like he wouldn't be anything to R. Kelly or care about him at all if he didn't at least try it, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't blame him for trying, but
Yeah.
boy,
Yeah.
that one crashed and
Yeah.
burned.
Yeah. Yes, honey. And but now y'all know what I haven't caught up on. I haven't caught up on the interview where R. Kelly done did with the beautiful Dre or whatever that man name is.
He
What his
what?
name is? Beautiful Dre, the pimp. Pretty
He
Dre.
did a what?
An interview. R. Kelly did an interview with Pretty Dre.
A new one?
I think they say as of 6'4", 6'6" or something like that.
I didn't even know nothing about that.
I got to go hit his sample because that pretty Dre, that's a strange looking little fella. I don't know what about. I be just looking like that's a strange looking little fella.
I'm gonna have to look. I've never even heard of him.
I didn't know he
Yeah,
did another
what's the man
interview.
name? Y'all? He called ain't his name Pretty Dre? A beautiful what's his name?
I didn't know that he did another interview.
Yeah,
So I'm
yeah, beautiful Dre or whatever the damn man name is. Him. I was like, okay, well, I need to go back and here, and I'm tell you, y'all, you know who my guilty pleasure is, and I hope he don't come fucking with me, cause that NOYB man, oh my god, I be rolling. I don't know if he is a comedian. I don't know if he be dead ass serious. When I tell you, I be crying. That shit be having me laughing so hard. Child, when that man that took his ass up there to Houston, Texas, and when he talk about us in this sector, I be screaming. He's so goddamn funny to me. Y'all have to,
I don't know them
oh my
either.
god.
I have to figure out. I'm out of the loop. I know my little people that I keep up with here and there, and then y'all be bringing up people names and stuff. I'm like, because I didn't even know Larry when I first got on. I didn't know any. I would just knew my couple of people I listened
Really?
to. Yeah, I didn't know any. Even like for instance, the Trevin and people y'all were talking about. Y'all brought up some names yesterday. I don't mean to harm. I finally went on the logged on off because I said I don't even know who some of these people are y'all are talking about. Because I came because you got to think it depends on where you came in when you started
Mhm.
listening or following it, and so I won't go be able to go back all that history y'all had. I don't know all of these people.
yeah, Miss Mimo. And if you was just in this sector, because I know, like for me, for years, I was just getting the information about the case, what was going on with the case, new
Yeah,
stuff being released. So you don't like. I had no clue that I'm like, what? This is a mess. This is like a big old pyramid scheme going on.
yeah,
Like,
The
like I'm like, what in the world? I don't think that anybody who was just interested in the case, especially if you're already like into true crime stuff, and then because I know I listen to a whole lot of other different channels. Like Miss Me, like I got my people on this side, but it's a whole lot of other stuff that I listen to, and then it's books
exactly.
that I read and all kinds of stuff like that. And then I got work and I got kids,
oh,
so it's yeah, I don't be known, but I was like, oh my god, this is like the soap opera.
Mm-hmm. And like I honestly, when I first got into it as well, because it was a like when crazy stuff started popping off, I was so naive. I said, "Oh, they must all know each other outside." I
You
said they must have all been getting together. And I thought the way that because they were taking personal
oh,
attacks, and people kids, and they had people addresses. I'm like, what is
and calling the CPS. I said, what?
this? And I'm
What
sitting there
in the
watching.
mhm.
I'm thinking that y'all know me, my little bleeding heart. I set up. I'm thinking that children are really in danger. Come to find out, ain't nobody's child. The children are playing in the yard and fine. I said, this is crazy. And then I just got sucked in. It's like my Young and the Restless, like my grandma used
Yes,
to have. This is
yes.
Girl,
my
yeah,
daily dose.
baby, they
But
have you thinking that the kids
instead,
about
this
that.
this
I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah,
instead this like one of them Tyler Perry soap operas. Like
it
it's
is.
you
It's
can
Yes,
crazy.
yes,
If you
I
didn't
mean,
know
y'all,
it,
yes.
it could be sold. You could sell it to the studio.
yeah, if you didn't know, I really do sometimes think they should have just a reality TV show of these people going back and forth because it's
Yes.
so crazy. But it had like you end up taking a side and you understand people personalities and even certain people's lives and all this stuff. I'm like, we are so invested in it, and we're really such a small part of the world. But it
And
is
you
so
Yes,
cannot
we
help
do.
it. You
you can't
cannot help but
you
to look
can't.
on there and see what the heck is going on. I mean, like I said, I think I started out like listening to Dana with some of the stuff, and I'd be cracking up laughing at this stuff he be putting on it
Hmm.
because that stuff would be crazy. And
It's
then,
crazy.
and yeah, and then I was, like different and Larry and all. But when I found out, I mean, even with Miss Denise, the reason why I found her from on Choke No Joke, because I used to watch that, and she called in there one day, and the thing that made me subscribe to her channel was this. They was like, "Well, what is your question?" And she was like, "My question is, I got a daughter." And I bust out laughing, and I was like, "Who is this lady?" And that's how I got. But I was like, "Oh my god, I didn't know it was a murder for hire." And what in the world?
Yeah.
What is all of this?
I still need to break down on that. Every time I try to catch up and figure out who did the murder for hire and I still can't figure that out. I don't
Yeah.
know if
Hey,
somebody did it or
the
not.
last I was told, I was a part of the murder for
Yeah,
hire.
they said you was on the murder
I
for
was
hire.
like, baby, I'm like, I know you was a slow
I'm
one.
like,
I knew
oh
And
you
the
my
was
crazy
god.
slow.
part,
You
and the
slow, bitch.
craziest part about it is these are the same people who said take everybody down, send everybody to jail, convict them all. If anybody had anything, by that standard, this whole section would be in jail by now because everybody got a little bit of a hand in some bull.
But that's what I'm saying. And then everybody talking about the law and the police and don't talk to them. Everybody talking to the police. I'm like, what in
Yeah.
the
And
world?
then they'll sit up here and be threatening each other lives and everything. I'm like, do y'all realize you committing a crime right now? You are committing a crime right now.
I
And that's fine.
know.
And y'all cool on that. It's so crazy.
I guess the
Yeah.
police got to the point where they said, look, y'all all threaten each other. So we gonna just let y'all just keep on.
Yeah, they just let it be. I mean, because again, if you think about it too, as convoluted even as this is, even within this small amount of stuff, and this is all documented on the internet, it would be so hard to
Thank you, Miss
unravel.
Cookie.
It's so hard to unravel, right? And so, why would we then sit up there and look at something as complex as the R. Kelly situation and go, it's this easy? Just call this person in and pull that cell phone and look here and look there, and that's where the answers are. Well, we can't even figure out the murder for hire. And
I know, because I still am confused.
we can't even figure it out.
I don't even know who they was hired to murder.
I
I
don't
mean,
know. And why? What did they do? How did they get to the point that you want to murder
speak
for
them up,
hire?
honey. Don't speak them. Don't talk them up,
I
honey.
ain't gonna, no, don't do
Don't
it.
talk
Don't
them
do
up,
it.
baby.
No, I won't say nothing about it. I hope that it never
Hey,
gets solved. I hope it stay
Mo,
on unsolved mysteries.
Carla, let me tell you something. So the one that's involved in the murder for hire. So that's the one that Miss Denise be talking about me that was harassing her. I didn't even know that he had to send her all kind of little gifts and shit. Girl, when she on her live that day, talking about he done sent her a dildo or
and
something.
then he came by her house, didn't he? He came
Yeah,
by her house, didn't he?
Somebody came to her house.
yes. Yes, I'm like this, but
I was
that's why I got my fanny. That's why I got my motherfucking fanny. I got my fanny, baby, and make sure. Yeah, yeah, yes. I got my goddamn fanny. Because I guarantee you, when I see any one of y'all looking strange at me, I'm popping you or in the motherfucker you sent. I don't give a damn. Because I don't know what's wrong with y'all. This is
I
not that
listen.
serious.
I had to take JoJo saying when he said, "What type of people activity is this?" Because this is terrible. What kind of people activity is this? I mean, what?
I've never seen anything
I
like
ain't
it.
never seen.
Mm-mm.
And listen. I know. You healthcare. You psychological healthcare freaking specialists hate when people be when you be out here diagnosing people, but I don't give a shit. Something wrong with these motherfuckers. I don't care what nobody say. You ain't gonna tell me anything. I ain't never seen people get so mad at people
Mm-hmm.
over nothing. You was
Yeah.
like,
Listen,
huh?
when
You was
you
saying this,
called them
your daddy? Like
when
you
you
acting like
called
shit your
them the owl of misfit toys, I almost died
mom.
because let me tell you, when I was little, that's my favorite, one of my favorite. I used to cry about them toys being on there. Like, and I'm like,
I
these
miss it.
people are sad.
They are insane, girl. I'm like, what is wrong with you? And me, I'm like, okay, because I'm normal, I can okay, we can argue, whatever. We can fight. Like I said, when I was ganging, the girl I cut up, we rode down to the state's attorney's office together. Okay? We had to made up. That was within a week. Hey,
Oh
that
my
was within a week.
goodness.
Shit. Hell. You know what I'm saying? And so we got that straight or whatever. But and I called her one day on my channel. But listen, but so and so we know how to get over it. Just get on.
Mm-hmm.
God damn, but these people here would make up shit. They did this to me. They keep the shit going and justify so they want to look crazy in these goddamn streets. Some of them don't even give a fuck about looking crazy in the street. They just keep fucking with you.
They
Set
don't. They
off,
keep putting themselves
set
on
off
the
crazy.
camera.
And y'all know I like everybody, right? In their own way,
Yeah,
I can find something to like about you. But I'm gonna tell you one person who definitely, and I want to go on the record saying this, definitely does not care one way or the other. That Dana J is crazy as all can be. And he really doesn't care. He really is just gonna say whatever, do whatever. And but I will say, as far as the sector goes, there has been times when I've looked at it because I didn't even follow Dana for a while or really look at his channel. I would see little clips and leave it alone. But then when I finally started watching, there are times when I said Dana kept this sector, carried it on his shoulders. He really did. Because
yeah,
Dana would trump up and come up with something out of left field and send this
yeah.
whole like there'll be sometimes where I'm
The
like, man,
most outrageous. The
ain't
most
nobody said
outrageous.
anything. I mean, like, man, I don't got nothing to watch. Ain't nobody said nothing. Ain't nobody going live. What am I gonna do? And here come Dana to say today with his cape on.
And
And
you gonna have about
boy,
4 or 5 lives from there. And
listen,
then
everybody goes crazy from there. Everybody.
Everybody
I don't care
loses
what y'all want to say,
it.
but that man done put some money in y'all pockets because he will make one statement, he will bring up one, and it's the same little set of videos and pictures or whatever, and he'll twist that thing back around another way that hasn't been twisted before. And everybody gets set off in such a frenzy. And I said, look at it. And I just laughed and I laughed. And
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 then
I'm
next
telling
time
you
you see him,
too,
he's somewhere eating a piece of fried chicken.
he
Like,
don't
what
care
the
nothing about.
fuck?
And then the worst part about it, his crazy tail would then turn around and go and beat on the church drum like he didn't just cause all
exactly
hellfire and brimstone last night.
with that damn Joker picture.
And we'll get right back up there. And then if you won't watch him, he'll go live from his car on the way home from service and let you know I'm about to show off again when I get back home. I'm telling you that
Yeah,
man, I think
that
he is
shit be
incredible
crazy.
at what
I'm like,
he
you know what?
is incredible at what he does. You can't take it too seriously all the time. Some people,
Yes, you
and
can't.
of
That
course I
shit
ain't
be.
been in his
I'm
crosshair, so I'm beneficial there. But let me
When
tell you what,
he
he
called that damn
is.
police station.
Oh my gosh. How many times has he gone up in these people police talking about I'm trying to prove something? and who did somebody file some charges on me? And doing? You cannot do these things. He don't care. He does not care. But I'm gonna tell you one thing, Dana. For all that, people say what they want to say. Dana is incredibly entertaining. He understands
Listen,
the game better than anybody else.
and he
out
is
here.
serious.
He's so serious
He
about
is
it.
serious.
He's serious about it. I'm gonna tell you,
Baby,
and y'all don't.
when,
And of course, I look at it from the psychological perspective too. Dana is truly a different person when he gets behind that camera. If he just on a panel talking like he on the phone or recording,
Yes, yes.
he doesn't act the same. His voice is not the same. He does his speech patterns. Dana gets in front of that camera and it is lights, camera, action, and you cannot look away. You
But
can't look away.
even yesterday, when he came on the panel, the Miss Angie panel, when Levi was talking, he was quiet as a church mouse.
Yes. I said, who is this? You got to figure out which Dana do you got. But if
Yes.
he on his channel and he got that camera rolling, you gonna get a show every time. Every time.
and don't let him try to convince you of some shit, baby.
Oh my
Me
God.
and him, we are just going to disagree about that child ain't have no
Yeah.
baby. Listen, I'm like, Dana, that girl eyes is green, her son eyes is green, that little baby eyes is green. I think that man over there eyes is funny too. That girl
Yeah.
was gone the time to be pregnant and have a baby. I'm going to conclude that that's her baby.
True.
I saw her
You ain't
belly
gonna
with a
conclude
baby
with
in it.
Dana.
The
It
fuck?
was one night
I ain't got
he
time for
made
this.
reference when he was mad with Levi, and he made reference to Levi with Hallie Calhoun. And the date that he referenced, I swear by for God, she had only been 5 years old.
Mhm.
I said, what in the hell?
Let me tell you,
What you mean?
Dana
Like you
will come
said,
up
it's
with some stuff,
comical.
man.
I
Because he
love me
would
some
have
Dana.
somebody,
That shit be crazy.
if
I
you
be
ain't
like,
take
get
the time to
that
do
ass
the
Dana. Get him.
calculation,
No. If you don't pay
Man,
no,
I
and
I'm
sometimes I
like,
don't mean
get
no
him, Dana.
harm. I see myself as a rather intelligent person when I want to be. But let me tell you something. Sometimes Dana would twist that thing around so bad. I said, I don't know what is going on. I don't know what to believe. I don't know. I'm just gonna let Dana have it because once Dana believes it, he don't need nobody else to help him. He doesn't need any evidence, nothing to back him
Exactly.
up. It
I'm
just
like, everybody in their house, eyes green, Dana, and they ain't her baby.
he's an alien.
Everybody
uh-uh. He don't
okay.
care.
Okay. I'm like, and so when I was like, Dana, I saw her, and this is crazy. My motherfucking ass sitting up here trying to defend this shit. I'm like, Dana, but I saw a pregnant girl, and the boy up there at the baby shower, but at her house, at the front where typically the people that's having the baby sit, where the gifts are. Now that's her brother's baby shower. I'm like, huh?
Mm.
Well, her brother.
Okay, you just like he keeps saying that it was a publicity stunt. The marriage was a publicity stunt.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
the people
oh,
admitted in the court.
No, he ain't gonna do it. He
I'm
ain't gonna
like,
do it.
he ain't gonna admit it.
No, he ain't gonna do just for the simple fact, just off of his pride, he's not gonna let it go.
Nope.
And then sometimes, if in worst case scenario, before he'll say, "Okay, yeah," he'll just get quiet and then just change topic. He'll spin the block on it later on, but he will change topic and get you down another path you won't know how to get up out of that one either.
Listen, when that
yeah,
Don Russell came down, you
that
couldn't
like,
tell
give
him
him, Dana.
nothing after
Give him.
that.
Fuck him up,
Cause
Dana.
Yeah,
you
Yeah,
couldn't tell him nothing after that Don Russell came
yeah.
down.
That
no,
motherfucking Don Russell shit.
Yeah, once he got that one
That
right,
shit turned.
yeah,
Child, let me tell you something. When I heard the little spot they played the Don Russell saying, acting like he was anti R. Kelly. I was like, Lord have mercy. We're gonna have to,
Think about it.
You ain't
we're gonna have
you
to get chains like
Yeah.
they did King Kong, the goddamn tied down down. Cause this one, we finna tear this motherfucker up. Okay? Don Russell talking that, yes, I said, baby, it done proved him. Oh, he finna, boy, Dana went down the whole list. Till
Yes,
everybody
sir.
kisses that. I told you I was right.
Yes,
Oh
sir.
no, Dana.
Yes, he will.
Oh
Yes, he
girl.
will.
but that one came
Yeah,
down.
she
I said,
about
"Oh
mm-hmm.
Lord, oh Lord, we ain't gonna never
Mm-hmm.
hear this one. Not
No.
stop hearing this one."
We ain't gonna never live. I was like, oh Lord, Jesus, no, Don. I was like, no. I'm like, no, Don, shut up. Cause baby, it's gonna be some shit. Your ass
Mm-mm.
is gonna be on the goddamn poster. Oh my gosh, that
Yeah,
thing be
man.
so funny
Yeah, but
sometimes.
you right. He
I
does turn on, and he should. He like he is good with that with comedy. Like
yeah,
Yes,
he
he
is.
is.
It's entertaining. You can't say that it's
He's
not
talented.
entertaining because he make
yes,
people
Yeah.
who
I
can't
be
stand him watch him.
Yes,
entertained.
he
I
really,
be,
he
I be like,
really, really is. And like he really,
crack.
and I really do think he has created his own lane as far as how he does stuff and how entertaining he is. And quite frankly, like everybody else, whoever it might be, they just, oh, I'm being myself, whatever. Dana has created a character as far as his character within this sector
Mm-hmm,
that
Mhm.
stands
mm-hmm.
alone. Like it is its own thing, and he has
Yeah.
embodied it
I don't
a
know because
hundred
it's
percent.
another it is, but it is another one. I don't want to say the name,
I
but
think I might know who you're thinking about.
yeah, it's
I
another
know.
one, and that one is funny
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
So,
Well, nobody gonna say
yeah,
the name because I'm gonna go off.
well, because you kicked them off yesterday.
Oh, Debo. Oh, oh yeah. Look at that. Yeah, that. Yeah,
that's
Between
a
the two
different
of
thing.
them,
That's another
That's
crazy
another
one.
whole.
That's another one. Crazy as can be. I tried to work with
Yeah,
him the way
son,
I
talking crazy
could.
damn cops.
I tried to make the peace. Y'all know I always come through trying to make peace. That you, Angie,
I
was about
know.
to come to me yesterday. I said, let me back out.
I know I saw you.
I said, oh, come on, please come on around and fix it. That Angie came in and said, I'm done with it. I said, well, I respect your
Yeah, but when I saw that, I said, "Uh-oh."
because she finna block me too.
when she when he called that
I can't believe that.
when he hit that
I
link,
can't believe that.
and I heard that
And
voice
it's
that she be
acting
giving
like.
to JoJo, I said, "Uh-oh."
I didn't think it was gonna really be him. I didn't think it was gonna be him. And here's the thing: if he would have got up there and he didn't know, you know how he is. If he would have got up there and went head on and got the business, Angie would at least argue with him. I think a little bit. He get up there and just Angie patience was
Yeah.
already low.
like it's
Her
a
patience was
standoff.
already low, and I said that this ain't the time. You took the wrong approach.
Mhm.
Next thing you know, off he was. He was
Like it
Yeah.
was a standoff. What in
it was. I said, what is it? What we
Yeah.
supposed to
And
do?
they gonna talk. And they gonna talk about. Talk. You can't talk to me like a woman. What the
Don't
in
hell
the
is you
wild
talking
wild
about?
west?
don't do it, man. I don't know
Yeah,
why
boy,
he
I
does
was
it.
like, these people are crazy. And
Yeah,
I told y'all, I said the boys club drive me crazy. They get on
I'm
my
telling you,
goddamn nerves,
they
especially
all
they know I'm
crazy.
getting along. They
And the
all
wild
Yeah.
crazy.
part about it, and I'll say this too: the wild part about Mr. Levi, Dana, Debo, Mr. JoJo, all of them is they spend so much time constantly. They are quick to holler, women this and women that, and women dramatic and women that. They get
Listen,
on here.
baby.
They get on here and show off, off
Out.
all the time. But
Show
they
all
quick
the
to
way
holler, y'all emotional and y'all this, y'all do the same thing.
out. Yeah.
They
Y'all
will
stir up some stuff.
consume
Yeah, stir
somebody's
your ass
whole
up like
afternoon.
what?
Yes.
Whew.
Stirring up
Yeah,
some stuff and
exactly. They
talking
You
really
trash
be
would.
trying to
about
I
listen to
mean,
all of them at the same time. You be on one device, the TV, the
yeah.
computer,
Oh
the
my God.
laptop.
yeah. Because you
Yes,
missed something.
you
You
right.
missed.
They be just going on and on, going on and on and on. I be
They
like,
won't
Lord
stop
have
it.
mercy.
Then you put Dana on, and you try to listen to Debo, and Dana playing Debo. I be like, shit. Let me just turn on Dana so I can hear all of the commentary.
Yeah, at one time. I mean, just all of them
Whew,
crazy.
Yeah.
Just
whew.
crazy as
And I'm gonna
hell.
tell you
I
right
don't
now, don't
understand. And
nobody
I be in
spot
the
him.
hot seat.
And don't nobody spot that daggone Debo like Dana. Dana
Nope.
can tell. I'm gonna tell you, Debo can come in that chat and put nothing but a period and an exclamation point. He goes, "So that's it. That's it."
Cause 312 got it too.
She know
And
how to get it.
Yes, 312 got him and
baby,
listen.
312 be so funny to me. 312 be too,
He
but
was
I'm
cussing
like,
so bad.
honey, they should be running. And she could be, we be up and talking, and yeah, and and R. Kelly, we used to do his concerts there, whatever. And then next thing you know, and you could, how about put it in your ass and let your ass blow it? How about that? Huh? How about that? How about that? Hey,
Don't get her started, cause it's gonna be
I'm
a
tired of your
war.
motherfucking. I'm tired of your motherfucking ass. I'm not sitting there thinking, and listen, that causes me to look at the chat. I'm like, she must have had a Debo sighting.
And
I mean, she
also,
been up
and
her ass so
honestly,
quick. I
and
mean,
and
like,
Debo is so good. He's so good at creating these profiles and stuff. You don't know which one is which. So I'm
right.
in, and here's the thing that messed me up yesterday, Angie. So I'm down there. I'm just finishing up with my day, and so I was on there, and for whatever reason, I was the only mod at that time. Now I love being a little mod or whatever. I like it. I appreciate it. But I'm not no full-time person who know how to get in there and block this and that. I,
It was just too
every
much.
now and again, I get a little time out in there, right? Girl, I was in there and stuff stopped. Next thing I'm seeing Dom K. And I know sometimes Dom K can get turned up too. So I see it. I said, okay, Dana do being good. And here he coming making some comments. I said, let me go on and do a little time out. Because I don't block them. I don't know how to do all that. I'm just gonna give you a little time out. All right, calm on down. Lord, I'm sitting there thinking for sure that I'm dealing with Dom. I'm sitting up there reasoning with Dom. Dom, calm down. Dom, be nice to Dana. Dom and Dom. Next thing you know, Dana said, that ain't Dom. I said, I'm done. I'm going to take a shower because I don't know how to manage this. Somebody else, call Sky, call somebody else, call Karen J, call somebody who know how to do all this. I was so overwhelmed. I said, and next, and then they said it was Debo. I said, okay, well, I can talk to Debo a little something in common. Next, Angie said, Mo, I am not cut out for this kind of stress. This moderator stress, I don't know nothing about.
Listen, when Dana said that at first, I was like, "How he know?"
How did
And
he
then
know?
when he popped up on that link, I said, "Well, I'll be like Gomer Pyle." I was like, "What the?"
I said, sure enough, it is the daggone
I
Yeah.
know.
Debo. And when he first popped up, I said, okay, this about to be Don K trying to be funny or something like that. Sure enough, I said, that's Debo for real. That damn Dana got him. Damn.
I said, "I don't know that."
How did he
How he
get
know?
I mean, you got to deal with aliases. I don't know who is who. And that's another reason why, as a mom, I get nervous because I don't know who is who. I don't want to accidentally block somebody. It's the right person, the wrong person. I don't know how. I'm just here for a good damn time.
That's how I be feeling sometimes when I'm in this Denise chat, and then them people, we could be talking about something so neutral, and next thing you know, I be like, "Oh my God, what?"
Yeah.
I be needing a break.
Here
I
it
be
comes.
like, "What is
And
this?"
baby, honey, it wasn't. I got to go back and find which live it was that day when Levi and Keller that was up here, and Levi Keller, that's always a hotbed. And honey,
Mm-hmm.
Keller always got to be the funny guy. I told him nobody likes the funny guy, Keller. They like to put your put your picture as they picture and shit and come up there and just sit up there.
Trying to be funny. Yeah, trying to be funny.
and you know, it took Levi and JoJo them a little time to understand the memes and shit.
And you
So
know JoJo
when
don't think this is funny.
yeah, okay.
he
So,
is not playing.
you don't have time for this.
You can't cuss all the way out.
It be dead. Y'all don't know sometimes I be on mute back here damn near about to die. Girl, when I tell you when Keller came back and he had Levi up there, you weirdo. Y'all know Levi thought that Keller was running around with his pitch in his phone. I couldn't even explain. That be making news. There ain't nobody just carrying your picture around. Girl, I couldn't get it out. Leave out talking about this man. My picture.
Oh,
Hand around my picture, y'all. He got my picture.
oh my God.
I was stretched out. Girl, I couldn't explain it quick enough. Levi, the thing that Levi thought was that Kelly was running around here with his picture. I was trying to explain to him, no, honey, they snatched that picture off your shit real quick and snap it up. There ain't nobody running around with your picture. Oh, girl, I could not. That shit, they are not understanding the memes and stuff. Girl, I was like, I just be laughing, child. So these some crazy ass people. Crazy.
It really is.
Crazy ass. I swear it be going down.
It does.
It be
Any
going
old
down. I
time.
laugh so
Any
goddamn
old time.
hard. I
You
laugh
get
so hard. They at any moment they will click. Them men are worse than the damn women. I don't care what nobody say. They want to talk about. Yeah, y'all are very, very volatile and hostile.
and be quick to
They
say
be
they ain't
clicking.
gonna argue with no women. And then the next thing that's I
Right.
know, I see them arguing with some women.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I cannot tell you every time he does, and he does it every so often. Mr. Levi will get up there, tell me, see, I don't. I don't talk to women like that, and this, that. And I know that I done heard Mr. Levi cuss out at least 5 to 6 women.
All of them. I think the one
So good.
the
It's
most
so
honest
clean.
one is Dana. Dana don't say that he don't talk to women like
No.
that.
No, I'm gonna tell you right now. That's why I'm not gonna cross Dana, because Dana goes to the underbelly very quickly, and he doesn't. And it's like it's nothing. The shit that comes. Excuse me, he got me cussing. The stuff that comes out of Dana's mouth and comes out of his head, I don't even understand what he got working up there. It's
My
something
jaw be
different.
dropped. I be like, oh my God.
I'm like, Dana, who says that? That is it's inhumane. What are you saying?
Yeah, like what?
It did, like you said, go play them drums at that church. And I be like,
And then we'll go and beat that drum like he didn't
Ah,
say it.
beat
oh
that
my
drum
God.
like it ain't no like I'm like Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Child, that shit be so funny. That day when Levi told who it was, the hell or Mel or girl Melanie, honey. He said your daddy ain't your daddy. Ah,
Yes.
Ooh.
And then he'll get up here tomorrow and say, I don't talk about women. I don't talk to women like that.
yeah, I don't talk about women like that. I was like, really?
Oh my
I'm
God.
like, really? Girl, honey, they will go in. And baby, let me tell you something. And let me tell you who else you got to pay attention to. When his ass be in that rap on sometime, that goddamn Larry will rank
Yes.
your ass down. Oh, when I tell you now, I can read. All right. Larry can roast, but when I tell you rank your ass down, when he got up here that day and told that man, and I ain't got nothing against that man, but he told that man, I done seen how you live. You should have stole $1.6 million. Listen.
Yes. Oh
I
Oh
yes.
had to go on
God.
mute. Yeah, you remember that?
Oh my
I
God.
was
I know.
dead. I was backhand dead. I was sick. That mouth so goddamn slick, honey. I
Yeah.
was
And
screaming
that,
back him.
that day was
I'm
bad
like,
because
Lord have mercy.
that day was bad because the Dana hopped on. JoJo was going back and forth with the women. It was
Mm-hmm.
that night was a
Yes.
mess.
Yes.
Yes, I think me and he and I was arguing too. Well, that's
you,
always we ain't arguing.
no, you was having to tell him because he
Okay.
was going back. He was going back and forth with the other two women on the panel, and then he was apologizing. He apologized to Larry for talking to them like that, and then they want to accept his apology. So he was like, "Well, F you then."
Let me tell you what I think makes Larry so funny. One, Larry again, he comes off the top of his head with the crazy stuff, but it's all very logical.
Yes.
It makes sense.
Yes.
But
Yes.
it's the very nonchalant way in which he says it.
Mhm.
One
Mhm.
time, I
Yes.
don't remember how long it was ago, not too long, a couple months maybe, and something had happened. He had said something, and him and Dana was at odds. And Dana was on the live telling him, saying whatever, and here pops up Larry. And Dana said, hold on. Everybody else stop. I want to know, did you say something? I don't know what it was exactly that he said. Did you say it? And Larry said, yes. I don't even think Dana was expecting him to say it. He said, hell yeah, I said it. Dana dropped him down.
Them two. Mm.
He just says the way he says it is so matter of a fact that it makes stuff funny that
Right.
I don't even think he's intending for it to be funny. It's truly just his thoughts about it. But the way he says it and his delivery of it is unmatched. Like, and of
Shit.
course, y'all know I didn't know. I had
I
never
on that
followed
mute
him.
button. That have me in tears.
Oh my gosh. He was
That
saying,
the
and then when he
delivery.
started calling
Oh
them,
my gosh.
I
I
forgot
be
who it was.
screaming.
He was calling them the get money boys or whatever. Once he started calling them that, to I'm just telling the way that he comes up with stuff, they are just all so entertaining. Is I miss them when they're not on here. I really, really do.
I just wish they could get
It
along for
is.
real. I mean,
Oh
because they would make a great
Sometimes I
God.
do.
production.
Yeah.
They would they would make a great production.
He
I
can
Mhm.
rank
mean,
your ass, baby. That shit be so goddamn fucked up. I be rolling every time you need to find somewhere where you could steal $1.6 million from. Hon, I was like, and that was the first time hitter. I was like, Lord have mercy, Jesus, Mr. Rated R. Lord, you could came another day. Lord have mercy, Jesus. I be back here like I be just shaking my damn head. That shit was been so goddamn funny. But that boy that NOYB I wonder if I play this video where he strike my ass. When I tell you I be hollering in the middle of the night, and I was like I wish he did his videos longer. When he done rolled over there to Tyson, oh God. Then he said next he had the Bowling Brook. I was like, that boy is not
Mhm.
playing. That boy is
I'm
not
having
playing.
to look
I'm
at
telling you,
that one.
y'all go subscribe to that NOYB man with the tennis shoes on there. That shit be so goddamn funny. It's his delivery too. And somebody in one of his videos say it's your delivery. I don't know. I don't know if he's meant to be funny. I don't know if he's sick. I don't know. He sound like he
mhm.
real serious. He said, yeah. He said he
Gotta
told
go look at that one.
yeah, he told because I think Debo got got Debo on the loop telling him to telling him to die with that cancer or something. I wonder if
Oh,
the NOYB boy mind me playing his little video. NOYB, don't strike me, huh? Don't start no shit now, Mr. NOYB. Hell, that shit is funny. That I'm trying to tell you, that shit, girl. This just the way he be delivering his stuff. I'm
Oh,
like, Lord have mercy. I'm gonna see if it even allow me to play it. That thing, when he done rolled up there over there to Tyson, and I guess he got beef with Tyson. Can y'all hear me?
he went up there
Yeah.
for real? You mean he went up there for, or he was just talking about him?
You talking about
I
Debo?
think he's from California, and he went to Houston, Texas. Yeah, he
He
went to
what?
Tyson's house.
You talking about Debo?
Yeah. No, I'm
What?
talking about he
No.
went up to Tyson's house where Tyson
Right.
stayed.
Oh my
Yeah, he went
gosh.
there. Yes, he did. Boy, I was like, and I shared it on my damn wall. I was like, what the hell?
Did he come
What the
outside?
hell is going
Did
on?
Tyson come outside?
Shit, I don't know where Tyson went. Tyson went missing for a few days. I don't know what the hell
Oh.
happened.
See, I don't. He's
Yeah,
another one I don't follow. I don't. I don't.
I like I don't know. I just watched him recently, but I mean he seemed, I mean, at least right now, he trying to stay out of some of this. It
yeah,
get to be too
yeah.
much,
I can recognize that.
yeah.
I can
Yeah.
recognize that. He's, but he has made, even though I don't, they ain't my cup of tea, but he has made me laugh too, especially when Dana said that he had got them $250,000. That Tyson got $250,000. He said Tyson said, "I got $250,000." He said, "And I ain't got me no new place to stay, and I ain't paid nobody to go upside your head, honey."
Mm.
I holler, girl, he said, "Yeah, I ain't paid nobody to go upside your head." I screamed. I was like, "You talking about, yeah, I got 200. Now you telling people I got 250,000."
They are all a special kind of crazy. They really are. They're all a special kind of crazy.
Oh,
Well,
God,
somebody said that
that's
somebody
crazy,
said
girl.
that Dana over there playing unsolved mysteries.
Mm.
I was like, that episode
Yeah,
did so.
it be
Like I
so
said, he is
much.
so the way he put that information together. If you were not seeing the other part, you would be like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, he does. He really does. And for somebody, and here's the thing, to me, especially for somebody who hasn't followed it all close, like I still don't know some of the channels and stuff. So some of it actually could be like, well, it's believable. And I don't know no different until I go to somebody else's channel and they show, look at this. And I'm,
Oh
I'm
shit.
sitting there thinking, every now and again, I'd be like, okay, Dana might be right on this one. This he really looked like he spun it all together. And then I go over here to the next page or somebody OCOV or whoever it is, and they start pulling the full thing out. And I'm thinking, how did you even come? It has to take a very creative mind. It really
Yes,
does.
because I think that's how I started watching Debo, because when he started talking about this boy brother being killed, I said, "Oh my god, what's going on YouTube?" So when I go over to Debo's channel, I'm like, "Oh, what in the world? He did people shooting at his house with his kids in it? I mean, what is going on?"
I don't get it. Oh my gosh.
Listen. If Debo said he writing a book, that's what he said last night.
Oh, what?
he said he he writing a book.
Debo, I don't think you should put anything that you are thinking in your head down on in black and white. I don't think that's a good idea.
And I'm a bad because
Your ass is messy.
I'm going by because I cannot believe all of this came from YouTube.
Yeah, it did.
Whew.
It
This is
really.
a social experiment, child.
It really, I do think to some degree, I do feel like that if somebody wanted to, that could be
Case
a
study.
whole
Yup.
this sector could be its own dissertation topic
Yup. Yes.
about how
Yes.
social groups, how they form, how they
Yup.
are maintained, like all of that. It could be its own research
Yup.
because it, and the fact that it's now existing outside of R. Kelly.
Yup.
To
And
me,
this is really the cult of R. Kelly.
it is.
Like like them girls in that house, that was just a whole orgy.
Yeah.
um, this is really the cult of R. Kelly.
It has become its own subculture. It really, really has.
Lord have mercy.
I
You
know.
got the cousin, the nephew, the,
Yeah.
the, the R. Kelly
I'm trying to
Jr.
find the video, y'all. Hold on.
Oh, you looking for that NOYB person you saying? Or something else?
So how did y'all know that he went there to his house? Did he record it?
I don't know. This is the first I heard of it. And I'm definitely gonna circle back after we're done. I want to know what took place. I got to see what's going on.
I mean, this is stuff that people that I know in the streets do. This stuff in silence. They don't.
Yeah.
If they was doing stuff like this, they not broadcasting this, and they just
No.
like
No.
you said, putting all kinds of crimes on for
No.
everybody to see.
They throw caution to the wind and let it, whatever it is that come up in their head, they just let it off. And I don't understand the gall that they have and the courage that they have to do it, because I'm like, I'm not. And also, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I talk to y'all good time or whatever.
Uh-huh.
But I don't care about none of this stuff that I would ever pay a ticket or gas or whatever to really go and what are
Exactly.
you talking about? Are you crazy? Do y'all realize that I have family members that live 30 minutes down the road that I don't want to go
Go
there and
visit.
see? So much
Right.
less I'm gonna go states away for somebody who I see eating chicken online. What?
Lord. I don't. I mean,
I'm gonna put us down for the minute. I'm gonna put the fair use thing up, and Lord, I hope you don't strike. I'm put us down so I can remember fair use thing.
Well, if it helps him to make it any decision, one, of course, the fair use, but also it's honestly made me. I have gone now and found the channel, and I plan on watching more of it
yeah,
because
me
you
too.
brought it up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
I
so
want to
goddamn
know,
funny.
Miss Angie, before you play that, how did y'all know that he went there? Did he record him going
I finna show you. Hold on,
there?
hold on. Okay, I don't know what happened to Carla. So let me see how this. Y'all got to let me know if it play as well too. This shit here was so goddamn crazy. I was like, huh,
I cannot
what?
believe it.
Girl, yes, ma'am. He pulled the hell up. I was like, huh? All right, I don't the rights to this content. This is NOYB. I'm gonna put his link in the chat. He sounds like one of the type of people that really don't play all that bullshit. So, sir, if I'm infringing on your rights, I do apologize. If not, y'all go just subscribe, like, and all that to his channel, honey. When I tell you, y'all gotta let me know if y'all hear it because StreamYard done done something funny and don't know if all the time if you can hear it. So let me know if y'all can hear it when I play it.
Mm-hmm.
This video contains explicit language and shouldn't be viewed by anyone under the ages of 18.
Can
Once
you hear it?
again,
Yeah, it's
this video
coming
that you're
through.
watching right here,
Can you hear it? Mo, you ain't
Yeah,
hear it.
I can hear it. I can hear it. Mm-hmm.
You hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So let me so okay, so let me go back because I stopped it. I'm gonna go on mute and let me see.
I don't hear anything now.
Yeah, I ain't play. I ain't hit play yet.
Oh,
Let
oh.
me know if y'all can hear when I hit play. Let me know.
This video contains explicit language and shouldn't be viewed by anyone under the ages of 18. Once again, this video that you're watching right here under the ages of 18. So with that being said, man, it's almost the weekend, man. Let's just go ahead and get this weekend started, man.
I don't know if it's my side or not, but it's choppy for me. I don't know if it how everybody else can hear it. It's yeah, Angie. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but it's a little choppy. It's like
Big Keith ain't checking in for
breaking up.
nobody. Let's just go on and get this weekend started. Let's just walk on down here, man. See what's going on out here in Houston. All these this looks familiar. Y'all might want to go get the dude from Atlanta up. Y'all might want to go get him up. He might want to check this out.
Angie, are you there?
And we on our way out there, man. After I leave from down here, I got some business I need to take care of down there in Bowenbrook. Yeah, heading down to Bowenbrook after this, man. I gotta go to the shop and take care of some business. 30 rounds. 30 rounds. Yeah, gotta have it on you when you're coming down here, man. Smoke and shit. Let's keep continuing this. This video contains explicit language and shouldn't be viewed by anyone. This is going to get this weekend fuckery started.
Oh, let me see if y'all
It's really
can.
started.
Oh, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Y'all, hold on.
They come up with $5 fucking million from this nigga's royalties and shit like this. I'm just devastated. Like I said, man, it's no wonder why that Rob is in the situation he's in, man. Just letting these people just like these are the people that he hung around, and now
Hold on for a minute.
it should be viewed by anyone, and I don't mean anyone under the ages of 18. So y'all already know what time it is, man. Let's just go and get this weekend's fuckery started. It's really starting to get hot out here now, man, because it's probably gonna be a hot summer out here. And I can't wait, man, to look up under your girl's mini skirt and see her wearing no panties. Let's just get this started.
So what, man? I didn't steal shit. I had permission to be in there.
I don't own the rights to this content.
You go to this picture Bozo posted. I know where it come from now. Y'all know that, before I switch this conversation up, y'all know the picture that Bozo posted with me in it? I know where it came from. See, I didn't know where it came from at first because I forgot that I was in that picture.
That's NOYB.
Victim and his motherfuckers me. They didn't lose nothing. They volunteered to be in a relationship with that man. After he pissed on them, shitted on them, and all the nasty, foul, degradable things that they did, they
This the link to
volunteered.
his video.
Victim and his motherfuckers me. They volunteered to be in a relationship with that man.
Y'all go like, share, and subscribe. That's him doing that. That's not me.
to come back and revisit Mr. Muscle himself, Don. I must have sat up like for a couple of hours, like watching him do interviews over at this person's thing. Then he goes over here, does interviews over there. I don't know if y'all have seen this man like doing his interviews, but I just have major issues with him and the shit that he's doing. Because every time that you keep going over to somebody's platform and doing interviews, I notice you keep pushing the goalposts, man, like back further because you keep saying that you wasn't a manager, then you turn around and then you say other things like you only knew him for a short period of time. I mean, it doesn't it's like really just amazing to me. And then you said on one interview when you had your wife over there that how you had no idea of what was going on with Rob. He's looking through all these portals. It's the same thing as what people said before, like, dude, you already knew the history of this man before you even took your little ass up over there. I don't get it. See, the point is, y'all, this is what distinguish Rob's issues from these people. They just keep making lame excuses when their shit don't get, when their agendas don't get pushed through. Why it is that it's not their fault. They had no idea this man was like this. But it's just like people can say before, you already heard the history of this man way before you came along, and especially you being a Chicago native. How are you just going to sit up there on a platform and say that you had no idea what was going on with him and the issues he had? You already knew about when the first trial went through, like years prior to that, before your ass even hooked up over there. I don't get it. And then you sat there and you went through this man's shit, like we said before. Um, it's just like I keep telling y'all before, they like just hijack this man's life because they know, for number one, that he can't do anything about it because he's in jail. So they took it upon themselves. You said that you, Keith, and his brother, all of y'all got together and y'all was trying to think of a plan to come up with $5 fucking million from this nigga's royalties and shit like this. I'm just devastated. Like I said, man, it's no wonder why that Rob is in the situation he's in, man. Just letting these people just like these are the people that he hung around, and now look at them, like look at what they're doing, and they just like know in the back of their mind that he's not getting out, so they're taking it upon themselves to set up these things. And the only reason why, Don, that you was doing this shit is because you had some shit on the internet. You when you see, this is the thing I don't understand. When you said the part about how you was going through these portholes and you was finding out that he was like his royalties was being signed off, 2 million here, car here, and this and that, you pretty much already knew right then and there at that point what the situation was. But what you did was it was kind of like you was just being nosy, just seeing what your mind kind of already knew, and so now it validated that, and so you continued on trying to get what you can out of it. And if you was to get caught, then you would just roll back like how everybody else does and blame it on somebody else and say it's because of these bitches that was coming around, and it's because of Daryl McDavid, it was because of this, it's because of this guy. It's like everybody's pointing the finger at everybody but themselves because everybody that's there, like I said, is either trying to promote something or get something out of this man. And that's why I had to come back on with this shit tonight. I mean, you guys, at these people are doing now, and this is how this situation got brought up before. This is why, he's in the situation that he's in before because not necessarily what he was doing, but the people around him trying to do a money grab. And that's what makes it not look good on his part because it's like you wonder Well, even if there was some shit going on to where you was signing off this and signing off that, but look at what they was doing. That's why I said it really needs a trial to where people gonna have to come if it's granted. Like, just separate all this bullshit and just like lay it down on what it really is, man. I mean, I just another dude has came around and tried to play. I didn't know what was going on. I was just there to do my thing, and I stumbled into all this shit that I didn't know I was going to see. You have already heard of the rumors. You even went on to Choke's page and said that you knew about the videotape that was for sale, this and that. So you had already, and then you sat there. What makes you look real bad is that you sat there and said that the man did this and he pissed on this and did that, but then you try to turn back and say that he's innocent. You can't. It's what which way are you going, man? Because it seems like to me you're only saying things at a point in time that's making you look good and you throwing this nigga under the bus. But the shit that you're saying about the pissing, that doesn't make him look good in one point at all because you're admitting shit that he's saying that he didn't do, but you're admitting it and you're telling people you're going through these portholes and you see all this shit. So what are you there for at this point? I don't get it. Like, why are you there? And you're not realizing like what's coming out of your mouth, the shit that you're saying, it just makes him even look even badder. How were you there to help him to get money and $5 million, but then you're admitting that you ran in, you saw him in the room with a lead. I mean, I had to come back with this one. I can't believe what's coming out of this dude's mouth. But then you go, and now you said you walked away, but you still here. Remember you said that back then? When you found out all this shit in the porthole, you saw the Cookie Monster and everybody else involved in this shit. Then you said you walked away. Then why do you keep coming back? I don't understand. Why do you keep coming back? If you already know that he did all this shit, why do you keep bringing your ass back then? Because you're trying to get something out of it. Everybody, like, I'm not buying that that car got broken into because that's the scheme that you want everybody to believe that that car got broken into. So it shines the light off you, so you could go put that shit out overseas or somewhere where nobody knows that it's being put out and sell this man shit. You was not there to help him. That's just straight out. And you need to return his shit. I don't get it, man. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I just said, let me just hear what he's saying on these other platforms. And you go over here saying something else different. That's that Demetrius shit. You go over here saying one thing, then you go to another platform saying that he needs help. Then you go on this platform saying that you love him and that, you know, like, the, the, the whole thing with everybody makes this shit just crazy. And I just feel sorry for the dude because it's like he's not going to get a proper anything because people just keep bringing their mentally ill fucking issues into it. I mean, y'all need to go back and look at what this dude was doing on certain platforms and hear him, man. This shit just sound you sound like you need mental help, man. You was not there to help this man. You was there to get something out of it like everybody else. Looking through the portholes, this and that, trying to sign your name on one of them goddamn things so you can get paid monthly on some of his goddamn royalties and shit. I had to revisit that, man. I had to because wow.
Yeah, he got other ones that's a
This video
whole
contains
funny, bunch of funny, but again, I do not own the rights to that content. Please don't strike me. Y'all go sign up. Yeah, the poor when he said, baby, he said you seen everybody, the Cookie Monster and everybody. Oh, this is the way he say things. Yeah, you go back and look at that one where he rolled up in Houston. To the damn Harold. To the damn Harold. He is not playing. He is not funny. He's so damn funny to me. But I be sitting up sometime at night laughing. I wish he did more. That's what I be trying to find videos and channels of people that make me laugh. And he is one of them. He is definitely one of them. Hey man, no, let me see. See if this ticket. No goddamn well, this is no goddamn ticket. Uh, okay, that's my child. Yes, y'all, but y'all done made me laugh so much today. Levi, you still black. Rest of y'all still ridiculous. And listen, I don't know how much I can say to let y'all know that it ain't that damn serious. Everybody being out, and I'm not excluding myself. I'm including myself. Everybody out here being mad and all this saying and lying and saying just one, this one here. Oh, is this a check? Wait a minute. Hold on. Is this a check? Wait a minute. Shit. Ooh, I think this a check. Wait a minute. Yes, honey, this a check, baby. I almost didn't open it. Yes, God is good. Hey, baby, God is good. God is good all the time, all the time. Yes, baby. Oh, I didn't know they was gonna send it like this. Hell, I thought they was gonna Yeah, baby. Let me mm, 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 mm. I am going to see, you know, my what you call it, my what's and this is from. I'm gonna show you the amount. Y'all ain't gonna, cause y'all ain't showed me shit. I said, y'all show me a W2. I'll show y'all one going up. I started with the lowest one. I'm gonna go up to the highest. Is this another check? Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. That is my mail from goddamn. Wait a minute. Oh no. You know what I want them to stop doing? I want them, and then this need to be outlawed. Laws. I want them to stop. You know how they be sending them pre-approved things and shit. Stop doing that. And it be looking like a check. Don't I be opening it up because it looks like a check. But that one right there was a little check. Now I could show y'all the little wait a minute. I'm old, y'all. I'm gonna get my stuff together. I'm gonna show y'all. Remember I told y'all be handling outside behavior resources and stuff for people. Remember I told you to get the people, then I assign them the other ones, motherfuckers that's qualified to help them with their issues, because that's not me. I only kept the two patients, other the other ones I get them and I assign them out in the area, and then I have to do some of that resident stuff like Miss Denise have. Well, I don't know what she had to do to establish a residency, whatever, for whatever she was doing with assisted living. But in these different states and stuff, whatever, I have to use my working name or my whatever to establish residency in these different cities and states and stuff. And then, depending on whatever the requirements are, and then I find somebody in your area that can work with you, because I can't. Your mama ain't finna do all that. So I'm gonna show you. Let me take this little copy of it. Hold on. See, they be hating when I be proving stuff. That's why I do it. To destroy you and your narrative. That's what I do. Yeah, child, just got this check on up out of him. What? And then I'm gonna show y'all. Okay. Where it says that this chick right here got 3 natives dropping. But y'all always keep about a couple people that you trust in this sector. That can be your your verifier, your referral, your reference. They know exactly what the hell is going on, and they gonna let them just say stupid shit, but they know the truth. I'm gonna show y'all. Let me just show y'all this a little bit. So I almost didn't even. Oh, I almost didn't even. Damn. Hold on. But listen, y'all ain't nothing wrong. If you're in one I'm all over the place. If you're in one been in one career for for however and you want to retire out of it or whatever, I ain't nothing wrong with that. God bless you and everything about you. But I like multiple streams and I like to pretty much know how to do a whole bevy of shit. I ain't gonna be no one trick pony. I wanna know how to do a lot of stuff. Cause I can make a lot of money. And I do it all, baby. It don't matter. I'll work out something. And then be getting them checks, honey. Hold on. Let me show y'all. This pisses people off. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay. So give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming. This annoyed they ass, y'all. And I died, honey, when Miss Denise had put all that paperwork up there. I was screaming. I was like, hit it, Miss Denise. She had so much shit. I was like, that's what I'm talking about. Accomplishment. But yeah, Carla, I know you work for the government. I'll tell you one day how I know. Hold on. I'll tell you how I know, honey. Damn. I'm coming, y'all. I put them damn W-2s and them 1099s up there, somebody said if they are yours, you proud about having that many jobs, huh? I'm telling you, this is the only place where multiple streams of income and education is frowned upon. Never seen that. But again, these ain't my type. Let me show you. Why my damn? So I won't be on here for a minute. I'm ready to darn exit stage left. I really am. But every time I'm coming, y'all. How the hell? Uh, they be hating when you be putting in a soldier. I hate her. I hate her. I can't figure it out. I'm just gonna lie about it. I hate her. Oh. Well, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Oh, they know they can't. They do know you contract yourself. Right, you sending me down a rabbit hole. NYB got Lord Lightfoot on the case now. Girl, yeah. They, anytime somebody said that you supposed to have a law firm and shit, law, huh? You think that's the only type of work a lawyer do? That's how I know you don't know shit about the legal field. You are lying. You don't know shit. Oh yeah, here go my White House shit. This motherfucker's tracking every goddamn thing. Girl, they don't know about contractors through the government. They don't know, sure. Nobody got time. You don't know nothing about the money. I ain't got no time for nobody to to argue with me about something that they ain't even embarked on. I leave I be telling me I'm wrong. What? Here, I'll use this. I'll use this. This will work name. I'll use that. Ain't no problem. I don't give a shit. I got to block all that out. Child, I just do this because it ruffles their feathers, child. Everybody cry. Uh, you hate you. Like, well, goddamn, you do know it. Some more motherfuckers on here that live their life. Like, damn. I ain't never seen shit like it. Alright, y'all, I'm coming. I ain't never seen shit like it. Girl, when I couldn't find out these, when I found out these people, I couldn't refer them on no damn jobs and make me a little percentage off them. I was pissed off. I was like, man, cause that'd have been like, with new referrals, you get a bonus. I was like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. I said, these people are absolutely useless to me. Show you what it says. Owner. Okay? It says on like Trevin said, okay? I get that. It's gonna be fake too. Yeah, why it's not letting me? Okay. I'm coming one more second though. Y'all gonna be around because guess what? You gotta get your goddamn screen recorders ready. Anyway, while I'm waiting for all this to upload, but y'all, I mean, we done been around here too long for us to be arguing about dumbest shit. This chick right here rather sit up here and laugh at some comedy, serious comedy, not no bullshit over and over and over again. If you can't handle people, don't fuck with them. That's my advice. You can't match them, don't fuck with them. Alright, there's one. I apologize, y'all. Okay, that's that one. This is this one. Now, not listen, call Madame me on the phone talking to one of my patients. Now that wasn't enough. Nah, she got to be lying. Like I say, this work ain't like it pays a whole lot. It's more rewarding and steady and all those other things. But I don't have all them certifications like Miss Denise has because I wasn't, doing like, she had a whole facility, honey. You gotta understand, she had a facility. That's big shit when you got a facility, honey. Yes, I can. Y'all need to see the little chick. I ain't worried about that. I'll show y'all this. I'm trying to remove identifying numbers, honey. That's all I'm trying to do. Give me a minute. I got them. All right. Let me open them. They be so mad. I mean, when I tell you I be helping my goddamn stalkers and shit. Look at, they murder. She better give us something, you sure. Just scream. Okay, window. Is hell coming up somewhere? Yeah, I think all that choppy sound and shit, I think it was me. But I ain't never seen a bunch of people talking about what somebody else have but don't have. Ain't showed shit. I hope that man don't strike me. I don't know why it's taking so goddamn. I promise you, I'm saying waiting. This some bullshit. I'm about to go. Hold on. Wait a minute. I say this shit right. See, I'm a hater viewers, honey. They wait. God damn. Well, you know, it seemed like, honey, I'm finna show a goddamn big premiere. Ain't nothing but a little goddamn snip, snip. God damn. I mean, I feel bad now. Taking so damn long. nothing but a little flash and nothing but a little record. That's it. I promise ain't nothing but a little record. I feel bad now. Taking so long, it seems like I got a goddamn check of thousands to show you. Uh-uh. Hold on. Wow, wait. Okay. Oh, got one of them up. All right, here we go. Shit. You would think, I'm trying to tell you, you would think this is going to be a goddamn uh, major presentation. It's not, so I'm going to disappoint. So this is, what is this? I done already showed this one time before. So that is me. So it says, y'all know that's me. White House visitors log in the United States. Hmm. And here's the other one for healthcare. Licensed health professional, 3 matches. Now you see one of those addresses in Mississippi. Now you know I don't live in Mississippi. Okay. Okay. I don't live in Mississippi now. All right. Mm. This is going to be a very good year. But anyway, y'all. But listen, if anybody else got other ways that y'all wouldn't mind sharing about how to make a couple dollars, y'all want to do it out on these streets as a little forum or something like that, we can do that. If you don't want to do that, if y'all want to get on the phone, girl up, email me or whatever, and I will entertain it. Because I like making an extra dollar. Alright? So, honey, that is my time for today. I will holler at y'all. I done laugh. I done enjoyed y'all. And y'all done got on my goddamn nerve. Yes, girl, my hand been itching for 2 days. Going to love. I know that's right. Child, y'all, you know, baby, I'm black first. Damn everything else. I'm black first. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, this a check. What I forgot what I was talking about on this live. Like, what? This a check. Mm-hmm. that state of Florida on. Yeah. So, and yes, when your goddamn hand itch, that right hand itch, and y'all remember when you first started really falling behind that left hand itch, right hand itch shit. Remember when your left hand you could be itching, you could start getting mad and shit. No left hand itch on my right hand itch. But anyway, like I said, it's about making some money. Call me, honey. I'll holler. See y'all later. Peace out. Y'all be blessed. Do something good for yourself and somebody else. And remember, start getting y'all stuff up for charity because Thanksgiving and Christmas is right around the corner. If you start buying shit here and there now, by the time later you have something, hey, you would have accumulated a lot of stuff that y'all, you can give away. All right, y'all, I'm getting sleepy. Peace out. Love y'all. Be safe. Thank y'all again.